government witness testimony regarding the performance of these agencies for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 to date. Public witnesses testifying as individuals will have 3 minutes. Those representing organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. I'd like to note that the entire written testimony will be part of the record. So if you have not submitted it, please email your testimony to CEAL@dccouncil.gov. And CEAL is CEAL. Today, we're here to understand what these agencies have accomplished in the past year and to examine their overall performance. Along the way, we will identify areas of success and areas for improvement or the challenges that they face. Here in the district, our senior population is substantial and continues to rise. In 2019, the district was home to approximately 83,000 older adults, and the population could rise as much as 25% by the year 2030. We need to make sure that we are making the necessary investments in our seniors so that they can continue to live and thrive in our city. As I often say, we will be seniors one day, all of us, including myself, as I am, and therefore we want to make sure that these agencies work to impact our lives in a meaningful way. I'm proud of the progress that has been reported in the past and the efforts to support our senior population. As an example, we have maintained and improved the delivery of senior meals and reopened community dining sites. We have restarted in-person health and wellness programming, and we're finding new and creative ways to combat social isolation of our seniors. And we have streamlined access to programs and services for district residents. And we have increased senior access to technology, and we have conducted check-ins and wellness calls for vulnerable residents. And we have continued to provide and improve programming and services to meet our residents where they are. At this time, I'm going to call on any of my colleagues that have any. All right, perhaps they will join me a little later, but we'll move immediately to the commission. We'll move immediately to the Commission on Aging, and I'll just speak very quickly about the Commission on Aging. Its mission is to advise the director of the Department on Aging and Community Living, the council, and the general public on the needs and concerns of elderly DC residents. This includes giving advice on incidents of bias against the age in the administration of the laws of the District of Columbia and cases of neglect and abuse of the aged, including financial exploitation. The commissioners serve as advocates on behalf of the district, more than currently about 105,000 seniors. Over the years, the commission has reported that the most pressing issues for seniors are transportation, housing, and safety. So I look forward to hearing how the commission plans to address those challenges and continue to assist the community in the current year. As we do not have any public witnesses, so we'll move immediately to hear from the commission leadership itself, and that's Chairman Bobo and Co-Chair Matthews. And if you're in the room, I can swear you in.
Who?
Joy Palace.
I don't speak.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. Would you please raise your right hand so we can swear you in?
Yes, I also have Commissioner Matthews here.
All righty. Okay, now I've got a vision. All right, okay, you raise your right hand. And now, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
I do.
All right, you can begin when you're ready. And thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Chairperson Anita Barnes and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Carolyn Matthews. I and Commissioner Gil Bobo, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commission on Aging. As commissioners, we advise and make recommendations to the mayor, the city council, the Department of Aging and Community Living, and the public concerning the views and needs of seniors in the District of Columbia. The Commission on Aging goals for FY22, FY23 were working with age-friendly task force, assist seniors in getting affordable, safe housing without bed bugs, roaches, or rodents. Work with lead agencies to engage seniors in more activities outside the home. Visiting housing facilities to observe conditions and get feedback from seniors living in unsafe environments. Attended wellness centers and other senior organization membership meetings to hear seniors' concerns and suggestions. Visited senior daycare facilities where commissioners engage participants and the caregivers for the safety of the seniors. Worked with the Department of Recreation to organize and chaperone senior activities while coordinating with the wellness centers. Attended Ward 4 and Ward 8 mini commission meetings to put input from their seniors. Participated in Office of People's Council virtual presentations addressing their efforts to protect seniors and others from utility scams and security scams involving bank accounts and investments. Investigating the testing process for at-home care personnel who have completed the course but have not been able to test, originally handled by the Board of Nursing, but we understand that testing had been outsourced. The Commission's FY23 to FY24 goal is to continue to address FY22, FY23 issues that have not been resolved and new senior concerns. This includes the following: continue advocating for more transportation options for handicapped seniors, which include accommodations for walkers, canes, and multiple wheelchairs, including working with the Recreation Department. Continue advocating for more healthcare aides, assist on graduates being able to take licensing exam within a timely manner of graduating. Advocating for additional tax relief for seniors by passing B24-0855, Property Tax Monthly Billing and Payment Amendment Act of 2022. Continue advocating for more ways to pay and reduce real estate taxes for seniors. Advocating for the return of the transportation to DACL sites, which the Commission on Aging, the Senior Advisory Coalition, and Age-Friendly Task Force advocated after doing surveys. Continue to assist seniors programs in getting additional resources to achieve these missions. Advocate for more facilities in wards 2 and 3 that can accommodate in-person programs and services. Advocate for security housing, including intergenerational housing, making sure all building entrances are locked at all times. Establish proof of life precautions within buildings among occupants. Address connector card issues, which includes taxi drivers refusing connector card payments, and requiring seniors to pay cash, boiling down to accountability. We thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Well, thank you both. This is an outstanding list of items that many I certainly am familiar with, and I thank you so much for being diligent and reminding the public that they're still glaring before us. And I wanted to, if I could, just query a little bit on the items that you indicated you have accomplished thus far. As an example, the issue of affordable, safe housing without bed bugs and roaches and rodents. Can you elaborate a little bit on where you have made your investigation and what has been perhaps the results of some of these? Are we able to turn the situation around through your inquiries and your involvement?
This is Commissioner Bobo. We've been trying to address the issue, and we've reached out to the Department of Health to assist us. We were informed by the Department of Health that their jurisdiction is only on the outside of the facilities. So at this point, the Department of Health is going to help us in reaching out to the Department of Buildings, I believe it is now. And we were also informed of protocols that the seniors have to use in order to get this investigation into process. So we are trying to come up with something that we can produce for the seniors that will address the issue.
All right, that's very important. Thank you very much. And I agree, it would be very useful if we had a very specific protocol that they can use in order to get, this matter attended to and hopefully adjudicated in some instances. Can you talk also a little bit about, in your observation of housing facilities as we're looking to identify unsafe environments? For instance, do you or have you received cooperation or engagement from, let's say, the ANCs in a community that have assisted in any way?
We attend AC meetings where sometimes this issue is brought up, but it's mostly done at the dwellings and at the community sites that seniors attend.
All right, so how many buildings have you been able to visit?
I personally have visited about 10 or 12, probably at least 1 or 2 a month.
So, Mr. Bobo, do you think we are at a point where we should just insist on having an inspections process of all of our senior buildings, if that would be helpful? Yes,
ma'am. That's actually what we're asking for, because a lot of the seniors, when they address you with these issues, and you tell them that you have somebody to come out, they don't want to be isolated so that they can have retaliation against them. So if it was a routine process, it would make it a lot easier for it to be addressed without repercussions to the seniors themselves.
All right, would this be the senior buildings that are, let's say, maintained or operated by the DC Housing Authority, commonly referred to as our public housing senior buildings, or would it also, or are you thinking of the privately owned buildings?
I'm thinking of both, Chairman Barnes. There are issues in both. I believe the issue is greater in the privately owned buildings, but there are issues at both sites.
Okay. if you would follow up with me on this matter, and let's see if we can't get some results on this
Thank you.
issue. I think many of the buildings are pretty much aging. Yes, I don't think we find many senior citizens or aging population in the new market rate of buildings.
Yeah.
So they would tend to be in the older buildings, and that in itself can be an issue. I want us to follow up on that.
Well, Chairman Barnes, can I add to that? It's not, Chairman Barnes?
Yes,
Yeah, can I add to that? It's not only a building facility, the structures type issues. There's also issues like seniors saying that the trash going uncollected in their site for several weeks at a time. So it's a total management issue that we have to address.
all right. So when you visited the senior wellness centers, and most likely also, I think your testimony is that you did also visit with the Department of Recreation programming for seniors. What are some of the feedback that you're getting from, or you got from seniors?
They love the both sites, both the wellness center and the DPR recreation centers. I attended a assembly meeting at the wellness center, and they had 20 new applicants that joined in the month of February. So that's encouraging. Also, I attended 4 different recreation centers in the last 2 weeks, and they all had robust senior programs, ranging from a bowling excursion by one recreation center to a health presentation at another recreation center. So our seniors in the areas that have recreation centers are enjoying them.
But not all of them.
So the presentations and the programming are a hit.
Yes, they are. Yes,
Okay.
I had one silent disco. I attended my first silent disco at a recreation center, and it was very enjoyable.
So, Mr. Bobo, do we have the centers packed? That is, are they filled? Or do we have enough space? Do we need more centers? Would you be advocating for more centers across the city, or what's going on?
Ms. Barnes, I don't know if I should answer this, but I'm gonna answer it the way I feel. I feel that we need more centers, and I'm advocating for some way for the DC government or whoever's possible to get me. We need centers in wards 2 and 3. They began advocating for those centers when I first became a commissioner, and we went to town hall meetings, and they're still advocating for those centers. There are recreation centers that were even rebuilt and still can't accommodate senior programming. So we need to get some facilities and work some way out to get me some wellness centers in wards 2 and 3 or sites.
We need more in Ward 1.
And Ms. Matthews is telling me that we also need additional sites in Ward 1.
Additional sites in Ward 1, okay. Well, we actually have a task force that by law is being organized to look at the wards 2 and 3 facilities, because Ward 3 would love to have, they've told us many times they would like to have a wellness center. So that is somewhat progressing. It's being organized. So we're getting a little closer.
Well, we did the Around Town DC program to reach out to seniors in wards 2 and 3, but I think that's just a stopgap until we can actually get them some facilities to actually participate in.
Yes, that's right. Tell us a little bit about your findings with the senior daycare facilities.
I think the senior daycare facilities are, they haven't progressed like I would like them to progress. And it's mostly because of caregivers feeling that they might lose some benefits by enrolling them in the program. But I've also met seniors that are out volunteering and assisting other seniors because their caregiving role is being assisted by the senior daycare facilities. So I think that it's expanding, and it's meeting the expectations that it should be meeting.
So you're saying we need well, firstly, I guess I should ask if you can tell the public how many senior daycare facilities do we have?
Currently, I'm aware of 2, and we should have 3, but the one that we had in Ward 2, we lost because of issues with a facility to have the site in. So we gained one in Ward 8, but we lost one in Ward 2 that was a critical part of that community.
And so have you visited the therapeutic center in Ward 8?
Not since it's been redone. I haven't been to, I'm not sure if they completed it yet. I haven't been informed that it has been completed. It was still under construction, I believe.
Mr. Bobo and Ms. Matthews, can you talk a little bit about your findings when you participated with the Office of the People's Counsel regarding utility scams and security scams?
This is Vice Chair Carolyn Matthews. Chairman Bonds, what I'm finding is that seniors are still having issues with their utilities. Even though they have signed up for the Department of Environment and Energy for assistance, it's not coming through as quickly as it should be, because I don't know if it's a shortage of personnel or what is going on, but I was telling Chairman Bobo this morning, I have a neighbor across the street that benefited from DOEE with a boiler and air conditioners and some other things, but she's walking around her house in her coat and hat and using electric heaters to heat the room that she's in at that particular time. She has sent in the applications, but she hasn't gotten any feedback. So, and then in talking with the seniors down at the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center, they're getting all kinds of information in the mail, trying to get them to switch from PEPCO to their program. And the program isn't conducive to what the seniors need at this particular time. It's scams going on within the utility companies. So I'm finding that it's rather disheartening that I have promoted or gotten the seniors involved with filling out the forms and submitting them in order to get some relief. But it seems like it's a shortage all around. It seems like they're not getting the response that they should be getting in a timely fashion. And the People's Counsel, I'm sure they're doing a good job, but I think overall what I am seeing is it's not enough people to do the job that the seniors need to have with the assistance that they have.
All right, so you think that one of the issues, the reason it is taking so long for the process to be completed by the Department of Energy for our seniors, it has to do with the staffing at the Office of People's Counsel, or are we talking about the staffing at the Department of Environment?
I think it's both places, because I've assisted many seniors in submitting these applications, And we've waited. And then when I called back and, with the person that has submitted the application, they haven't received the application, or if they have received it, they don't know where it is. They are asking them to resubmit the information again. And some seniors have done it 2 or 3 times, like the lady across the street from me. And she still is in limbo. So I think it's on staffing on both sides. I believe in my heart of hearts that DC government, with regards to the Department of Aging and Community Living and Seniors, I believe that everything that you all are doing is good. But once it leaves the council, once it leaves you, and it goes to these agencies, they fall short. It's not because they don't want to. I just think it's a staffing situation, or they have people in there that are not informed about the process. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating, because I know these perks are out here for us, but we keep running against a brick wall, and you have to start from beginning again, and then the seniors get an attitude with you, but we have to stay the course. I just believe that what is good on paper should be implemented across the board in a timely fashion.
Thank you very much. We'll take a quick look at this situation with the People's Council and a more in-depth look at the Department of Energy and the Environment.
Thank you.
And see what we can do, see if there's a bottleneck. I would imagine that, I don't have the data before me right now, but I would imagine that many of the applicants for the energy assistance would be our aging community. And as such, maybe we need to look at the situation from the perspective of making sure that we have sort of an ombudsman approach to helping our seniors to navigate the process. So we'll take a look at that, because that's very important. I know that now the department actually can assist with things that we never thought of in the past. We always think of energy being just that, your heating system or what have you, but also they can assist with the roof of your home. And so that makes it a very important agency, because so many of our seniors are living in older facilities, and we want to make sure that they are taken care of as well, and they have the opportunity to have their home improved. So we'll take a look at that.
Please do, because when you mentioned the roof, I had a senior tell me yesterday they have been waiting months under that rehabilitation. They have not received any feedback with regards to their roof, and it's in need of desperate repair. That's another thing that I thought that the last time that we spoke, that they had received new contractors and they wasn't getting into the bottleneck that there was once before, and that they were more responsive. Well, there are people still waiting to get their roofs fixed, and Chairman Bogo can attest to that, because he's been in a senior's house in which he's seen the damage firsthand.
All right. Well, we know that the Department of Housing and Community Development also has the single-family rehab program. So are we talking about both of these programs, the one with DOEE and also DHCD, or is it problematic with just one of the programs?
I'm not familiar with the DOEE portion as well as Ms. Matthews. On the housing and community development side, we have one of their agents attend our meetings, and he has informed us that they have divided the agency up into different branches now, where they'll be able to address the issue in a more timely manner.
All right, we'll take a quick look at that agency and see what's going on and see if we can get help. What I would like to do is to get from you some of the examples of the individual problems that you've encountered and have an opportunity to look at that with the eyes from the two agencies. And see if we can understand the extent of the issue so we can perhaps see if there is something we can do legislatively.
Chairman Matthews, I will get that documentation to you. I'll go back to the Wellness Center and I'll write down the issues that they are being confronted with, and I'll get that information to you.
All right, well, thank you. And then finally, can we talk a little bit about this at-home care personnel issue that continues to be an ongoing issue? What's happening there that you want to put on the record today?
Well, I was a part of the initial age-friendly task force that recruited, actually we were recruiting seniors to become home healthcare aides. And we did that actually during this pandemic. The issue was that back then was that they didn't have nurses that were qualified to teach the program, my understanding. And then we were able to get that past that point and actually get the people that were interested in becoming home healthcare aides through the process of being educated. But now the issue falls in the certification stage where we don't have a timely process for certifying the ones that we've spent the last 2 or 3 years trying to get through the home healthcare aid portion of it.
All right, so then I was not aware that there was a problem with getting the certification done. Your note indicates that the Board of Nursing is, what's the issue with the Board of Nursing? Is it that they're no longer doing it, or some private concern is doing it? The testing, please tell me a little more about this problem with the testing.
I can't really testify to that. Commissioner Wilson is now working with the task force that's addressing that issue. And all I can do is relate to conversations that we've had, that they have transferred it from the Board of Nursing to some outside agency, from my understanding. And I'm not sure if it's a contract issue with that, or I don't know if it's an intention to do that and they haven't did it and it is sitting in limbo, or whether it's actually been done. But in the process, we still have these people that are waiting to be certified.
All right. So, Mr. Bobo, do you have a sense or have numbers of the individuals that actually assisted during the pandemic? Do we know how many were doing that function?
Assisted in the program?
Yes.
I think they had quite a few. I'm not sure exact number, but they had 22 or 20. It's in the 20s.
Yeah.
The number that finished the program. These are seniors mostly, and
Yes.
waiting to be certified.
Okay.
And like I said, they actually took this training during the pandemic.
All right, I'll follow up on that. So the last two items that we discussed, the one regarding the utility scans and security issues and the wait time for getting the assistance from the government with the home repairs, and of course the home care personnel if we could have a follow-up meeting on that, I would greatly appreciate it. And let's see if we can get things moving a little bit faster.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your goals for the new financial year. I had a question about the transportation. A little alarmed to learn that taxi drivers are refusing the connector card payment and are asking for cash. Do we have data on that? Have we collected like the number of incidents where this has been the case?
I haven't actually sit down and documented it per case, but as recently as Monday, I received a call from one of my commissioners who had two of her seniors in her development that had this issue, and where they rejected their cards and they were forced to pay cash.
Okay, well, that's not the plan. That's not the process. That's not the regulations. So we'll look at this immediately.
We're asking for better oversight of the transportation program itself. We feel that
Vehicles for hire.
the vehicles for hire, the company itself has good intentions, but we need somebody to oversight their employees to make it more possible for us to use this and not be exploited.
Chairman, this is Chairman Barnes. This is Carolyn. I've also encountered this personally. When they took the connector card and transferred everything over to Yellow Cab, it seems like it's a disconnect. The contributions based on income was supposed to remain the same. They have increased the contributions from the seniors. Not only that, when you get into the cabs, you don't see their IDs. Oftentimes they don't have the mask on, and they're very argumentative when they're trying to extract monetary money from you rather than allowing you to use the connector card. So there have been many issues that I have sent to Garrett King and about this situation. Overall, they have not been as accommodating as they should be, because now they have MedExpress as well as this new transport card, so it's a big issue with the seniors.
Thank you very much, Ms. Matthews. And when the department comes on next, we'll be talking with them about that and a couple of other things that you have mentioned. Thank you. We'll work on that immediately, because this is such a great program, and it provides seniors with the opportunity to go anywhere, do whatever they need to without worry. Or having to be in inclement weather, trying to catch, a bus or, walk to the subway. So we're very proud of this service, but we want this service to work. So we'll get right on that. Thank you so much. You are also going to be advocating for more intergenerational housing, like the grandparents program is what I'm assuming we're speaking of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You mentioned in that context the concern about building entrances and I guess the access to the buildings by just anyone, those that perhaps do not, who are not residents. So what are your findings on that issue?
Chairman Barnes, Commissioner Bobo, I went to a building last week to visit a senior, The building's supposed to be secured. Went into the front door. There was a sign-in sheet at the front desk that I did not have to sign because there was nobody there to monitor the sign-in or the entrance. Then I went to the third floor, and actually I had access to the whole building. There was no security for the site at all. And this is a common place where I've walked into many buildings, and there's no security at all. And I have seniors that are afraid to leave their dwellings because they don't feel safe walking in their own hallway. They're always in the facility that they're in. I spoke to a gentleman yesterday. He was the senior advocate, or the representative for the seniors in the building that he was in. And at the top of his list of things that he wanted me to bring was security of the building. And he's in a fairly new building, and their major issue is security. They don't feel safe in their dwellings. I have another senior who, her building, the outsiders have taken over one of the floors, and they've taken over one of the elevators. Only these people use the elevator, that specific elevator, or go to that floor.
Okay. So do we have, has there been an attempt on the part of the commission to organize maybe a representative of the senior community through the commission, where an individual is the representative in each of these buildings, particularly where we know the population of the tenants is, I would say, 70% seniors?
No, not as a commission. We have commissioners that have did things of that nature. I shouldn't say did. They do things of that nature. They work with the different building that are in the award and do outreach to those specific sites, but it's not a policy of the commission as a whole.
All right, well, I'm just thinking that we might want to have a strong discussion about how do we organize our seniors, particularly in their living arrangements, so that they are at least feeling a little more connected and therefore perhaps a little safer.
Yeah, it's strangely enough, I've had a couple of my senior buildings that have changed managements, and the prior management allowed them to organize within the buildings, and the new managements seem to be trying to discourage them from having organized meetings and allowing them space and to have organized meetings where they can work together to address issues in their buildings.
All right, well, thank you. Ms. Matthews, you and Mr. Bobo have given us a laundry list of great goals for the new financial year, and I thank you so much for that. I'm really looking forward to having a little more in-depth discussion so we can see what we can do, you know, from a legislative perspective, of course, but more importantly, to see what we can do as a city to make sure that our seniors are feeling safe and engaged and can move forward. So
One
I
other thing,
appreciate this.
Chairman Bonds, one other thing, I think the element of fear among the seniors now is top priority. Whether it's in the wellness centers or whether it's in the senior buildings or the intergenerational buildings, it's an element of fear. I know that in my area in Ward 1, we're confronted with this every day. And I also believe that the council and you have all the good intentions in the world, but some of the things that we are revisiting today has been going on for 5 and 6 years. And what I would like to see is some changes, especially when seniors are living in slum conditions in some of these senior buildings. I would like to see more safety, because we keep going around and round and round and discussing the same things, but not much is changing. My hope is that going forward, that seniors really become a priority, a true priority in this city. Because right now it's a lot of fear. It's a lot of fear amongst the seniors. They go along to get along. Some buildings, they can't even come out of their apartments for fear of what's going to happen to them. So, my thing is right now, I'm trying to work with the 4th District headquarters to implement more safety conditions for us down at the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center. And it's not just where I am, I'm talking about throughout the city. I'm talking about for where seniors reside, and trying to hold on to what they have in the city. I just want to see more changes, and I want to see when we come back and testify before you another time, that we have other issues. It shouldn't be the same issues that we've been discussing for the last 5 or 6 years. And thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Matthews. I must say that your presentation today is much more in-depth than in some previous times. And so you have identified some very specific concerns. And so when we talk about safety and slum conditions, we can do something as a city, as a community. We can do something. We can change that situation, but we do need to be specific about addresses, locations, et cetera. That is very, very important. And so I'm looking forward to doing a follow-up with you and Mr. Bobo, so that we can, put together sort of like a prescription of how we're going to move forward, so that when you come back and you talk about the budget during, let's say, the month of April, it'll be very specific, and we'll have resources, hopefully, that we can assign to making sure that we address these issues. That's my commitment to you.
You will have it.
All right. Okay. All right. So
Thank you, Chairman Bowman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. And I'll see you soon.
Okay.
Now we will have an opportunity to discuss the Department on Aging and Community Living. The department started as the DC Office on Aging, but I realized that it needed to be a full-fledged department in order to adequately provide resources and support to seniors in the district. So in 2019, we passed a bill to expand the Office on Aging into the Department on Aging and Community Living. The mission of the department consists of the following: advocating, planning, implementing, monitoring programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, promoting longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents and district residents with disabilities regarding age and their caregivers, and ensuring the rights of older adults and their families, and preventing their abuse, neglect, and exploitation, and leading efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to leverage resources. In partnership with community-based organizations across the district, the Department on Aging and Community Living often offers many free or low-cost programs to help district seniors live boldly at any age, state, or ability. The variety of programs includes community activities, events, nutrition and transportation services, healthcare, insurance counseling, Alzheimer's prevention, caregiver support resources, and adult protective services. We'll take time now to hear from the public witnesses that have signed up to talk with us today. And Amanda, would you let us know who is in the room?
Yes, we have Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. We have Ava Lucero, the Executive Director of DuPont Circle Village, and Charles Turner, testifying on behalf of Washington Senior Wellness Center and Congress Heights chapter of AARP.
All right, this is the first panel, and I believe we have 8 or 9 panels. So Ms. Cunningham Holmes, we are ready when you're ready.
Okay, I was having some problems getting promoted in, but thank you, Chairperson Bonds. Good morning. It's very good to see you again, and members of the committee. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly, an affiliate of AARP. LCE is the only legal services organization in the district that exclusively services seniors. We also house the Office of the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman, which advocates for residents in long-term care facilities or those needing long-term care support at home. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much.
For more than 40 years, we have enjoyed a productive partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living. We are very grateful for DACL's support, which facilitates our work so we may fulfill our mission of empowering, defending, and protecting vulnerable older adults. During fiscal year 2022, we were able to conduct numerous educational presentations and outreach events at senior centers, participate with DACL's Future of Aging project, and meet with staff on several advocacy issues. We are grateful to DACL for providing support to our Ombudsman program, which serves approximately 9,000 district residents who receive long-term care services in nursing homes, assisted living residences, community residence facilities, and in their own homes through the Elderly and Persons with Physical Disabilities Medicaid Waiver Program. The mission of the Ombudsman Office is to advocate on behalf of these vulnerable residents, but we must expand our staff if we are to meet the need. We need another full-time Ombudsman specialist. We investigate complaints and educate residents about their rights. Establishing a regular presence in facilities is important to developing a trust relationship with residents and a working relationship with staff. Through funding from DACL, we employ 7 Ombudsman staff who regularly visit facilities. We supplement paid staff with 25 volunteer Ombudsman specialists. Unfortunately, with more than 120 facilities to cover, establishing this presence is not possible with our current staff. Nearly half of these facilities, primarily the mental health community residence facilities, do not receive regular or even quarterly visits from Ombudsman representatives. These district residents are no less deserving of having the regular advocacy that our office desires to provide. An additional staff would help us ensure that these residents know who we are, see us in their facilities, and have access to our services. Now turning to our legal services. Last year when I testified, I raised our concern about DACL's decision to abandon the ward by ward lead agency model of case management service delivery. That decision was based on the commendable goal of ensuring equitable access to services across the district. Regrettably, we and the seniors across the district continue to feel the loss of the decentralized service delivery model that allowed clients to seek services in their own neighborhood. Potential clients were familiar with the lead agencies, which had been a part of their communities for many years. And for clients who prefer to initiate a face-to-face relationship instead of one over the phone, the lead agency model made that much easier. Case management through the lead agencies built relationships and trust between the clients and social workers, allowing seniors to more easily reach out when help was needed, and often allowing social workers to proactively identify when a need was simmering, but not yet at the crisis point. While we have had some positive experience with DACL case management services since centralized within the agency, unfortunately, they are significantly overshadowed by the considerable barriers our clients face getting the help they need. We have not seen the uniformity of opportunity and service across the district borne out as expected. There is a lack of equity and consistency from resident to resident and missed opportunities for DACL to intervene on behalf of older adults. For example, our staff have had difficulties connecting clients with social workers at the agency. In one case, an attorney called on behalf of a client twice, trying to get a social worker for the client. Both times, no one answered. So the attorney left a detailed voicemail with both her and the client's names and numbers. Neither received a callback, and discouraged by this experience, the client decided he no longer wanted to work with a social worker. These barriers and this sense that no one wants to help keep LCE clients and other older adults from even trying to access supportive services that would allow them to age with dignity in the community. Often our clients are refused services at the door. One attorney observed that it seems like DACL has a narrow list of matters that they help with. And if a client cannot articulate their need in a way that fits this list, the client is denied at intake. LCE attorneys have had to negotiate with intake representatives until they agreed to a case management referral. Our attorneys are professional advocates. A senior in crisis who contacts DACL without the assistance of a lawyer, as most of them do, is far less likely to be successful in pressing her case with a government official on the other end of the line. I renew my request from last year that DACL institute a comprehensive evidence-based assessment to determine the effectiveness of the case management model it is using and implement modifications as necessary. Such a review is critical to ensuring that we are adequately meeting the needs of the clients. Thank you, and thank you for the additional time and the opportunity to testify. I look forward to responding to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Holmes, for your testimony. And we'll move to the next couple of witnesses in this round, and then I will have a few questions for you. Thank you. And our next witness, Ms. Lucero. Okay, now we can.
Hi, good morning, Councilmember Bonds, members of the committee and staff. It's nice to see you again, Chairman Bonds. My name is Eva Lucero. I am I'm here on behalf of DuPont Circle Village, where I serve as the executive director. DuPont Circle Village is a community-based service nonprofit in partnership with the older adults in the neighborhoods of Adams Morgan, DuPont Circle, and Kalorama in wards 1 and 2. DCV supports aging in community or aging in place as a cost-effective hold on one second, I'm sorry about that, option along the continuum of care that includes assisted living facilities and nursing homes. The difference, of course, is that villages allow older adults to remain connected to their community and to age safely, independently, and comfortably in the places they call home. This is done with a broad, resourceful service network, a very small staff, and numerous volunteers who help implement our events, activities, and services. During fiscal year 2022, the following is a snapshot of the impact of the 13 DC villages, of which DuPont Circle Village is of one. Village volunteers from around the city provided services, support, and engagement for 2,333 members, including 3,804 rides to medical appointments, 12,096 friendly visits and calls, 558 in-home services, and DC Village's events reached 26,538 people, including community members who do not belong to their neighborhood village. A key element of the villages is embracing all the opportunities that are interwoven into a community. These opportunities have grown and evolved with the ongoing support from our partner, the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, DACL. The value that the villages bring to the district are immeasurable, but we do know that villages are an antidote to social isolation and the loneliness epidemic. Villages serve many older adults who don't qualify for public services, but also cannot afford any of the more expensive services. Villages allow older adults to age with dignity and independence. Villages are in the business of building community because the independence we value is really only made possible by interdependence. And villages promote cost effectiveness by using village trained and vetted volunteers as an augmentation of the city workforce. As is the case of most villages, we have found that some older adults need more extensive and intensive volunteer services to maintain or return to independence. DCV has developed a comprehensive care group program involving numerous volunteers, our case manager, and a healthcare navigator. In addition to the people involved, DCV designed a tech platform to formalize and scale up our ability to care for our aging membership. The platform allows each volunteer to easily report on daily activities, on the needs and concerns of the member, and based on other volunteer reports, on the progress of the members in care. It allows for the collection of data and easy accessibility by DCV's case manager, our healthcare navigator, and myself to address the needs of individual members when needed. It also provides an informed basis to improve our volunteer training and the quality of care that we can provide. DACL funding has been crucial for this project, and we are very grateful. That's the essence of the village. We anticipate when help may be needed, and we react quickly when asked. Evidence suggests that programs that support aging in community, like the villages, yield cost savings for families, government, and health systems. The villages help the district government save money on social services such as caregiver support, meal delivery, educational and social activities, and transportation. Funding for villages is a cost-effective investment in our growing aging population who continue to contribute their experience, leadership, and economic participation throughout our city. It is a known fact that the population of older adults in DC is substantial and growing. According to the own district, DC government's Older Adults Research Report, in 2019, the district was home to approximately 84,000 older adults, and the population could rise as much as 24% by 2030. An aging population has broad implications for the district, and it is these public-private partnerships, such as the one the villages have with DACL, have proven to be effective, successful, and necessary. It's a known fact that the population of the partnership will only grow stronger as the district ages. In closing, I would like to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for holding the hearing and commend the DC Department of Aging and Community Living for all their work on behalf of older adults. and the successful public-private partnership that DACL has with the villages, now going on almost 6 years strong. We look forward to continuing our partnership, and I congratulate the new director, Sharon Hines, on her appointment. Additionally, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser, who has always advocated for older Washingtonians by keeping them active, healthy, engaged, and safe. Thank you, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'm not sure. Is this? Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we will hear from Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner is in the room. However, he has not accepted the panelist link that we've sent. So for right now, until he is able to accept, we can move to the next panel.
Mr. Turner, if you can hear us, you must accept the transfer into the room so we can get your testimony.
There he is.
Now we will hear from Mr. Turner.
Mr. Turner is in the room. However, he has not accepted the panelist link that we've sent.
Yes, I'm here.
So for right now,
What?
Mr. Turner, if you can hear us, you must accept the transfer into the room.
Hi, Mr. Turner, could you please turn off what you're listening to in the
Okay, how
background?
do I do that?
Hear from Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Turner, would you mute your?
Accepted the panelist link that we sent.
Yes, I'm here.
For right now.
What? Hello?
Mr. Turner, you can hear us, you must accept the transfers into the
Hi,
room.
Mr. Turner, could you please turn off what you're listening to in the
Okay, how
background?
do I do that?
Hear from Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Turner, would you mute your? Mr. Turner, would you mute your computer, please? All right, now you're ready. Now, if you would, he needs to unmute his mic. If you would unmute your mic on your computer, and then we'll hear you. All right. Not yet. What does he have to do? Right. All right, Mr. Turner, you are still muted. Unmute, and then we'll hear you. Computer.
Okay, I'm muted.
Now we've got you. Now we're on. Go right ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman.
Not yet.
Can't hear me?
What does it mean? Right.
Can you hear me now?
All right, Mr. Turner, you are still muted. Unmute, and then we'll hear you.
Okay. I am.
Mr. Turner, let's do. Go right
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, you got me now? Good morning.
Mr. Not yet.
Can't hear me?
Mr. Turner, there is a technical difficulty on your end.
Can you hear me now?
All right, Mr. Turner, you are still muted. Unmute, and then we'll hear you.
I think it might be the delay.
It's nothing we can do. Okay, go. The recommendation is to go out and then come back in. Okay, there is a technical difficulty on your end.
That's when you go to the next witness and he logs back in, you can go back to him. Thank you.
Just give me a minute. Can't have 10,000 voices. That's the problem. Do we see Mr. Turner yet? Okay. When he comes back, all right, we'll just go ahead and do the next. Oh, Lord Jesus. While we wait for Mr. Turner to come back in the room, we'll move forward with panel 2. Amanda, can you tell us who is available in panel 2?
Panel 2, we have Marcy Hilt, Ralph Dumaine, both public witnesses.
All right. And so let's move on down to, let's get at least 4 for are the others not here?
They are not. We do still have the other 2 people from the first panel. And Charles has returned as well.
All right, Mr. Turner is back in the room. All right, we're ready to do Mr. Turner now.
He left again.
All right, let's move on with Ms. Hilt. Ms. Hilt, are you in the room? Can you hear me?
Okay, I've unmuted. I don't see myself though.
Yes, I don't see you either, but I certainly hear you. Okay, we're ready for your testimony.
Oh, wait a minute. I just got to start my video.
There you go. All right.
Hi. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Marcella Hilt, and I have lived in Ward 6 for more than 40 years. I've been a member of the Hayes Senior Wellness Center in Ward 6 since early 2013. I will direct my testimony directly to the Department of Aging and Community Living and one of its grantees, Howard University. DACL awarded the grant to operate the Hayes Center to Howard University around 2012. I have never been able to obtain a copy of the original grant, nor have I been able to obtain a copy of any of the subsequent grants to Howard, which have been rolled over by DACL for a decade with a minimum of oversight. I'm beginning to wonder if these documents even exist. The headline for my testimony today is this: DACL and Howard University shut down criticism of management of Ward 6 Senior Wellness Center. On February 21st, just last month, DACL worked with Howard University to dissolve a 9-member advisory committee of seniors who were advocating for improved management, more services, and better oversight and accountability of the Hayes Center. Greg Maripol, director of the center, who is an employee of Howard, engineered and led a campaign to spread lies and disinformation about the committee's advocacy. Maripol used several senior aides who worked for him, as well as his staff, to help run his campaign to discredit and lie about the committee's advocacy. This campaign made the atmosphere at the center toxic. Perhaps the most egregious lies were claiming that the center would be closed because of the committee's advocacy, that the committee wanted to take over running the center, and the committee wanted to fire Maripol and his staff. None of these were true. Rather than shutting down Maripol's campaign, DACL's Chief of Staff, Garrett King, called for an all-member meeting about the committee to proceed without diffusing the toxic atmosphere that pitted senior against senior. The meeting did not include all members, and there wasn't a quorum present. Maripol's senior aides were disruptive, harassed committee members, and fired the crowd up with misinformation. It was a mob rules type situation. DACL did nothing to calm the atmosphere or shut down the meeting. DACL did not tell those at the meeting that Maripol was under 2 separate investigations about his unprofessionalism and poor management. The Hayes Center is at war with good management, oversight, and accountability. We have no confidence either DACL or Howard will hold Maripol and his staff accountable. It's the DC Council's job to make policy decisions about how to spend our tax dollars. I'm testifying today in the hopes that someone on the DC City Council will care enough about the welfare of the seniors at the Hayes Center to thoroughly investigate what is going on, as well as making the results of the 2 investigations of Mirapol public. The seniors of Ward 6 need assurance that someone is going to provide oversight of both DACL, Howard University, and most of all, the unprofessional and abusive management style of the director and his staff. Since I only have 3 minutes to testify, I can only present these highlights. I have submitted longer detailed versions along with other documents. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe are we going to move on to Mr. Durman? Okay. Mr. Durman, if you are in the room, we'll have your testimony now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. I'll begin. My name is Ralph Dumaine. I'm a resident of Ward 6, a member of the Hayes Senior Wellness Center, and I was a member of the now defunct Hayes Senior Wellness Center Advisory Committee. I have submitted a more detailed written document with relevant attachments. My abbreviated oral testimony is as follows. Just prior to the pandemic shutdown, on February 25th, 2020, I testified in person to the committee and submitted a 35-page document consisting of detailed complaints against DACL and 2 of its contractors, Howard University, which manages the Hayes Senior Wellness Center, and its then subcontractor, the YMCA. Today, I am submitting a different complaint against DACL and Howard University, focusing on their collusion in shutting down attempts at enhancing oversight and accountability. Accountability and oversight were lacking under former director Laura Newland's leadership, and then under the watch of interim director Jessica Smith. The contract for the administration of Hayes has been held by Howard University for over a decade now, without being subject to open competitive bidding. The current Hayes director, Gregory Mirapol, is currently under investigation by both DACL and Howard as the result of a complaint concerning alleged unprofessional and abusive behavior. Moreover, Mirapol embarked on a disinformation campaign to isolate our advisory committee, enlisting, among others, senior aides in the pay of Howard University to sabotage us. At a crucial moment, DACL Chief of Staff Garrett King, a holdover from Newland's tenure, assumed DACL's role in adjudicating a conflict with Mirapol. King and Mirapol refused to disavow or halt the senior contingent of this campaign that Mirapol had fostered, and thus allowed it to disrupt and sabotage a scheduled general membership meeting of February 21st, the outcome of which was the abolition of our committee. The aim of this effort is clear: to silence criticism and disable transparency, accountability, and oversight. DACL must clean house. First, DACL Chief of Staff Garrett King must be removed from his position. Overall, DACL shows no inclination to reform itself or provide relevant documents. Therefore, I urge the council to delay approving the appointment of Acting Director Sharon Hines until it has undertaken an investigation of the policies and practices of DACL. Given DACL's arbitrary administration of its contractors, lack of transparency, and its evasion of public scrutiny, I urge the City Council to mandate 1, full public disclosure of the contractual and grant documents pertaining to Howard University, as well as relevant DACL documents outlining its policies for contractors, budgeting, advisory committees, codes of conduct, and rules for disciplinary action. 2, periodic rebidding of contracts for senior centers, especially the Hayes contract starting with fiscal year 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And is Mr. Turner back? All right, so we'll just have a few questions from, I think we have actually 2 panels, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Yes, Mr. Dumaine and Ms. Hilt, let me talk with you for a minute. Thank you very much for giving us an update on where we are with this situation. As you recall, when we met in, I guess, the summer of 2022, it was my understanding that we were going to move forward. And I see now that moving forward for the agency perhaps has meant that there would be dissolving of the current advisory team and perhaps putting a new one in place. But what I would like to do is have the opportunity to query the acting director, who will be on very shortly, about these issues and see where we are on these matters. I think you have a real concern about the policies for contractors, and we want to make sure that we all understand that, because it affects your a location, the Hayes Center programming, as well as it could affect other wellness centers. And then the budgeting approach, and then how the advisory committee is formed, and what are the rules of engagement from that body. So let us put a pin in your testimony and Ms. Hill's testimony until we hear from the agency, and we'll go from there. But thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Lucera, thank you very much for your testimony. I was, as you were talking, I was wondering if we are at a point where we need more villages. And I say that because when I read the outcomes of the activities that you've accomplished over the last year, it is very clear that you're reaching a lot of our senior or residents in the city. And just wanted to ask your thoughts about the growth and development of your DuPont Circle organization. Are you beginning to feel that you need to subdivide, or are you feeling that you have the resources that you can take care of the seniors in that geographical area?
That's a great question. Actually, there is one neighborhood, Logan Circle, who has actively asked us to kind of go into their area because they are lacking a village. But more importantly, there are pockets throughout the district that actually need villages. There's nothing like in Petworth, Columbia Heights, in the downtown area, the Chinatown area. The 13 villages that are currently mobilized and collaborate regularly would be more than happy to assist in getting some of these villages started. It does take the community to get involved. And the people I've met with that wanted one in Petworth, there was some talk about it, but then nothing ever happened. So yes, there's a need for the villages. As you can see, we do a lot of work within our own neighborhoods and communities, and the more we can actually spread across the district would be so much more helpful, and it would just augment all the services that DACL and the DC Commission on Aging provide our older adults as well.
All right. At one time, one of your greatest resources was volunteers in the community. Are you still enjoying that, or are you finding it's fewer volunteers than when you began the journey a few years ago?
Oh no, it's the essence of the village is based on volunteer activity. DuPont Circle itself has about 90 volunteers, and we regularly recruit, and they do a plethora of things. They, whether it be transportation, tech help, in-home stuff like, moving furniture for people, things like that. But yes, we're still very much based on a volunteer model, all the villages.
So are any of or can you give me a sense of how many of your residents are under medical care? I know that you indicated 3,804 rides to medical appointments. I would imagine some of those are, that number is not the number of those that need the service, but just the number of rides. Am I correct?
Well, we have a relationship with Capitol Hill Village has a grant, and it's with the Lyft service. And so it's only for medical appointments. And so all the villages that have MOUs with this particular village have access to this Lyft concierge service, where we do provide a medical ride if they have any kind of medical need. DuPont Circle Village, most of the members that go to for medical appointments are for, a lot of them are routine checkups. A lot of them are for PT, where they would not be able to get out unless somebody assisted them, and we'll provide a volunteer to go along with them. But yeah, those are mostly medical appointments. We don't really use the transportation for much else.
All right. And so of your residents within your geographic area, what is the number of those that use the service? Not the number of rides, but is this representative of 300, or is it this number representative of 1,000 as an example?
Our village is, that's a good question, because that particular number is for the 13 DC villages. DuPont Circle Village, where it's located, we are so accessible to both metro and bus services that transportation is not our number one need. And so the further you get out, the more that some of those villages use the transportation more. So for DuPont, we only do about probably 20 rides a month for our members.
Okay.
And actually, we are able to provide those rides through our volunteers. We do not have to use the Lyft service as much as, I mean, it's always available, but we're able to provide the rides with our volunteers. It's always a last resort.
Okay, so the figures that you presented in your testimony, they're really designed to inform us about the village's effort, period. So when I read that your events reached 26,000 individuals, we're talking the villages collectively?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I will forward you our impact report. We, as the 13 villages, we actually meet monthly, and we do compile our data. Each village contributes to that. So yes, this is for the 13 villages that represent all of the wards in DC.
All right, that's a very important number, because the data most recent data that we have about DACL's reach indicates in the neighborhood of 39,000. And so you see 39,000, 26. And for a moment there, I was under the impression that the number you're presenting to us today might be the number that DuPont Circle Village reaches. And I was thinking, our wards are about 70,000 residents. And I was thinking, my goodness, you're doing a third of your population in a respective ward area. Just trying to get a handle on.
No, it's definitely representative of all with the village activities from all 13 villages.
All right. Excellent.
And you could actually see DACL funds a lot of our activities as well. And that's why this public-private partnership is so crucial.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So is there a particular need that you want to talk about?
Well, we just want to stress that, the value of the villages is key. And as the district gets older, there's going to be a more need. And like you just mentioned about the expansion, I know that we've had personal talks of the villages with you about starting these other villages. And so, of course, any additional funding in the future is going to be necessary if these villages are in every neighborhood, as we would love to see.
All right. And I'd like to have an opportunity to come and talk with the villages so we can see where we may need to go. Maybe in the next couple of weeks before we get to budget.
Okay,
Which
I
is
would
in
love that.
April.
I will send Amanda a note.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Holmes, I see, I don't have your testimony yet. I'm sure we're going to get it.
Indeed.
Okay, but I am, I'm understanding that you have the need for additional staff. And especially if you're attempting your long-term care activities are designed so that you do quarterly visits. That's your goal. And we would like for you to visit all of the facilities as much as possible. And I think quarterly is not too bold of a goal, given the community that you are looking after. So thank you very much for that. Can I get something, a little analysis that would help us understand how you are approaching this outreach and what your real need is? That would be very helpful.
Absolutely. I will make sure that we include that as part of our as part of our written testimony that is submitted. Because we do indeed, another ombudsman specialist would allow us to visit these other facilities at least quarterly. We obviously go to all of the facilities when there is a complaint, but we want to go there more than just for complaints. We want to make sure that we're visiting so that the residents know that they can call upon us if they have a question, if they have a need, and if they have a complaint. So we will definitely provide that to you.
All right, and thank you for that. I hear you in when you're saying you liked the lead agency model and it worked well.
Right.
And I can understand that when you just heard my comments with the villages program. And we all know that the smaller the universe, the more likely you're going to get more attention. So that was where I was headed with the villages, and we'll head there with you as well. The goal of bringing the process of services to community, bringing it into the central office was a good goal.
Right.
And you're helping us to understand how it is or is not working effectively. And so I'd like to explore more of that with you, and certainly will ask the acting director of the agency when she comes on as to what are her thoughts. You know, she's brand new, basically just a week or so, but has been a part of the government long-term. So should have some, indications for us that will hopefully explain what's going on and how it is working effectively. The goal was to make this switch for effectiveness. And it was my understanding that the lead agencies are still in business, but their role has changed, and their role now is to recruit and to do the referral. But you're indicating that when the referrals are made, it's like it stops. The whole process is at a standstill. So we want to understand from the agency what is needed to get this moving forward.
Indeed. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I have made a request to Acting Director Hines's office to allow me to come and meet with her so that I can talk about some of the issues that we have observed. That was actually made to Ms. Smith, but after Ms. Hines was appointed as the acting director, that was passed on to, so I understand that Garrett King is going to be setting up a meeting so that I can have that conversation with her and discuss how things are going and what we'd like to see. And that is a major, major problem that we're observing.
Okay. I appreciate hearing that, and you'll also better inform me, please.
Indeed.
As to the outcome of that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. My pleasure.
So thank you, witnesses. Now we'll move to panel 3. Am I correct? Thank you very much for your testimony this morning.
So from panel 3, we have June Bang, the CEO of Iona Senior Services. And then from panel 4, we have Eugene Sofer, President of Northwest Neighbors Village, Aisha Bailey, the Deputy Director of East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, and Leonard Bechtel, who is testifying on behalf of Waterfront Village. I will promote them now.
All right. Well, good morning, Mr. Bang. I see you, and you can begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I am June Bang, CEO of Iona Senior Services. In fiscal year 22, with support from the City Council and Department of Aging and Community Living, Iona launched a new citywide initiative with a dual purpose: to address the income insecurity and isolation experienced by many of our district's older adults through our in-home peer support program. We published our newest edition of the resource guide, made available in English and Spanish, to address language barriers for limited English proficient older adults and families in the region. On March 15th, because of your support, we are looking forward to providing direct services, community dining, and socialization programs for over 140 residents of the Regency House, Ward 3's only public housing for older adults, many of whom are homebound and experience multiple barriers toward receiving important resources. Iona's Washington Home Center, the only adult day health program providing medical and social services for our older adults and family caregivers in Ward 7 and 8 combined, saw a 100% increase in enrollments last year. The majority of our older adults who attend are people experiencing different stages and types of dementias. And today, an estimated 14,000 individuals are living with Alzheimer's disease and related dementias in the city. That's 17% of our aging population, and their needs are largely invisible in society. There are only 2 community-based direct social service interventions in all of the city combined, apart from our adult day health programming to support this most vulnerable community. These 2 programs are Iona's Dementia Navigator and Money Management. And council member, you'll recall, I testified last year during the City Council's budget hearing to advocate for continued funding as these 2 critical programs were facing the threat of cuts from the city. I'm testifying today because I've learned at the beginning of the fiscal year that the city would not be supporting these programs in fiscal year 24. It is critical for the city to invest in an infrastructure to meet the needs of individuals and families impacted by Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. The reality is that the supports required by older individuals and the families impacted by Alzheimer's and other dementias in the district are not being developed at the pace of the increasing and complex needs of our aging population, particularly in communities of color and those who lack resources. Our most vulnerable older adults and their families need you to act and respond because time is not on our side. Over the next 7 years, 10,000 baby boomers will turn 65 every day. Data shows us that 1 in 10 older adults over the age of 65, and nearly half of those over 85 in DC, have a form of Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. And it's expected to triple over the next 30 years. The Economist describes the rising prevalence of dementia as a global emergency, and the Alzheimer's Association has identified it as an emerging public health crisis, calling it the silent epidemic. We need the city to continue to fund Iona's dementia navigators and money management programs, the only two in the city that provide ongoing care management for individuals with dementia and other cognitive impairments, dementia-specific care plans, psychoeducation about memory loss and caring for someone with memory loss, care coordination with other professionals, and planning for changes in functional abilities of people impacted. Often the first signs of cognitive decline show up when an older adult has difficulty managing their finances. Iona's money management program, perhaps the only intervention of its kind in the city, provides our first safety net to help people navigate financial responsibilities and protect older adults from falling prey to exploitation and homelessness. A recent article by Axios highlighted that the people experiencing homelessness are aging, and nearly 40% of DC's homeless population is over the age of 65. Iona's money management program is not only a safety net, but an important homeless prevention program to keep vulnerable older adults housed. While there may be increasing challenges affecting our older adults, there are also important opportunities to meet those challenges with solutions today. So I respectfully urge you to support and invest in Iona's programs that allow us to partner with our most vulnerable neighbors to maintain their ability to age in place. I thank you for your leadership in the city and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bang. Thank you. And thank you for your, wonderful program there in Ward 3. Just have a few quick questions for you, sir. And then we can move on. Just want to make sure I have this correct. In your testimony, are you saying that the money management program is the program you're most concerned with?
Well, we're concerned about all of our programs, but I think the money management program, as well as Dementia Navigators, are programs that focus on the needs of older adults and families in need of specific dementia-related care. These are programs we do care about. And council member, we're not just located in Ward 3. We operate out of Ward 8 through our Adult Day Health Center, and our Dementia Navigator money management programs are citywide.
All right. Thank you very much for that. And now we can go on to, and I'll come back with more questions. Mr. Sulfur.
Good morning.
All right. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Gene Sofer, the volunteer president of Northwest Neighbors Village, and I'm pleased to be able to testify this morning about the village movement in general and NNV in particular. I'd like to thank you, Chair Bonds, for your leadership in providing support to seniors and the Bowser administration for its support of the village movement. I particularly want to thank you for your support of the grant to DACL, which has strengthened the village movement in the district and supported the growth of DC villages. These dollars are critically important to us, and we urge you to continue that support. The village movement is an innovative grassroots movement that coordinates critical services for older adults. It is intended to supplement, not replace, formal services to seniors. And as such, villages are an important and recognized part of DC's services infrastructure for older adults. For example, we played a key role in helping the district quickly and efficiently mobilize vaccinations to seniors during COVID. At NNV, we have a professional staff that manages the village on a day-to-day basis, and it helps to recruit and train volunteers who provide services to our members and develop and plan the programs that engage our members. In 2022, we put on 335 programs ranging from book groups to virtual speakers to yoga. We provided more than 2,640 direct volunteer services. We offer our members transportation to medical appointments, to shopping, to social events, to religious services, and other events. All our services are provided by trusted neighbors, volunteers who have been vetted and trained, and our volunteers provided more than 5,000 hours of service per year. In April 2022, independent sector valued an hour of volunteer service in the District of Columbia at $50.48. Thus, our volunteers contributed more than $250,000 in services to their community. In addition, we broadened the district's reach to help seniors who may not otherwise accept formal services. In fact, more than 600 seniors who are not members of NNV took advantage of our services. As has been said before, including by you, the population of adults in DC over 65 is substantial and growing. As it has been noted that an aging population has broad implications for the district policymakers, healthcare providers, businesses, and families. By helping seniors to age in community, we are a win-win movement. We help seniors to live independently for longer, which has an impact on their quality of life and on medical and nursing home costs, while we improve the well-being of our volunteers. Research shows that people who volunteer improve their cognitive health scores, and if they don't volunteer, those scores decline more quickly. In addition, NNV helps to combat the effects of social isolation, the costs of which are well documented and are in my written testimony. The need for villages has never been greater. Older Americans are facing higher costs for assisted living healthcare, social isolation, and everyday necessities. They are the targets of scammers who play on their vulnerabilities. We provide cost-efficient services to help older Americans age in community and to combat the rising costs associated with an aging population. The NNV budget for fiscal year 2022 was about $360,000. Our income is comprised of membership dues. Full members get all our services, supporting members, donors, grants from DACL, and foundations. And like you, we grapple with trying to anticipate the needs of our members and being fiscally responsible. We're very sensitive also to increase the racial and ethnic diversity of those we serve, our volunteers that we recruit, and our board of directors. And we contracted with consultants to accomplish these goals. We've already taken steps to increase our socioeconomic diversity, and we've raised funds from the community to provide $19,200 in subsidies to cover the cost of membership for those earning $45,000 or less. I joined the board of NNV because I believe in the power of neighbor helping neighbor to age with dignity. And I continue to be impressed by the work our staff and volunteers do every day. Finally, Chair Bonds, I'd like to invite you and members of the committee to visit us when your schedule permits, so that you can see firsthand what your support means to us and what it accomplishes. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on behalf of DC Villages and NNV.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we now have Ms. Bailey.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Bailey, you're on.
Good morning, Council Member Anita Bonds, Chairperson, and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Aisha Bailey, and I serve as the Deputy Director of the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub. It is an honor to share my experience and perspective of services provided to seniors residing in this region. I would like to thank Acting Director Sharon Hines of the Department of Aging and Community Living and her team for providing funding and continued support that allows our agency to provide services through the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub to decrease senior isolation and hunger in Ward 7 and Ward 8. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is the grantee for the Ward 7 and Ward 8 lead agencies, merging both into the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub. We are also the grantee for 2 senior wellness centers in both wards, the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center in Ward 8, in partnership with Far Southeast Strengthening Collaborative, and the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7. Funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living has helped us to redevelop and remodel the traditional community dining sites into a more therapeutic environment for seniors, renamed the Friendship Cafes, to include new decorations, which includes floor plants, landscape pictures, aromatherapy, large screen televisions, new table decorations, tablets for technology training for seniors, and our new virtual reality headsets. We currently manage 10 friendship cafes to include the new Arthur Capper Recreation Center in Ward 8. Funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living has helped us to develop the Partnership and Community Engagement Division, providing flash tables and community pop-ups, outreach events, and produce delivery to reach seniors in various neighborhoods. At community pop-ups, we set up events such as bingo parties, health promotion, nutrition education, trips, sip and paint events to engage seniors and make referrals to much needed services and provide information about community resources and our available services for seniors. Some locations in Ward 7 and Ward 8, we have held pop-ups, include the Woody Ward Recreation Center, Robert Walker House, Douglas Knowles Apartment, Wheeler Creek Apartments, Overlook Apartments, and Matthew Memorial Terrace. We are continuing to partner with more senior buildings, local churches, and neighborhoods to bring pop-up events to their location. Through the funding of the Department of Aging and Community Living, we also created the Senior Connections Division, which includes the development of virtual and in-person support groups to isolate and homebound seniors, continued reassurance calls to seniors, our heavy house cleaning program, information and referral, and the new care coordination team. The in-person support group held in the community at various senior buildings are led by a licensed mental health professional, and we've introduced robotic pet therapy, which includes like a dog or a cat for seniors. The care coordination team continues to partner with the Department of Aging and Community Living social work team to provide short-term services to seniors, not considered case management, but on a temporary basis to include utility assistance, medical and food stamp applications, prescription delivery, and assisting with medical appointments. As a grantee for the Department of Aging and Community Living, the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub continues to develop partnerships and collaborations to bring more resources to seniors residing in Ward 7 and Ward 8. Our goals for FY23 will continue to identify seniors that would benefit from interventions that would increase their opportunities for socialization and reduce hunger, build public awareness of the East of the River Regional Socialization Hub, to provide a variety of nutrition food options available to seniors in the community in which they live, to decrease isolation in seniors by increasing opportunities to socialize with others in the neighborhoods, to provide services and options to homebound seniors, including in-home medical support to improve their quality of life, to continue operations of the citywide Deaf and Hard of Hearing program for seniors, which provides opportunity to engage, enhance communication, American Sign Language education, and utilize specialized equipment. We are grateful to all of our community partners who partner with us and assist in providing resources in both Ward 7 and Ward 8. We are thankful for Ms. May Best, Executive Director of East River Family Strengthening Collaborative, for her leadership and guidance on the merging of services for both Ward 7 and Ward 8 senior services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think we have, well, two more on this panel, correct? Mr. Bechtel, you're next. Is he in the room?
Yes.
All right, you're on now when you're ready. All right, there you go.
All right. Thank you. I want to thank Councilmember Bonds and the committee for the opportunity to address issues facing older adults in the district. I am pleased to be here today representing Waterfront Village and 12 other villages in the district and discuss our partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living. On a personal note, I'm about 12 weeks away from joining the Club of DC residents age 60 and better. On the threshold of this milestone birthday, I can see challenging times ahead. You know, as we age, we become less mobile, more isolated as family and friends move or pass away, more susceptible to disease, cancer, arthritis, gum disease, bacterial infections, decreasing bone density. We have trouble either accessing or preparing meals. Technology is more frustrating than helpful. We are losing our hair, our sight, and our hearing. It is dangerous for us to drive a car and impossible for us to climb up the stairs. If we want it, we can envision a pretty bleak existence. However, as Executive Director of Waterfront Village, I have witnessed the difference that a village staff and a group of neighbors can have on the lives of older adults. Having people around you who care about you, who provide needed assistance, and who want to help you engage can make aging much easier and a lot more enjoyable. Dare I say it, fun. In 2022, DC Villages coordinated the work of 613 volunteers across the city who are actually involved in helping seniors. The partnership that the 13 DC Villages has developed with the DACL has been very important to the lives of older adults across the city. With DACL partner, Beacon District, one of the best to age places anywhere to age at home. The grant provided to the DC Villages is a critical source of income for the villages, especially some of our smaller or just starting villages. At Waterfront Village, where I serve, the grant represented 22% of our total revenue in 2022. Without it, we likely would have to reduce our staff in half, from 2 employees to 1. Yes, we are on a shoestring budget, but we are also having disproportionate impacts on the older adults that we serve. Let me tell you about some of our activities. Later today, DACL Director will likely identify some of the key challenges facing older adults in the district. These may include social isolation, transportation, food insecurity, access technology, and fall prevention. The DC Villages are contributing to DACL's progress in all of these areas and have the potential to make even a greater impact with continued support. Social isolation is literally a silent killer. It contributes to a host of medical conditions and impacts many adults across the city. It's one of the strengths, though, of the district village program is engagement. We already talked about some of the programs in some of the other villages, but in total, DC Villages conducted just under 4,000 activities for our neighborhoods. Food insecurity, the COVID pandemic opened up avenues for the villages to become involved in shopping for groceries, and all of the villages deliver groceries and prescriptions to members that are in particular need. In 2022, the villages made 1,900 deliveries to our members, including groceries as well as COVID test kits. Access to technology. Getting technology in the hands of older adults is just the first challenge. Helping them use it is perhaps the greater challenge. All of the DC Villages provide technology to support to our members. In 2022, DC Villages made 438 home assistance visits to help with technology. Transportation. One of the things that the village is doing well is magnifying DACL's messaging to older adults. I mentioned this under transportation because the district has many programs for transportation. They're very good programs, but too few people know about them. The villages are getting the word out. Fall prevention and home security. Our programs, it's one of our high priorities to help people prevent falls in their homes. It leads to many problems. In fact, one adult every 19 minutes is affected by a fall, and we're trying to help people prevent that. We do things like holding seminars to help people exercise to prevent falls in the future. In closing, I would encourage the district to continue to partner with the DC Villages to strengthen our services to current members and allow us to reach additional residences across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I think we now have Mr. Turner, who's going to navigate his system and be on and talk with us. Mr. Turner.
To strengthen our services to current members and allow us to reach additional residences across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Turner, you are on, and it looks like you have command of your system. Be on and talk with us.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me now?
Mr. Turner, are you watching the hearing in the background on another device?
Hello?
Mr. Turner, you are on, and it looks like you have command of your system.
Mr. Turner, can you hear us?
Mr. Turner, we cannot hear you. You have to unmute your system. Can you unmute your system?
Hello?
Oh, wonderful. We hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson Barnes. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Washington Senior Wellness Center, from which I am testifying from, and the Congress Heights chapter of the AARP. For the last 2 or 3 testimonies over the last 5 years, my testimony has covered areas like transportation, which we've at the Senior Center have found is insufficient. Point being, I am a participant in the DC, Connect the Card program and the DC Transport program. As you know, the Connect the Card program, they put $100 a month on your card. And with the Transport DC, you're allowed 5 round trip transportation. I live about 2 miles from the Wellness Center. According to the provisions of the 2 programs, I can come to the Wellness Center about 10 times a month. And this, if I don't take trips to doctors for medical appointments or the pharmacy to pick up prescriptions or to the store to buy groceries. I also have testified in the past about our nutrition program, which is not exactly healthy, nutritious, or appetizing. It's institutional food. I believe it's institutional food because in the peas you can still find sticks or stems, unless that's the nutritionist way of giving us fiber. But I'm not talking about those 2 things today. I believe all of these issues stem from the problems the situation that our seniors don't have the self-determination or self-actualization. We want what everybody in DC wants. We want to have the way it's elected officials, as residents, everyone in DC wants to have self-determination. We're always at Congress for self-determination, but we seniors don't have that. You look around at DACL, if you look at AARP, the state or the national office, if you look at ER, our lead agencies, you see a lack, if any, of any seniors in the decision-making positions. We found that, it's huge. The general assessment for us seniors is that everybody knows what's best for us, but us. We're being constantly patronized, with everyone deciding what we need, what's best for us, and how we should move in this world, and how we should interact with our environment. Yes, age has placed some limitations on us, but not all of us, not even majority of us. Individually and collectively, we have more knowledge, skills, experience, talents, aptitude, practice than the majority of the people who makes decisions for us. We can still have the ability to analyze, to pay attention to detail, to calculate, to be compassionate, to think, to develop concepts, to do critical thinking, to write, to have emotional intelligence, to facilitate. We can forecast, we can design, we can manage, we can remember things, we have flexibility, we have organizational ability, we can persuade, we can plan, we can research, we are self-directed, we reason, we can strategize, we can troubleshoot, and we can use technology. And we have been doing it for a lot longer than the people who makes decisions for us. The Wellness Center has been mandated to have advisory committees. About 15 or 20 years ago, our membership decided that advising was not enough or effective. So we changed our names to the Washington Center Members Assembly, and we moved to have a seat at the table and found the need to make decisions for ourselves, about ourselves and what's best for ourselves. It's been an uphill struggle. Everyone still believes they know what's best for us than we do. Ms. Bassett, ER at East River, after some encouragement for having some self-determination, gave us the ability to be a part of the interview process when it came to staff and director. Then with, I would call a backhand slap, she said we could appoint 2 people to the interview process, but then we could only pick one of them. They picked the other. The last interview session, we only had 1 representative on that session. We understand that resources and activities are limited, but East River's decisions often operate on what's best for East River. Sometimes what's best for East River is not what's best for the members of Washington Senior Wellness Center. We always seem to lose out to their perceived priorities and concerns. We have a solution. Along with the money given in the budget to mandate to the Wellness Center, we ask that the council mandate that we have self-determination, self-actualization to the senior members of the Wellness Center. Allow us to have what all the other people in DC wants, self-determination, self-actualization. We are worthy. Why not give us the best? Why not give us just what best you can get for the least money? The mandate for Department of Aging promotes choice, but we have no choice. We just ask that we, in the words of the Washington Senior Wellness Center motto, please let us be all that we can be and do all that we can do. That's all that we're asking for. And this can be occurred by letting us have decision-making power over what happens in our center and to us. Someday I envision the seniors running the centers. There's no reason why all the skills, abilities, and experience that we have that we can't run the centers on our own. So I'd like you to take that into consideration when you're putting together the budget for the Department of Aging and Community Living. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turner. And I will start with you, just to thank you again for your solution. As you indicated, the wellness centers should have an advisory group, and you say you've changed the name to the Congress Heights group to the Assembly. Is it the Congress Heights Assembly?
No, the Washington Senior Wellness Center Assembly.
Okay.
Assembly.
All right. Just want to make sure. And did you put together a list of procedures that you're going to follow, like bylaws or anything like that?
Yes, we have bylaws, which we're in the process of updating. We also are elected, but we have executive board that are elected from the membership of the center, and we serve for 2 years.
All right, excellent. And let me ask you, in your with your understanding, are you in compliance with what the advisory group is mandated to do?
That's limited by the fact that we have a dearth of information. We only seem to get information after the fact or just before the fact. Point being, another example of this, at the end of the last budget session, with my previous experience, I know that sometimes near the end of the budget session, there's some money left over. So this time, 3 or 4 weeks before the budget session, the budget ended in September, I went to our director and asked him, was there going to be any money left over? He said he didn't know, he'll check. I waited a week and went back to him again. He said he didn't know, there was some money left over, but he didn't know how much, and he would check. I never heard again how much money we had, but we gave him suggestions. He had the suggestions that we paint murals. Our suggestion, or the membership suggestion, was that we put an intercom system in here. Intercom system for safety and emergency. If there's a problem or emergency, then no one has to run around the building to get, like when we had the earthquake some years ago, someone had to run around the building to tell people to evacuate. If we had an intercom system, that wouldn't be necessary. We also asked for emergency buttons throughout the building. We had one of our members fall out and was laying on the floor in the bathroom for a long period of time. Eventually he passed. We don't know if there was an emergency button near him. He could have called for help. So we've asked him for things that were really needed for health and safety, but we don't get the information, or if we get the information, it's late. And then when we make the request on what our suggestions are, they're given short shift.
All right, we'll be talking with the agency acting director soon, and we'll ask about that. I hear what you're saying about emergency buttons, and I guess I was trying to imagine how that button would work. Are you speaking of each room having a system in place where you can communicate with the, let's say, I guess the front desk? Or what are you thinking? Are you thinking about the little gadgets that you wear once you walk in, and give each person one, and as you maybe sign in, the corresponding gadget has the same number as where your name is, so they'll know that it's your number 23 and that 23 is having problems or trying to reach us? And then if that's the case, where will you be? You have so many programs. So how will they find you? What I envision is that we have two different systems I'm speaking about. One is an intercom system that can be done by way of a telephone system or by a box on the wall, which is a two-way communication system. You press a button and they can hear you at a central location, or if they press the button at the central location, they can hear you all over the building. The second system is an emergency button, which is placed in strategic places throughout the building, maybe one in each room, where you push the button and then a light goes on at the security desk or at the director's office or some centralized location. They will let them know that there's emergency at a specific location in the building. All right, I got it now. Thank you so much for that. I want to make sure. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you. Mr. Sulfur, I wanted to ask a little bit about the use of the connector card. Are your members using the connector card to move around, or are there other kinds of transportation systems that you prefer?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, all right.
I will provide it for the record.
All right, okay. Do your members participate in conjugate meal sites?
My inclination is to say probably not.
All right. Do your members take advantage of home delivered meals?
Yes, we will deliver meals to people's homes.
When you say we, are these?
I mean, our volunteers.
Your volunteers. And correct. Are there meals that come through the DACL, the Department on Aging and Community Living, or are they prepared within the community or somewhere else?
My instinct is to say they're prepared within the community.
I see. I would be very interested in learning more about that. If we can talk, later about, your meals delivery program.
Absolutely.
So we can set up some time to do that. Mr. Bang, getting back with you and the concern about the Alzheimer's program, particularly helping with the money management part of the program. When you say you want to make sure that there is support from the government, are you thinking continuing existing support, or is there a need for expansion, more dollars for the support?
I think it begins with continued support, but of course, with the goal of expansion of the program. We have two on staff who are clinicians, social workers who are licensed, who carry a caseload together of 75. And that's direct interventions where it requires time and relationship building as well as careful planning. And so with expansion and support and investment from the city, we feel like we can increase our reach to more older adults in the city who might benefit from the support that we provide for our money management and dementia navigator programs.
Could you inform the public that may be listening as to what the money management program entails? What are the parts of it and how does it work to benefit our seniors?
Absolutely. So there are 3 levels of assistance that the money management program provides. But as I shared earlier, the first sign of cognitive impairment or decline is when an individual has challenges with managing their finances. And so our social workers will work with individuals within the community to not only educate them about the options and opportunities for support, but our social workers will work depending on the level of acuity needed for the dementia care. They'll work with the individual to manage their bills, make sure that their utilities are paid. And in the instance that the older adult is in need of additional support, we provide rep payee services. What that does is we partner with the older adult who has advanced dementia to ensure that even their Social Security income is allocated in a way and is protected from fraud and exploitation, so that financially that they're cared for. And the benefit of this program is that we're also audited by the Social Security Administration. So there's a level of transparency and accountability that we hold our standard. So we hold ourselves to a higher standard, and so that our participants in the program have an additional line of support.
So does this work, must this work be done by licensed social workers?
I believe so, yes. I think that's why our social workers are licensed. This is not something that can be supported by volunteers or even someone like me. It needs to come from people who've been trained, who have a clinical background, who know and have the experience to help the older adult navigate through difficult circumstances. And that's the value of the type of care management that comes with supporting older adults who might have cognitive impairments.
All right, I just wanted to make sure I was aware of that. Do you, you mentioned that you work with, there's a caseload of 75. Of the 75, how many have been diagnosed as having, let's say, Alzheimer's?
So Alzheimer's disease is a type of dementia. And so the majority, over 90% of our cases involve older adults with a form of dementia. And so I can't give you the number of how many individuals have been diagnosed clinically as having Alzheimer's disease, but over 90% of the individuals in our caseload have a form of dementia.
All right, yes, I got that from your testimony. Just wondered if you had some indication. When I met with the Alzheimer's Association and the program that at that time was located at Sibley Hospital, one of the points they made is that usually the Alzheimer's condition really is synonymous with persons that are younger than 85 years of age. And I wondered, so that's why I was asking about that number to see if there was any sense of where we are. And I actually had the number from 2 years ago that indicated how many were in the, I think it's called the money management program that you were operating. So it's just, this was in other words, just to compare my numbers to where we are today. So thank you though for that response.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Bechtel, thank you very much for your testimony. Yes, in a few days you will be, you'll be joining my team, which is folk like me and many more across DC. And so welcome to, this is your pre-welcome. And thank you very much for the work that you are doing with the village. What is the membership of the Waterfront Village today?
Waterfront Village, we have 196 members at this point in time.
Ah, very good. Let's see now. Of your membership, do you provide? I'll ask it this way: your membership, is it anyone who is 60 and older can join, or as far as membership, is there a fee, and is the fee the same for those that maybe have indicate they have an ability to pay and those that maybe do not?
Yes. We have two types of memberships. One is a social membership, which gets the member our newsletter, invitations to all of our activities and events. And then we have a full membership, which provides the types of services that we provide, like the rides to medical appointments, the technology assistance, the check-in calls. And the prices are different for the two types of memberships. It's $300 for our social membership and double that for our full membership. However, we do recognize that that amount of money could be an obstacle to people joining. So we have subsidized memberships for anybody for whom that would be a challenge.
All right. When you say you have subsidized, this is private donations that you receive and grants?
Yes, we leverage both the DACL grant and a grant that we get from an organization called Friends of Southwest.
All right, excellent. And my motivation for asking that, since you're one of the newer villages, is that a few years ago, I made sure that the villages had a grant to subsidize their perhaps lower income residents so that they could be a part of the village concept. So thank you for letting me know it still is in force and that things are still happening for all of our seniors as we age. Thank you very much.
And it's greatly appreciated, and from the perspective also of helping to make the villages more representative of our neighborhood. And for some folks, the membership fee was an obstacle to joining, and we wanted to break down that obstacle.
Thank you very much. That's so important. Well, thank you all. Oh, Miss Bailey. Oh, I want to talk to you for sure. I don't have your testimony, so I tried to make notes.
I'll email that today too.
Please do. All righty. You said that you have a organization called the Senior Connection. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that and how many seniors are registered for that, given that you indicate East of the River Collaborative works within wards 8 and 7, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we developed was a care coordination team. And once case management moved to Department of Aging and Community Living in FY22, we decided to still be able to be that point of contact for seniors who might need some one-time services. Currently, right now, of half of this year, we've served 181 seniors for some one-time services, whether that's utility assistance or that may be assistance with rent, connecting with their doctor, prescription delivery, just an array of services. So we wanted to be able to support DACL's social work team. And also as part of our Senior Connection team, what we're doing is we're still continuing reinsurance calls to seniors, where we're calling, checking on seniors to see how they're doing, especially those who are homebound, who may not have an extensive caregiver or support network, making sure that they're okay, that there is someone from the staff touching bases with seniors from a call list. And also we've developed the Care and Connecting, Care and Coping group, where that group is going out into the community, providing mental health groups to seniors, where they're able to talk and engage, receive some counseling, and also we've included the robotic pet therapy as part of that.
All right, that's very important. Do you refer any of your contacts, your senior contacts to DACL?
Absolutely. A lot of our cases, if we're able to help with something short-term and we're finding they need long-term case management, we'll connect directly with the social work team at the Department of Aging, yes.
Okay.
And we also hold meetings together to talk about cases too.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you for that. I think you indicated you have in-home medical support. Tell us about that service.
So we also partner with a lot of agencies that provide durable medical equipment, and we also are a provider for the EPD waiver program. So we have case managers and social workers, a part of the EPD waiver program, which isn't under the Department of Aging, that connect and make sure that those seniors who do have that benefit through Medicaid, that they are able to get durable medical equipment or any of equipment. And then there's also, if there's a senior who doesn't have that service, we do make those referrals depending on what medical insurance they have available.
All right. And so you indicated that your organization checks on seniors that are on the waiver, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, and so when you check on what's the volume of the work, and you have 181 that are registered for your Senior Connection program. Is that the same number that are on waivers, or is it different?
It's separate. That program is actually for seniors who are not on the waiver program, who do need those one-time case management services. And that's half of the year. So as our referrals are actually increasing as we're doing more outreach in the community.
All right. So those that are on the waiver, what is your count of those that are on the waiver?
We currently have, I believe it's 120, and we have 5 social workers who work with that group on the EPD waiver. So we're actually a case management provider.
Okay, great. All right. I guess I have in mind that if we can identify all that are on the waiver and make sure we have a bona fide systemic check-in program with those individuals, we might be able to break through this isolation that we
Absolutely.
constantly hear about. And I'll try and explore that with the with DACL when they come forward. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
We're going to go through one more panel, and then we're going to take just a quick break, 5-minute personal break, and we'll come right back. So do we have another panel waiting? Yes. Thank you all very, very much for your attention to our senior citizens in the District of Columbia and all the work that you do. Thank you very much.
So for our next panel, we have Irene Alberton, Edie White, Stevie Patton, and Teresa Brown Cronholm, who are all testifying as public witnesses. We'll add them now.
All right. Ms. Alberton, we can begin with you once you're in the room. All right, we see you and you can begin when you're ready, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council Member Bonds and members of the committee. I'm Irene Alberton, and I've lived in Washington for over 70 years, and I reside in Ward 4. I'm here to give support for Iona Senior Services. I can honestly say that Iona's Around Town DC program saved my sanity during the terrible stress caused by the COVID pandemic. As a senior, my husband and I isolated in our home, and being able to zoom into the wide variety of activities offered by Iona was often my only connection to community and regular socialization. On Mondays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I do yoga with Iona, chair aerobics, the weekly technology workshops, journal writing, African-American art, one-time workshops like those offered through Medicare, cooking healthy, aging and wellness discussions, and Department of Aging and Community Living informational sessions. Oh yes, and Spanish, conversational Spanish. The camaraderie formed in the journal writing group is phenomenal. Since the beginning of COVID, nearly 3 years, we strangers have come together and to know each other and trust each other, sharing life experiences, illnesses, and the death of a member. Thank you, Iona. I have recommended Iona and its senior services to many people in the city, and they too have found Iona's programming has improved their daily life meaningful, making their daily life meaningful to many of us aging in the city. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. White?
Okay. I didn't know how that was. You're ready to start my video.
All right, Ms. White, you're on when you're ready.
One moment. We had to come around to the camera.
All right.
All right, there we go. So Council Member Bonds and members of the committee, as an active participant in Iona programs at St. Albans Church, I extend my gratitude to Iona and Around Town DC for keeping activities for seniors alive near me. In late March, my spouse and I moved to DC. Unfortunately, I didn't realize there was an active program at St. Albans. We were still isolating a great deal due to COVID-19 numbers. I'd get out and walk some. I tried to connect with folks here online to little avail. I began to mourn for my support system In Nashville, Tennessee, I began to binge eat and exercise less and slide into near clinical depression. I knew I was in trouble and searched for solutions. Even looking for doctors and counseling seemed an insurmountable task. Then in September of 22, when I took a shortcut to the Bishop's Garden of the cathedral, I spotted the Iona sign at St. Albans. The moment I walked inside and talked with Francis Bussen, my life turned around. And I am not exaggerating in the least. What a wonderful, warm-hearted place I found. The structured exercise hours targeted for seniors became a lifeline. Not only was I getting regular, healthy exercise, but also tips to help me with the effects of aging. The hot, nutritious meals served daily helped me to get control of my eating. The very act of sharing a common meal with other seniors began to end my isolation each day. I can't say enough about Iona's programming. I look forward to art classes with Dominique and Meg. Monty's drum class has taught me so much about polyrhythms and their effects on keeping our brain function healthy. I'm a better ballroom player, and I'm learning the conga of all things. Such diverse group of seniors brought together by the arts. The trips to places around town, around DC, such as the Nationals game, museums, and the Kennedy Center, are stimulating and challenge our brains. The in-person concerts, whoa, from Central and South American music to jazz sessions where we can dance. These activities keep us on our toes, literally, and encourage us to interact with one another as we build resiliency by interacting and caring for one another. Seasonal parties and bingo add additional enrichment to our lives. The changes in my physical, mental, and emotional health did not happen all at once. With the guidance of Iona personnel, I found the mental health resources I knew I needed. The availability and consistency of quality programming helped me to stabilize and then to thrive. When you deliberate funding, please consider the incredible benefits of Iona's programs at St. Albans and throughout the DC area on the lives of so many seniors who are just like me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Patton?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am. How are you today? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm thankful that I got an opportunity to speak today. My name is Stevie Patton, and I'm the primary caregiver to a 78-year-old woman who is my mother. Her name is Eloise. She has severe dementia, but with the help of Iona's dementia navigators, we've been able to keep her in her own home. She's lived in her home in Southeast for approximately 12 years. And before she lost her ability to communicate, she told me to do everything in my power to keep her out of a nursing home. And if I didn't have no other choice, then I didn't have a choice but to put her in a nursing home. But with the help of the Dementia Navigating Program, for the past few years, we've been able to get my mom the help that she needs at home through the Medicaid EPD waiver. Last year, however, she began experiencing growing weakness and ended up in the hospital and then later on in a nursing home. Her health continued to deteriorate rapidly, and I knew I had to do something or do what I could to get her back home, but I didn't know who to call or who to reach out to for help. Then I remembered I could reach out to my mom's dementia navigator. The dementia navigator listened to my concerns and helped me develop a plan to ensure my mother received better care. They helped me navigate the aging network to find the right people to talk to about setting up in-home support so my mother could return home. With the assistance of Iona and the dementia navigator, I was able to communicate with the nursing home care team and long-term care ombudsman, who helped me resolve some of the problems of her care at the facility. But we stayed focused on her bigger goal of getting her back home. The Dementia Navigator helped us connect with a lawyer from Legal Counsel for the Elderly who helped us dispute the assigned number of care hours my mom had been allocated. The appeal was successful, and she was given a new determination for her level of care, which allowed her to return home and to receive 24-hour support. Without the support and expertise of the Dementia Navigator, I don't know where I would be at today. And I was reading from a piece of paper, but I just want to move away from that for just a quick minute. But if you remove Iona from what I was going through to help my mother, I don't think I will get the help, because I was running into a lot of brick walls. I was running into, when I would call organizations to reach out for help, they would put me on hold. They would tell me that's not their job, that kind of thing. And so I'm frustrated. And so I would reach out to Iona, and first they would calm me down and then start to help me navigate and put the right pieces in place to get my mother the help that she needs. And I can just say steadfastly that if I didn't have an organization to reach out to help me, I wouldn't know where to turn. And my mom, right now, she can't speak for herself. My mother doesn't even know her name right now. So if I don't know what to do, then what happens to her? And if I don't know which way to turn, what happens to her? And so I speak today specifically to say that Iona single-handedly just helped me get her back where she needs to be. They helped me with her medical. They helped me get her food. They helped me when the nursing home was mistreating my mother. And what I learned with dealing with the elderly, in conclusion, is that if you don't know where to go, where do you go? And that's where Iona came in at as a huge help. And right now, my mother's at home. She has a 24-hour care. There's a system in place. And hats off to Iona. And I'm very grateful for that. And I thank you all for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much for your powerful testimony. Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from Ms. Cromholm.
Hello, I'm Teresa Brown Cronholm, and I'm delighted to be here today to talk on behalf of Iona. I'm actually a native of Philadelphia, West Philly, like the Fresh Prince, but I came to DC in 1999 because I had college friends and sorors here. But during the pandemic, most of them moved away because they were aging. And then by the end of the pandemic, not only had all of my friends moved away, but most of my family had died. I often present as an extrovert, but I'm actually an introvert. And during the pandemic, also, I retired. And not only that, my cat died. So I tend to isolate. And had it not been for the Iona program, quite frankly, I don't know what I would have done. I was standing in front of Trader Joe's and I ran into a woman called Janet, whom I now call my angel. And she told me about the Iona program, but I was skeptical and I really didn't want to be involved. As it turned out, we both got off in front of St. Albans, and she walked me step by step into the program. I found out later she was a lawyer, and that's how she was able to do that. What happened after that was I found a schedule, which I no longer had because of retirement and friends moving away. I found that I had a place that I could go, a place I could depend on, where I could find warmth and companionship and a touchstone. Frances Bouchian, who is our director, couldn't have been kinder or nicer. I had a sense of community. Often when you're walking around in the streets, you don't know anyone. Because of St. Albans, when I walk around, I'm not in a hostile territory or just in a big city. I have people I can say hello to. I'm part of the ebb and flow of life, which I had not been before. I suffer from mental illness, and the first thing to go is my desire to eat. It has nothing to do with availability or food. It's just the fact that I don't want to eat. Well, at St. Albans, they have nutritious lunches that they serve every day. You could also take them home. I am not a foodie and I love the food. I'm here to say I love the food. Also, there are all kinds of activities. Every day, there's a different exercise. I must say on Mondays for yoga and meditation, it's cheek to jowl with seniors. They have dancing, they have kickboxing, we have live entertainment, we go on trips. I was a TV talk show host, so you must indulge me. I have my show and tell. I'm not good with my hands. I made this bracelet. It was supposed to be a bracelet. It was too big for a bracelet, so I'm giving it as an anklet. We went on our first trip to the National Mall. Here I am with some of my compatriots. I told Frances that my book, I had published my book, and it was in politics and prose, and bam, just like that, she set up an author's reading. So as I said, I was in the news business. That's what I did for a living. So that turned me into a news junkie. Like me, you probably have seen our tax dollars being wasted. They said they wasted billions of dollars during the pandemic. You hear over and over and over again about programs that don't work. So I'm thrilled to be the beneficiary of and part of a program with our DC tax dollars that are so well spent. And I'm sure I speak for the seniors who are here with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your powerful testimony on behalf of the seniors of the District of Columbia and the programming. I don't have questions of this panel, but I will try and bring up a couple of the points that you've made as it relates to support for Iona House when we talk with the agency. So thank you very much for that. We're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come right back. All right. Okay, we are able to, the equipment is allowing us to get started again. And Amanda, would you call the panel?
Yes, so from panel 6, we have Deborah Greer, who is testifying on behalf of Home Care Partners. We have Sandy Rubin, co-chair of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, and Peter Rankin, who's testifying on behalf of AARP. We're also going to bring up Mary Akiniemi and Jim Petyak, 2 public witnesses who are from panel 3.
Oh, all right. Let me get this straight. So Miss O'Neill is not here?
No, she's not.
Okay, all right. So I can, all right. All right, Miss Greer, when you are ready, we are ready to receive your testimony. Ms. Greer, are you in the room?
I am here. Can you
Oh,
see me?
yes,
and hear
here
me
you are.
now?
Yes, we do. Yes.
I'm
Thank you.
sorry. I forgot to unmute myself in video. I will begin at this time again. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Deborah Greer. I'm testifying today on behalf of Home Care Partners, a nonprofit organization, home care agency that receives funding from the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. But first, let me share a few things about myself. As a longtime DC resident and homeowner who resides in Ward 7 and a proud career DC government employee who's considered a senior myself, having reached my 65th birthday. But one of my most important roles is as a caregiver, a family caregiver. I care for my mother, who resides in my home and will be 95 on April the 1st. I'm blessed and fortunate to be able to care for her, but I know I'm not alone in this role as a family caregiver. I share this honor with DACL Interim Director Hines, several DC council members, and thousands of others throughout the wards within the district. As a family caregiver, I've been involved with Home Care Partners and the programs supported by DACL since 2004 while caring for my late father. Since that time, I've been able to participate in 3 DACL-funded programs, the DC Caregivers Institute, the Homemaker Program, and the Safe at Home program. In 2017, when my mother was 89, I reacquainted myself with the Home Care Partners in one of their programs, DC Caregivers Institute. This program would provide me with additional support. At that time, my mother did not need as much care as she requires now, and I was still continuing to work a demanding full-time job. Unfortunately, juggling responsibilities of a full-time job and as a family caregiver can be very stressful. During this time, I was connected with a social worker from the DC Caregivers Institute who asked, how was I coping? How was my stress level? How was my caregiving responsibilities? What support did I need? They have telephone support groups and educational programs which were offered, and I jumped in right away. I'm a regular participant of the evening telephone and Zoom support groups. The programs also recognize that beyond the emotional stresses of caregiving, there are also real hardship and financial stresses. Therefore, the DC Caregivers Institute provides financial relief by reimbursing caregivers for such items as adult and consistent products, prescription copays, and other health and caregiving supplies. Also, they can reimburse for the cost associated with respite care. One of the best things the social worker suggested was to consider using Home Care Partners, homemaker programs to help with my mother's care while I was at work. This program, funded by DACL, provides a few hours of weekly care by a licensed home health aide to DC residents who are 60 and over. Since 2017, we've been so fortunate to have an outstanding health aide from Home Care Partners. My mother and I are very fond of our aide, Tish, really fond of our aide, Tish. She offers the true stable presence that was needed during the COVID pandemic. She barely missed a day. She provided essential connection we needed during that unstable and frightening time. Tisha's with my mother now 4 days a week, helping her with both personal care and daily needs. She is a part of our family, and I would not know what to do without her. In 2022, my mother was able to benefit from a third Home Care Partners program funded by DACL, the Safe at Home program. A skilled occupational therapist came into the house and talked about home modifications. A licensed home contractor installed a stair lift, hand grab bars, raised toilet seats, and among other things to make our home safer and reduce my mother's risk of falling. Through these wonderful programs, not only have I been supported in my role as a family caregiver, my mother receives excellent care from a licensed home health aide, and our home is now so much safer for her. In 2021, I was elected to the Home Care Partners Board of Directors and served as a consumer board member, advising the board about the impact of the services from the perspective of the consumer. This experience has given me a broader understanding of the challenges faced by Home Care Partners and other agencies that employ home health aides. I've heard the shortage of licensed home health aides and the difficulties in recruiting and retaining new aides. I'm aware of the long waits for home care services because there simply aren't enough licensed aides available. I'm aware of the aides who work for a few days and then abruptly leave that job to get an easier and better paying job at Amazon or Walmart or any of the fast food restaurants that don't require the training, skills, initiatives, and compassion required by home health aides. The DC Department of Aging and Community Living has been very supportive of Home Care Partners' efforts to recruit and retain home health aides by raising salaries and benefits. We look forward to working with Director Hines and know that she brings the perspective of a family caregiver and a consumer of home care services to her new job at DACL. Home Care Partners unfortunately Home Care Partners currently pays a starting salary wage of $18 per hour and offers benefits that are unrivaled in the industry, but it is still not enough. The work needs greater visibility and to be more widely valued. In closing, I want to say that reimbursement rates to home care providers throughout the district needs to be higher. I hope that this committee will support efforts that are occurring district-wide to bring attention to these workforce issues and will work in a coordinated manner with other council committees that oversee DC agencies that employ these direct case workers, such as the Department of Healthcare Finance and the Department of Disability Services. Salaries need to be raised by all agencies to address workforce strategies and recognize the vital contribution made by home care workers. A strong, stable, adequately paid home care workforce will support family caregivers and the seniors like my mother, who have contributed so much to this great city and simply want to remain in the setting they have overwhelmingly prefer, their own homes. Thank you for consideration of these comments and for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Greer, for your testimony. Now, Sandy Rubin. Miss Rubin. You're on. All right.
Okay. Let me find my testimony. Dear Chairperson Bonds, committee members, and committee staff, thank you for this opportunity to provide input on the Department of Aging and Community Living. I am co-chair of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village and a resident of Woodley Park for 40 years. I am testifying to express my gratitude for the funding to the 13 villages in DC and to explain how these additional funds have enabled us to reach more older adults and to reduce social isolation through innovative programming. As many of you already know, villages are neighborhood-based, charitable, nonprofit organizations that create opportunities for older adults to be actively engaged, support those who need it with volunteer assistance to help them to live independently, and work to create a welcoming community for people of all ages. With increased funding from DACL, we have been able to increase our programs and have also done so in innovative ways. Excuse me. In addition to weekly wellness classes, including yoga and gently stretching, Cleveland and Woodley Park Village was able to hold 4 outdoor community concerts in locations throughout our neighborhood. These free events were broadly advertised to the public through a direct mail campaign. Other events offered included an outdoor vaccination clinic and a balance assessment seminar held in partnership with the local affiliates of a pharmacy and a physical therapy community. We also have a monthly speaker series, Tuesday Talks, that we sponsor along with our 2 Main Street programs and the Cleveland Park Library. Notable members of our community are featured each month to discuss their area of expertise, ranging from national columnists and authors to landscaping experts caring for our neighborhood treasure, the Tregarian Conservancy. During the COVID pandemic, these sessions were held virtually, but now have returned to the library to encourage patronage of our commercial strip businesses. There is a widespread promotion of the talks, both online and in storefronts throughout the community, and we generally convene 100 participants for each talk. Research indicates that social isolation affects the health of older adults. Through innovative programs and offering over 300 events in 2022, we are creating a greater sense of community among older adults and lessening the social isolation that many older adults experience. The increased funding from DACL made this possible. It is worth noting that in addition to the programs that our village offers, we collaborate with the other 12 DC villages and other DACL-funded programs, such as Around Town DC, to advertise programs of interest to our members. As a result of interesting programs and helpful services, we have seen our membership rise by 50% in the last 2 years. We offer a social membership and one where an older adult can receive assistance from our trained and vetted volunteer corps for such services as transportation to medical appointments or deliveries of medication and groceries. Among the latter category, approximately 25% of these individuals receive a subsidy through the DACL grant so that limited income is not a barrier for assistance. All of our members eligible to receive volunteer services also receive a periodic check-in call from our volunteers. In 2022, we made nearly 1,000 calls to older adults to ensure their well-being, reduce socialization, and inquire about assistance that they may need. We connect them to other city programs such as meals for those who would benefit from these services. Finally, we have been able to assist many members to retain in our community and transition to other residential settings. For example, we have one member for whom the village is basically her only connection to others. She has no immediate family, and we took note of her slow mental deterioration. We worked with behavioral health among other city and DACL-funded providers to help her to transition to a more appropriate setting for her current situation. This was the best possible outcome for her and was only because of the funding from DACL that we were able to help her. In closing, I'd like to express my gratitude to the mayor, the council, and to DACL for their ongoing support, which has allowed us to combat social isolation and provide practical support to older adults in our community. It is a pleasure to partner with DACL on behalf of older Washingtonians, and I look forward to collaborating in the future. If additional funding were possible, I am certain that our village, and likely all villages, would quickly activate those funds to reach more older adults in our city by expanding our initiatives to reduce social isolation and food insecurity. The village looks forward to future ongoing collaborations with DACL. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rubin. Mr. Rankin, are you? I see you. All righty.
Can you hear
Now
me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Great.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I'm Peter Rankin. I'm one of the Associate State Directors for Advocacy and Community Engagement with the DC State Office of AARP. My testimony today will focus on 3 main points. First, I want to highlight the productive relationship AARP has with DACL. Second, I'd like to talk about how that relationship can further close some of the equity gaps that exist in the district. Third, I'll discuss some of the need for metrics and oversight of some DACL programs. And then finally, I'd like to highlight some successful programs offered by DACL. So first, DACL has made a valiant effort to maintain the relationship with AARP DC and other community partners throughout the recent leadership changes, including the interim director and the installation of the new acting director. And our organizations have maintained regular communications to discuss the programs that impact seniors that we are both committed to. We have a couple of issues with the DACL's FY23 performance that we'd like to discuss, and that we've brought these issues up in the past, including things like closing the digital divide among seniors. Now, we encourage DACL to keep its commitment to develop and implement the data-driven long-term care strategic plan, and in that include policy recommendations for closing the digital divide. AARP believes that achieving digital equity will help ensure that everyone, regardless of age, ability, income, level of English proficiency, or whether they live in communities of color, low-income communities, have access to affordable, high-speed internet, also known as broadband, and that the equipment and digital skills required to use those services effectively are available to them. The DACL expanded the program providing technology and technology training to seniors, and that's helped seniors safely connect to online tools and then to their community through programs that we've heard about today that help keep seniors connected during the pandemic. We applaud the additional funding provided to this program last year, and we want to see that continue on this year and to make progress so we can close the digital divide where 35% of residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 don't have access to broadband, and we really want to shrink that number of folks without access down to 0 if possible. Next, I'd like to talk about some goals and metrics. So DACL nearly 3 years ago took nutrition services in-house, and then the pandemic restrictions, after they were lifted, congregate meals sites reopened into the socialization hubs that we heard about earlier today. In discussing these programs with our community partners, we would like to note that there is a strong desire to have DACL establish public metrics and work with the grantees in each ward to develop a baseline model for service and measure them. These are innovative programs, and we need to make sure that the innovative programs succeed and work well for our seniors. In addition to that, working with our community partners and the council, the No Senior Hungry Bill of 2021 passed in 2022, and it provided a guidepost for how delivery meals should be and nutrition services overall should be executed in the district. We understand that the DACL is working to implement many of the recommendations in this law, and that full implementation and appropriation from the council is imperative so that we make progress to ensure that the 12,000 district residents who need a meal do not go hungry. The recommendations are consistent with those in 2022, and we'd like to make sure that these programs that include like no wrong door access are up and running and that DC seniors have access to meals. In my final minute, I'd like to talk about some of the successful programs. We've heard today about the importance of caregivers and caregiver services, and we'd like to work with and continue to work with the DACL to expand and promote the caregiver respite services and caregiver institute services that help family caregivers provide what are often unreimbursed services, but that are so important to the district. And I'd like to highlight a story from one of our chapter members, Bessie Crossan, who was in Award 4. She reached out to me because she wanted to have me express that her work with the DACL and the contractors to work with the Safe at Home program was phenomenal. The groups were responsive. She got the supportive devices and home modifications she needed to stay in her home, and she was just beaming about the program. And so with that, I'd like to commend DACL on continuing that program, and I'd hope that the council will work with us and DACL to help expand access and availability of that program. I would like to note too that transportation is a recurring issue in the district, and during recent meetings with the Ward 4 Mini Commission, I had 2 stories relate to me, but in the interest of time, I will include those in my written testimony, which I'll submit before the close of the record. And we'd like to ask that the council consider more oversight for the senior transportation providers. It seems that, as I said, this is a recurring theme over years and over testimony, and I think that is an indication that steps need to be taken to address those issues. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Rankin. And I will start with you. You just mentioned that there has been some continuous comments from your organization regarding oversight of the transportation system. Can you explain? I've been here for a few years now, and I had not heard that from your agency about transportation. Are we talking about the transportation systems, or are we talking about, because we made a change a few years ago, so I'm trying to learn specifically what your concerns are.
Yeah, so last year we talked about the connector card, which was implemented by DACL, and we expressed some current concerns about how seniors can access the connector card and how they would be able to interact with transportation service providers through the connector card. And prior to that, there have been changes, and mostly our concerns had been around information and access for seniors. You know, when programs change, I think that there needs to be often more outreach about how they change and how seniors can access the programs. What we've been hearing since then, and the two stories I heard from the Ward 4 Mini Commission, one involved extremely long wait times to go to a medical appointment, and the other one involved an attempt to charge taxi fare for a woman who was going to the ER. And these are two stories that seniors need access to transportation, and these programs are provided to them to get them to the places they need to go. And if they have to wait for upwards of 2 hours to go to a dialysis appointment, or if they're charged additional money to go to the ER, whether it's for their own appointment or to visit a relative, I think that's concerning. And what we've heard today too is that there seems to be a disconnect between some of the senior transportation providers and the regulations that they're required to follow. And so, you know, in addition to what we asked for last year about more outreach and advocacy on that, and sort of connecting folks with information, we'd like to have some more oversight over how the programs are implemented.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I did want to, you also mentioned as it related to metrics, and I'm trying to get a handle on this. You are correct that no senior hungry bill is law, but I'm a little mystery for me, in that you want to talk about how meals are delivered. Can you expound on that, please?
Yeah, and so that's sort of the broad discussion around the no senior hungry bill came about. You know, when DACL took the delivery meal service in house, we were concerned that it would sort of, there were no metrics for it. It wasn't a grantee. They weren't administered like a grant. And we would just like to see some, AARP has KPIs that we all have to follow. And I think that we'd like to see those and potentially as a community weigh in on what those look like. There's a roughly 14% senior hunger rate is the last number I saw. And we'd like to figure out why that exists and how we can shrink that number. And I think that involves, more data and more reporting of data on the delivery meals, and then some of the congregate meals that have, the implementation of that program has changed a bit since the pandemic, but we'd like to see some more so we can test and learn and see what programs are effective and how to really shrink that number of seniors that are experiencing food insecurity.
All right, well, thank you. That helps to understand what the concern is. Thank you very much. As you well know, the department is anxious to have that same data, and I say it to point out that we can collect it when it's available, and that's part of the problem. if individuals are isolated and are not participating, it's pretty difficult to get the information unless neighbors know them and can help us in that situation. But we are working on that. And we do have a process that is partnered with that implementation of that law. And that was the additional bill that became law, which is to assure that the agency, the department, actually has the resources that they need in order to gather the data and, more importantly, to service our population. That's, I know that the No Senior Hungry bill was focused on data collection, but we also want to make sure that through the collection of the data that we also are getting the food to our seniors that need it. So perhaps it would be very helpful to have a follow-up conversation with you to provide us with a little more detail so that we are feeling a little more comfortable that we're in the right realm of what the law, your interpretation of the law is. I'd love to do that.
Yeah, and I would love to have that conversation. We've been talking with DACL about this and really working to see how we can collaborate to ensure that seniors know about the programs and what data we can collect and how we can help get the information out there. AARP has a lot of resources, and we want to, as I said, we want to help close the equity gaps. And so, however we can be helpul, of course, within our arena, we would be happy to.
Of course, thank you so much. And Ms. Rubin, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it very much. And let me make sure I understand. You are the co-chair of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village. One village, correct?
One village, yes, two neighborhoods.
All right. Basically in the same neighborhoods, but.
No, we kind of blend into each other.
All right, okay, thank you. And Ms. Greer, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it very much. You are telling us that things can work and can work very well. And we want to see how we can replicate your experience, your mom's experience for all of our seniors that need the services. So thank you for serving on the advisory committee for the home care partners. Thank you very much for your service.
You're available to answer any additional questions or to offer any additional information that does make this service work for my mother and how it might be able to help others too. As I've said, I've been with this program since 2004, 2005 with my father. I feel blessed and honored that it has given me less hiccups than what I hear so much from being in the support groups and from being on the board. And I love the fact, on a bragging way, of saying that this program has been very beneficial and it's been very helpful. And I know it can be for others also.
Well, thank you. I was thinking as you were speaking earlier that we need your guidance on the preparation of a manual that will help families to navigate the system and the steps that they might become engaged in and where to go. So let's talk about your pending likely publication that will help the community.
I'm here for whatever is needed. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you. We're now ready for panel 7.
From panel 7, we have Anne Drizel and Brandy Ahose, both who are public witnesses. And then we have Olivia O'Neill, who joined us from panel 6, who's a member of the LGBTQ Advisory Council for Seabury Resources for Aging. And we have Kathy Pointer, Executive Director, Kingdom Care Senior Village from panel 8. Add them now.
All right, we'll start with, let's start with Miss O'Neill, if she is in the room. And then we'll go down to Ms. Drissel.
I don't know.
Is Ms. O'Neill in the room?
And Drissel, yes,
Okay.
she is in the room.
Yes, I'm here. Hi.
All right, Ms. O'Neill, you're on.
Yes, finally. We had a little snafu there with my name, but I'm here. But thank you for allowing me to come in on this panel. Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds, committee members, senior LGBTQ advocates. My name is Olivia O'Neill, and I am here in support of the performance of DACL, Department of Aging and Community Living. In 2023, the needs of the LGBT community, senior community are growing, and the programs offered by CEAL Resources for the Aging through DACL play a major role in the health and well-being of our residents. By way of my background, I'm involved in many organizations such as AARP Experience Corps, individual peer counseling for Whitman Walker clients, just to name a few. I have volunteered to help others and improve the quality of life of members of the LGBT community. Additionally, I serve on the advisory council for CBER's LGBTQ program. I am a member of the DACL LGBTQ advisory committee, and I'm an executive volunteer for Mayor's House for older adults and co-facilitator for the Silver Circle Iona Whitman Walker program, serving 60+ LGBTQ seniors. DC's older adults' needs are great, especially as it relates to issues of LGBTQ senior isolation, food insecurity, lack of affordable grocery stores, the need to increase and maintain current funding and performance levels of home delivered meals, and other programs that provide a safe and encouraging environment that allows for positive socialization and other group related interactions. We are hoping for continued expansion and consideration of the following issues that impact those in the LGBTQ senior community. More transportation options, especially after 5 p.m. and weekends. More staffing to address family-related matters, finance and family. Daily care and other medical needs. Additional training and customer interaction for all staff, including the staff of the senior centers throughout DC dealing with our LGBTQ seniors. Affordable low-cost housing for seniors. Addressing the murder rate of transgender women in DC. In closing, the Out and About program must be expanded and funded in order to allow for monthly interactions. This is vital to the well-being of LGBTQ senior participants, physical and mental well-being. As always, we appreciate the staff and the overall direction of the program. CEAL Resources for the Aging continues to play a vital role in making the program a success. I appreciate the opportunity to share my views about the challenges facing the LGBTQ community. We are confident through the continued hard work of both DACL and CEAL, we'll be able to move forward and enhance our already existing and future programs. Thank you, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Dressel, we'll move to you. You're on when you're ready.
I'm sorry, may I just interject? My sister is supposed to be on as well. We're doing our testimony together. Her name is Jacqueline Ajose.
All right.
Yes, my apologies. I've been unable to find her in the attendee chat. I'm not sure if she's maybe under another name.
Jackie, can you text me and tell me if you're under another name? She also put a message in the chat or the QA. I think it's JJDA.
Got it. Okay, I'm promoting
Okay.
right now.
Thank you.
All right, should I continue? Brandy or? All right.
Yes,
Now
I apologize. I
That's
apologize.
all right. We're all working together on this. Okay, so Ms. Driscoll, it is now your turn to chat with us. Please go ahead.
And thank you. And I will be tuning off at 1:25 because I have another appointment. So thank you, Ms. Bonds and members of the staff and the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to add my voice to those of all these other wonderful people who have testified so far. My name is Ann Driscoll. I'm an 82-year-old native-born resident of DC. My family has been resident in DC for 177 years. DC has long recognized the importance of serving the special interests and needs of the city's seniors. In fact, my parents lived in Petworth and regularly participated in bridge games at the Guy Mason Community Center. They wouldn't miss a week. Now I'm here to express my appreciation for the Iona Community Center and their Around the Town DC program, which has done so much for me and others of my generation. It provides a wide range of senior services to residents in Ward 3 and other parts of DC. I started participating in their programs in 2018 after my retirement left me looking for new interests and friendships. I attended art classes with Dominique at the Cleveland Park Library, many of the exercise classes at St. Albans, and the online classes, and the lunch and meet and greets at St. Albans. When COVID hit, the Around Town DC program shifted to online programs. I am so grateful for that because it provided help to people like me making online connections with people and kept groups going when in-person programs were canceled. Their online technology lectures helped us master unfamiliar online applications and helped us problem solve when we lost connection with online groups. The regular announcement of classes and opportunities to connect with others throughout the area kept me from slipping into the isolation during the pandemic. The writers group that Irene mentioned, they sponsored, has met weekly online for nearly 3 years and has brought me and others in the group new friends for life. I especially appreciate that they treat seniors in a positive and supportive manner, and that they offer a variety of programs that meet each person at their level of readiness. I support full funding of Iona and its Around the Town programs and programs like it, which represent the best use of public and community resources for a wide range of seniors throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we are going to hear from Brandy Ejo and JDA. They're a team.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry that my Zoom name is not representing who I am, but my name is Jacqueline Ajosi. And I'm really glad to be here to share my thoughts. So good afternoon, Councilperson Bonds and members of the committee. I was born and raised in Northwest Washington, DC, and I currently live in Philadelphia. My sister Brandy is also here with me, as you guys know, and we are a part of my father's care team. He is 83. He's been a DC resident since 1969, and he has dementia. Today, we are here to offer our testimony regarding the vital role that the Iona Wellness and Arts Center plays in helping panicking adult children become knowledgeable and intentional caregivers so that our father can age at home as he progresses through his dementia. So when my siblings and I first became aware of Daddy's diagnosis and that he would need round-the-clock care, we did panic. Like millions of others who had not considered the time, life adjustments, and costs needed for my father to be safe and okay. Financially speaking, my dad is a recipient of a scholarship made possible by DACL. This funding allows Daddy to attend Iona's Day Center. You should know that the care and engagement he receives is really incredible. And to be honest, it's the kind of care and attention that he deserves. And it is what we want for all aging Washingtonians and their families. The aid and services that Iona provides during the day allows our family to bridge the care he still needs afterwards so that my father can age at home and with community. And I have no idea how we would be able to do this without Iona's dedicated staff and the funding provided through the Department of Aging and Community Living. Now my sister Brandy would like to speak to share how Iona and funding supports our family's emotional and mental well-being as caregivers. Brandy.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council Member Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Brandy Ajose, and I grew up and still live in Washington, D.C. When I learned of my dad's dementia diagnosis, I immediately began to reorganize my outlook. Sorry. You know, culturally speaking, caring for my dad inevitably meant there must be a shift. Now my life, my siblings' lives will revolve around caring for my dad, irrespective of what's happening in our personal space. For many Black people, Nigerian people, culture stipulates that we take care of our parents as they have done for us. We sacrifice for them because they have for us. It is simply our duty. I won't go into the many inherent issues with that, but it is still embedded and deeply rooted in our heritage, so that part of my family's care story, so that part of my family's care story can't be ignored. Iona allows us to be with my father in ways that don't simply equate to care. So what I mean by that is he's still our dad, and we want to be present with him, not just because he's sick. Iona, their resources and their wonderful staff allows our family not to lean into those mentally challenging spaces because we need to be okay while we care for my dad. What is very clear to me, and I hope that it's coming through my testimony, is that the wellness and well-being of our family is not an afterthought. We experience it as an essential component because of Iona and with my dad placed at the center. Please, my family and I urge City Council to provide more funding so that Iona can expand this work and duplicate its wellness and art center model in additional parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And thank you especially to those who have spoken about Iona House. I only wish I was aware of what your testimony might have been. We would have Iona to come and talk with us about the care that you're speaking of, but thank you very, very much. And I think we are going to have Ms. Pointer. She's in the, okay, Ms. Pointer. We'll have you.
Okay, am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Councilmember Anita Bonds, and members of the committee. I too want to thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Kathy Pointer, Executive Director of the Kingdom Care Senior Village in what we call the Great Ward 8. We are one of the 13 villages in the city. We are 6 years old, made possible only by a grant from the then DC Office on Aging, and our continued existence relies heavily on funding from DACL. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser, to you, Councilmember Bonds, and DACL for continuing to invest in the village model, embracing it as part of the city's overall network to provide senior services to DC residents. You've heard from several of my colleagues already about the work of villages and the role we play to provide services. Collectively, we reach a great number of seniors, some of which have been untouched by the city and other organizations. This is due to the relational aspect of the village model. I want to use the next few minutes of my time today to share about the importance of the village model reaching into communities of color. Councilmember Bonds, you asked the question earlier if more villages are needed. The answer is yes, across the city. As it relates to communities of color, we are the only village in Ward 8, and there is not a village in Ward 7. As in so many other areas, equity rose to the forefront during the COVID pandemic. Village directors, we had many discussions around access to villages for people of color. As we all know, seniors were greatly impacted, shut up in their homes, some with limited resources, no one to talk to, and the list goes on. As a co-pastor of a church, I know the importance of the church and the African-American community and the role we play to rise to the occasion in a time of crisis, and plus my 30 years of serving the African-American community. And as a result of understanding all of that, I developed and pitched a pilot program to my 12 colleagues who highly supported it, and we agreed to request to use a portion of our DACL funding to support the project, which they approved. The project was titled Age in Place DC, so Senior Support Services. The problem, as I identified it, was lack of awareness, diversity, and access to senior villages for people of color. The purpose of the project was to modify the village concept to provide village-like services to seniors in communities of color. The approach we took, I met with 26 senior pastors across the city, and solely based on funding, we selected 8. These 8 were in wards 2, 4, 6, 7, and Ward 8. Each identified an ambassador to not just support seniors in their congregation, but to support seniors in their church's community. I developed an MOU with the churches for January through September, developed a monthly report form for the ambassadors to report out on their work, letting me know who did they touch, how many did you touch, what type of services did you provide, what resources do you need you don't have, and various other things we asked. I developed also a referral form for them to allow us to share with DACL's case management team those seniors we identified who needed more extensive support. In many cases, as I mentioned, these were seniors who were not connected to other city resources and did not have advocates or someone else who could help support them. We met with the DACL leadership to discuss the program, specifically the referral process. The ambassadors went to work. We met monthly. I provided them with resources, PPE, had DACL give presentations on their services, engaged with East River, engaged with Iona, and many, many other organizations. The goal was to make sure seniors had the services they need to age in place. I really wish I had more time to share, but what I will share again is that we worked with 8 churches. We provided over 1,000 services, connecting them to mom's meals, COVID vaccinations, transportation, grocery store trips, in-home services, check-in calls and visits, mail pickup, and so much more. We sent 89 referrals to DACL. Unfortunately, the referral process did not work as we hoped. We were quite frustrated, ambassadors feeling unsupported and seniors discouraged. After several months, we reached out to East River for support, and Ms. Bailey and her team engaged and helped us get through the process. I look forward to working with Director Hines or her designee to revisit this process, as we are fortunate to have one more round of funding allocated starting March 1 through September 31 to continue this great work of Age in Place DC. And I'm just asking for continued funding for villages so that we can continue to do the work that we do to help seniors in our city. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Pointer. And I will pause to just speak with you a minute, make sure I have everything. Would you go over again the age and place DC focus? You indicated, I believe, a couple of parts of the city, maybe 1, 5, 7, 8. Did I get that correct, or?
We were in awards 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. Okay, and in your work there, you how many seniors did you touch through your survey?
We touched about I want to say 368, around 368 seniors we touched. And we provided, as I mentioned, about 1,000. I have it totally, and I will send you this report that we prepared as a result of the month reporting. We offered 1,078 services to seniors.
Okay, and this is working with the 8 churches, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And you mentioned something about the ambassadors. What is that? Tell us more about that program.
Sure. Just thinking about how we can really leverage the church support. As you know, most churches have what we call a seniors ministry. So I knew with most churches, they have somebody already who has that passion already committed. So I asked each pastor to identify who that person is, and I just called them ambassadors. So those were the 8 people, those ambassadors working in those churches and in those communities. And I just communicated with those 8.
All right. And so back to this 1,778 services that you delivered. What does that mean when you say you delivered these services? Tell us more.
Okay. Well, on a monthly basis, as I said, I created a monthly report form. So the ambassadors had to let me know. The questions were, how many seniors did you serve this month? What services did you provide or resources did you connect an older adult with this month? So as I read through this, I have in January, I'm looking at transportation and food from one ambassador. One said check-in calls and visits. Another said in-home support, did some light housework. Another says wellness support. Help them to get their COVID vaccination. So we tracked each activity that a ambassador provided to a senior. And I would track that by month. So I can look at January and see how many people we touch, what we provide. I can look at February and do the same. And then I have a collective number for the entire year.
And so in providing these services or delivering these services, who delivered them? Is it that they were delivered through DACL or through some community nonprofit or through I know you're a village, but sounds like you don't have a lot of resources. So I'm trying to figure out, you're going to deliver, let's say I need a meal. How will that be delivered to me, and who will do that?
Right. So let's say, for instance, again, I'm looking at a church and they told me they provided food. It was up to that ambassador to work with their church, their community to provide that food. They had volunteers as well. I had one who had like 6 people working with her to make sure that whoever they contacted, they were able to provide those services. And that was the whole goal of it during COVID, because we knew we couldn't reach everybody, but they know everybody. They know their members. They know their mobility issues. They know their cognitive issues. They know them. So that was the reason for pitching that as the pilot. Let me see if this will work. If we really reached into churches and give them the responsibility to help their seniors during this time when they can't be reached by necessarily DACL or some of the other organizations.
All right. And in this group of services that were delivered, do you have a number that you can share with us that would indicate how many were referred to for professional social work assistance?
There were 89 referred over the course of the 9-month period. We referred 10 in January, I think 26 in February, but I can share this report, 17 in March, I can share the report. We know who they are because I had the ambassador submit a referral form, and we sent those referrals to DACL.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And thank you for the work of this village. I guess for many listening, they will see that this is some of the kind of work that villages do when we say that the village concept is a program that we want to spread widely across the District of Columbia. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jackie and Brandy, if I may call you by your first name, thank you so very much for your powerful testimony. And I am so happy to know that your dad is getting the services. And I know that he is excited to know that his daughters are on top of it and making sure that he's connected, not just to services, but stays connected to them. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Driscoll, I think that you mentioned something, the around town funding that you like. You want to talk to us about any of those programs if you're still on? Is she still on? Maybe not. Okay, all right, we'll talk to the agency about that. And Ms. O'Neill, thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to ask a little more about I believe it's Iona's relationship to the Whitman Walker Advisory Group.
Right. Well, Iona got a grant for during the pandemic. They came up with the idea of having some way for LGBTQ seniors to talk to each other, and that was on Zoom. So they came up with that program and they were funded. Iona was funded. However, they didn't have the expertise in terms of the community of connection with LGBTQ seniors when Whitman Walker did. In fact, I was a former peer counselor with Whitman Walker, one-on-one for LGBTQ seniors, and I've done that for at least about 5 years. So they partnered up with Whitman Walker for us to get the Civil Circle program. That's for 60 plus years age for LGBTQ seniors to join the Civil Circle, which we have a thriving program now, thanks to DACL and Whitman Walker and Iona, where we're still going strong since 2018. So and it's still thriving. So we hope to expand that even more. So definitely, thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much for advertising the Silver Circle.
Yes.
Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
And now we'll turn to, we have a few more witnesses, I believe, public witnesses.
There is still, if you'd like to, we have Mary Akinyemi and Jim Petiak in this panel, who are from a previous panel.
All right, okay.
They're
so
from panel 3.
All right, and let's just go through the rest of our people who are here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will demote and bring everyone else up.
Do we have anyone else?
Yes.
Okay.
We have Maya Gaskins, who's here with Jubilee Housing. We have Janice Jefferson for the Mini Commission on Aging. From panel 9, we have Betty Gentle, Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist for Some Inc., so others might eat. We have Deborah Greer, Home Care Partners, and Karen Zuckerstein, who's a public witness. I will bring them all up now.
All right. As they're entering the room, we'll start with, and I'm sorry, Mary Akinyemi.
Yes.
All right. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you,
All right.
Councilmember Bonds and member of the committee. My name is Mary Akiyemi. I have lived in DC for 60 years and am a resident of Ward 5. I am pleased to be here to testify in support of our only senior service in-home peer support program. I have been a participant in the program for 5 months. I learned about it from one of my church members. I called the program's manager to request assistance with grocery shopping on a weekly basis. I live in a condo without an elevator and my back and legs were beginning to bother me trying to bring my grocery up the steps to my second floor apartment. My peer support worker, Kevin, assists me every week with my grocery shopping. We ride the bus or metro to the store. Usually it's 2 buses to the store and 2 buses back to my home. He is always helpful to me in the store where I shop. And when we get back to my home, he brings the grocery up the steps to my apartment. It's important to me that I go to the store to shop for my own groceries. It helps me maintain my independence. I like to look for bargains at different stores for things like vegetables and meats. We may go to Giant one week at the dollar store, Safeway or Walmart another. One shopping trip, we went to Walmart so I could buy a microwave. Mine gave out after 20-some years. We used Lyft for that trip. I wouldn't be able to do all that without the support of this program. I request assistance for shopping, but I got a lot more. I have also received companionship. Kevin and I get along very well together. We have conversations, talk about current event and even in a variety of topics. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was familiar with our own service prior to participating in the program because I have volunteered with Meals on Wheels for over 21 years, and we will give out information about organization like our own. This is my first experience receiving service from a program like this. The peer support program is a godsend to me, and I think it is tremendous. One of the many benefits of this program is that it offers a variety of service. I may need one service and someone else may need another. Many seniors are isolated and need someone to provide companionship on a regular scheduled basis. I don't know how I will manage without this program. It helps me to be independent. It's been a blessing to me, and I'm sure it has for other DC seniors as well. If seniors are going to live alone and maintain their independence, programs like this are needed. I urge the City Council to continue to provide funding for our own in-home peer support program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from Mr. Petyak, Jim Petyak. All right, Ms. Petyak, you are on when you're ready.
Okay, Council Member Bonds and members of the committee, my name is James Petyak. I have lived in DC for 37 years and I am a resident of Ward 3. I am pleased to be here to testify in support of Iona Senior Services in-home peer support program. The in-home peer support program employs part-time support workers who are DC residents aged 50 years and older to provide support to DC residents 60 years of age and older with companionship, grocery shopping, or assistance with small tasks. Program participants select the services they are requesting and then are matched with a support worker based on needs, interests, and schedule. I learned about the in-home peer support program from a flyer I received at Iona's St. Albans Produce Program, which I attend. I recently left my job after 18 years and wanted to do something where I would both be helping people and making extra money to support my Social Security. I am a senior citizen and we all need to do something to be productive. I have been a support worker since November. I currently work with 2 participants on a weekly basis. I provide companionship, accompany participants to doctor's appointments, shop for groceries, unload the groceries, and help take out trash. I don't own a car, so I use Metro or the bus to get to and from my participants' residences. I walk to the stores with them or for them. I can see that my participants are happy to see me and appreciate what I do for them. One of my participants is excited that I shop from the grocery list she makes. Now she can enjoy food she wants and can cook and eat what she wants. She said she thought she'd have to sit on the couch the rest of her life. Now she knows she doesn't have to do that. I see improvements in participants' attitudes, a change towards life in general. They are looking forward to things in the future, not dwelling on the past. One of the benefits as an employee with this program is that I am learning new things too. I never had to use a computer for a job before. I always use my phone as a computer. As a support worker, I need to submit timesheets and visit notes. The program provided me with a laptop and showed me how to use it and how to submit my reports. I wouldn't be using a computer if it weren't for this job. Even though it can be frustrating at times, I feel great about learning new things. I always want to learn new things. When my internet isn't working at my building, I go to the library. Through my work with this program, I can see how difficult it is for some of our seniors to do daily tasks. It's difficult for them mentally, physically, and emotionally. For those really alone, the program provides socialization and an opportunity for them to get out. As a support worker, I am able to help participants maintain their independence. This gives the seniors hope. They can look forward and see the future and not feel helpless and frustrated. As fellow seniors, peer support workers are more accepting. It helps to understand what the participants are going through. Helping others makes them and you feel better. The peer support program provides a much needed service to help our DC seniors maintain their independence while also providing an opportunity for DC seniors like me to earn supplemental income. I urge the City Council to continue to provide funding for Iona's in-home peer support program. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, Ms. Barnes.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate the enthusiasm that I'm seeing for this particular program because as we've heard from all of our presenters today, maintaining programs that are going to keep our seniors active in the community is so important. And to get those that are not active, who are under isolation now, get them back into the swing of things is very important. So thank you very much for your testimony. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Now I believe we have Ms. Gaskin. Okay, and Ms. Gaskin will take your testimony representing Jubilee Housing.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds. So happy to be here and to the other members of the committee. My name is Maya Gaskins and I serve as Director of Resident Services for Jubilee Housing. And I just want to thank you first for the opportunity for me to be here today and to just talk about the critical need for increased investment in supporting our senior community members. Just to tell you a little bit about Jubilee Housing, we're about to turn 50. We work to build diverse, compassionate communities that create opportunities for everyone to thrive. As we approach that 50th anniversary, we remain committed to residents of our city who deserve to live in quality housing that they can afford and receive the type of services that allow them to thrive. Recognizing the role we play in the Adams, Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods to combat gentrification and maintain an inclusive, diverse community, Jubilee has come to understand our work as justice housing. We provide deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods with supportive services on site and within walking distance. By bridging the gap in access to resources between lower and higher income district residents, Jubilee's chipping away at the gap in outcomes that divide our city along both racial and economic lines. With strong financial support from the city, Jubilee has doubled its affordable housing portfolio from 299 units to 584 units, with one project in construction that will hold another 50 units and another 70 units to begin construction this summer. In addition to our housing portfolio, we are able to provide quality of out-of-school time care and summer support to 52 at-risk children and youth. We have robust resident services to those 552 residents, including eviction prevention and financial empowerment, and specialized housing and support programs for men and women returning home from incarceration. The Resident Services Department, we provide assistance to residents with maintaining stabilization of their housing, resource navigation, case management, wraparound services, community-wide events such as senior and parent workshops, vaccination clinics, health education events, back-to-school events, cultural celebrations, and more. About 20% of our Jubilee residents are over the age of 62. Of those residents, a majority are low income and solely rely on fixed SSI and pensions. We're committed to helping our seniors age in place, but they need a significant number of social supports in order to do so, such as help with household cleaning, grocery shopping, getting to doctor's appointments, applying for economic assistance, and ongoing emotional support. Currently, we have moved to doing in-person wellness checks every month to approximately 100 seniors. This allows us to connect with them personally and to determine what additional assistance is needed to ensure they're living full lives. We also serve as a distribution site for Capital Food Bank, and we provide about 60 of our seniors with that are within Jubilee residents and also our surrounding neighborhood with those food boxes. With our new acquisition recently of 3 additional buildings, we have been able to add to our portfolio, and we had to also expand and provide an office to the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. These buildings will enable us to reach out to a new set of seniors, many who we've come to find are monolingual Spanish speaking and very low income. New for 22 here at Jubilee, we are also adding rent reporting, which I know that Councilmember Bonds is very familiar with. And it's one of our amenities that we're providing at no cost to our residents here, including our seniors. We believe that seniors can still be engaged in financial empowerment and credit building. We also have invested in a van to support being able to shuttle our residents from various buildings and enable them to attend our events and reduce the barrier that mobility can have on their ability to participate in Jubilee and community events. A couple of challenges that we wanted to talk about is that one of the programs that we were excited to introduce to our residents were the Seaberry Connector cards that were supposed to assist with free transportation for seniors. We were really grateful that funding was provided for this benefit, but we were really disappointed in how the cards were managed. A number of our seniors were frustrated with the inability to obtain the cards, and we spent a significant amount of staff time trying to assist seniors with applying for the program, following up to try to get the cards, which often didn't happen. So unfortunately, we had challenges in the way it was managed, and our seniors, some of them never received that benefit. So while we value the importance of the program, we hope to see improvements in the way that's managed, because it discouraged new applications once we had a lot of struggles with that. We also, to support our seniors, we'd like to see them stay in their homes longer. And so we'd like to expand our senior services operation to establish a village-style program for low-income seniors. Unfortunately, traditional nonprofit or corporate villages in the district, our seniors are not really able to pay to participate in these kinds of programs. So we would love to create a system where our maybe younger residents with a stipend can provide services for their senior neighbors, enabling to age in place to increase community connection and support. So we really want to take the time to thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what we're doing at Jubilee Housing to support our seniors. And thank you for all that you guys are doing to support the seniors in DC. And we just appreciate your ongoing commitment to doing that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Ms. Jefferson, if you are in. All right.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon, Council Member Bonds, Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, DC Council, witnesses, and virtual viewers. My name is Janice Jefferson, a native Washingtonian for 4 generations. A reader is a leader. A writer is a fighter. Well, I am both, and I have picked up my pen and turned on my laptop. I am a member and a senior with the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, and I serve as the Health Navigator, Public Health Officer at 19th Street Baptist Church. I am a passionate writer and speaker on behalf of all of our seniors, and I have taken off my earrings, so you know what that means. We seniors love our fine DC public libraries as safety spaces, fonts of knowledge and social connection nets. The safe spaces that I experienced as a hungry young reader at Langston Library, Langston Terrace, Northeast DC, and as an avaricious adolescent reader at Petworth Library, Northwest DC, no longer exist. That safety no longer exists. In just 24 hours of writing my testimony for you and your committee, Chairperson Bonds, I transformed from a lifelong senior reader and lover of all of the library's creative programming with some safety concerns to a traumatized witness of a heinous crime scene at Petworth Library last night. I am a senior, and in writing, and ironically, I am enrolled in a writing workshop on trauma expression at Petworth Library. We meet every other Thursday at 6:15 p.m. until 7:30 p.m. Last night, I personally suffered the effects of trauma and escape from a crime scene at the Petworth Library, my childhood and adolescent safety net. Escaping through a basement emergency side door, climbing up the stairway to heaven, or HE double hockey sticks, I wasn't sure what to expect after completing the ascent. With one younger knee and one 71-year-old knee that was a little less than cooperative, and being athletic for my chronological age was my saving grace. My question and concern is, what would the outcome have been with only one librarian to assist 5 to 10 seniors with less mobility and agility? The basement area is typically 100% utilized depending on times, scheduled programs, and participants until closing. Last night, we were only at 50% capacity in the basement. As you are aware, today, a sizable number of senior and adult library-going reading or non-reading citizens and their children look forward to the library's safety net as they experience lack of housing, food and financial insecurity, total health challenges, that is physical, psychological, spiritual, social, intellectual, environmental, and lack of life skills. What solutions are available to prevent more occurrences or repeat horrors from occurring at other branches? Allow me to share a few ideas that I have pondered over the last 24 hours. Aside from some of the obvious measures to control the occurrence, like a metal detector system, reader restraints based on valid library card ID ownership, or an assigned armed law officer, new recruit or cadet, prevention would be preferred with long-lasting positive and community effect. Thinking out of the creative solution box with me for a moment, if you can you imagine in the library meeting up with your social worker, your mental health counselor, your public health worker, or life skills counselor right where you read the morning paper or the daily word or wash your face to get your day going? Now, getting connected to the needed social, mental, and health services by professionals housed right on the library premises would be a true safety net. Help could be right there to offer a pathway to real safety and services right in an office on the ground, first, second, or third floor. After an almost 3-year pandemic that wreaked havoc on families, communities, and the world, and the delivery of services, the time is more than ripe for the addition of social workers, mental health interns, and public health professionals to meet, assess, and to connect those in need of a myriad of services at their neighborhood library. Addition of those types of social and health hands-on social scientists stationed at neighborhood libraries could take the burden off of the libraries, librarians, and staff. Meeting the holistic health needs of readers in need and the general library needs of readers simultaneously is quite a tall order for our library professionals. The safety net we deserve and want for ourselves is no less than the safety net we desire for all of our community members. The library reading tables and rooms, computer labs, or the great room should not be the first, middle, or last place that long-term daily living occurs, and certainly not the settlement of a personal vendetta leading to bloodshed and death. Councilmember Bonds, I've just learned of 2 viable programming opportunities at our libraries, which provided services for the community right where they were, at the library. One was the former Death Cafe at Petworth Library, which shared all those seeking end-of-life and planning information. And at the other end of the life cycle spectrum, I witnessed the Colgate mobile dental van provide oral health screenings, education, and even share and story time for infants, toddlers, preschoolers, right where they were, at the library. These bold, creative, and mobile models reached readers where they were and where they read. This is what I call taking advantage of the space you've been gifted to reach the masses. What I'd like to leave is that all groups of residents, especially our seniors, are in need and deserve attention, respect, and creative solutions to read in a safe library net. For those readers in need of on-site social and public health care in light of the current long COVID health and human resources drain, this dynamic could provide a great post-pandemic solution. I'm writing now about the library safety that we need and deserve as seniors, and fighting going forward through rich collaborations that we know flourish in DC. Creativity, solution thinking, and connecting the dots to health and social services outside the library box to inside the library is a novel thought whose time has come. Councilmember Anita Bonds and the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, I thank you for your time and all that you do to make all of our nation's capital's wards shine. It is appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your points, Ms. Jefferson. And just so you know, some time ago, there was a discussion about why don't we have these services that seniors take advantage of frequently located in the apartment buildings where they live. And so you're expanding that idea, making sure that where seniors frequent for their entertainment or their knowledge, why not look at those facilities as well? So thank you for that.
You are so welcome. Thank you.
Right. Now we're going to hear from I believe it's Miss Gentle. Miss Gentle, you're on.
Greetings, Chairperson Burns and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle, and I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SUM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Since 1970, SUM has been working to break the cycle of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through our comprehensive whole person approach, which includes essential senior programs that consist of permanent affordable housing, community-based resources, and supportive programming. SUM Senior Services' goal of meeting the needs of DC seniors, especially those who are low income and are experiencing isolation, is help made possible with funding received from DACL. Specifically, SUM expresses our gratitude to DACL for its funding and support of SUM's second and newest senior center, Car and House Senior Center, located in the Walter Reed campus in Ward 4 that launched this week. This center offers enriching wellness, recreational, and supportive services. We thank you, Councilmember Burns, DACL Director Sharon Hines, and Councilmember Lewis George for taking the time to stop by and meet and talk with our seniors there. Today, we have 3 recommendations for the DACL that we believe will help reduce senior isolation and ensure that seniors have access to the connections and support they need to thrive. First, restore reliable, free, and safe senior group transportation. The buses that previously provided group transportation to members of the SUM Senior Center and the senior community were vital for seniors to travel to get to and from senior centers, attend field trips, take safe trips to the grocery store, and other essential trips. SUM asks that a similar mode of transportation be restored at DCL. We understand that the mayor invested in expanding the connector card, however, that has not been a viable substitution. Seniors have reported that transportation through the connector is still too expensive, and although many of our participants are Medicaid recipients, 30% of the $100 monthly maximum they receive is usually used up at the beginning of the month. Although there are additional transportation options provided through government funding, seniors have still expressed concerns about unreliability, cost, and safety. For instance, it appears Metro access seems to be challenged as service demand grows. Seniors have reported that responses are often slow and appointments are sometimes missed. We are unsure if there's a lack of vans, drivers, or both. In addition, share rides are sometimes sent as a substitute, but are often not wheelchair accessible. Though we were glad to receive a grant to assist with transportation for our day program, the funding covers only one round trip per week, leaving us to cover the rest. Taking public transportation raises safety concerns, and the most affordable option, the bus, can require several transfers. Mobility issues compounded by construction, hectic traffic, and further public safety concerns makes walking almost impossible for many of our seniors. The elimination of group transportation has resulted in less participation in our senior center programming in Ward 8, and a growing fear that more seniors will experience isolation and hunger if they are not able to supplement their congregate meal with another nutritious food option. Second, address concerns with case management, availability, length, and depth. Some, along with lead agencies and other senior service providers, previously expressed our concerns to DACL and the council when DACL announced its decision to remove case management from the community-based grants and switch to an in-house model. Especially because at the time this was announced, DACL had fewer than half the number of social workers that were working in the lead agencies. Unfortunately, DACL has reported not having enough staff, and we fear that the workforce shortage will create more barriers to increasing social worker access. Moreover, seniors currently are only receiving approximately 2 months of case management from DACL. Some ask that as DACL assesses what case management means and what it should consist of, that case management not be limited to only short-term engagements. We fear that the movement to a short-term model of case management services only will and possibly may already be leaving our most vulnerable seniors without the supports that they need to safely age in place. We understand DACL's desire to ensure that case management and senior services are implemented equity throughout the city, and some would like to partner together to figure out how to make sure all seniors have a fair shot at getting the services they need. Last, fund and implement council legislation and programming to end senior hunger. DC continues to have the highest senior food insecurity rate among US states at 13.1%. Furthermore, senior SNAP benefits have likely just been greatly impacted by the recent elimination of the federal SNAP emergency allotment. Many seniors are single-person household recipients, which means that their benefits will drop from a maximum of $281 per month to a maximum of $30. Therefore, we first asked that DACL continue to fund and grow the DACL grocery gift card pilot. The process to apply was simple, though computer access was needed. However, capacity was met quickly, so we hope more funding will be available for more seniors to participate. Second, we advocate for the full funding and implementation of the No Senior Hungry Amendment Act of 2021 and the Senior Nutrition and Wellbeing Equity Amendment Act of 2022. With the implementation of these bills and all efforts to end senior hunger, some also recommends that a focus be placed on nutritional quality, as both bills require. We must make sure that as we seek to end senior hunger, we do it with the special nutritional needs of our seniors always in mind. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony to the entire panel. And I am going to, I'm sorry, we have one more. Karen Zuckelstein, if you are in the room, we'll take your testimony as well.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Karen Zuckerstein, and I am a longtime resident of Ward 3. As a retired older adult, I have participated in programs supported in whole or in part by DACL. In particular, I have participated in classes offered by Around Town DC. These are high-quality programs, and I feel fortunate to be offered the opportunity to take part in them. I am also a member and volunteer of a village, Northwest Neighbors Village, and I am proud of the community that the village has built and the volunteer efforts it has leveraged that permit older adults to continue to live independently in the community they love. Over the past year and a half, I have also been involved in advocating for a physical senior wellness center in Ward 3 that will provide a gathering space for older adults. It will be an important tool for combating social isolation. All 6 Ward 3 ANCs passed resolutions calling for the establishment of a physical bricks and mortar senior wellness center in the ward. I'm pleased that funding was included in the 2023 budget for this purpose. It is also important that a provision creating a task force to oversee the planning and design of the wellness center was included at the initiative of the chairperson in the Budget Support Act. My conversations about senior wellness led me to a surprising conclusion about the district's provision of aging-related services. Specifically, there does not seem to be a clear consensus on the base level of services that the district is committed to providing to seniors. In most service areas, there is no ambiguity. The district provides schools, libraries, recreation centers, health services across all wards and communities. This does not seem to be the case when it comes to services for older adults. For example, some question whether there was a need for a senior wellness center in Ward 3 and Ward 2 because these neighborhoods were better off relative to some other neighborhoods. In other cases, such as adult daycare, the pattern of services does not seem to be consistent or strategically thought out. It is important that we come to terms with this issue. The number of older adults is growing rapidly and will continue to grow over the next several decades before peaking in 2060. The population 85 and over is expected to double nationally by 2040. We need to have the institutions and services in place to respond to this growth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony again to the entire panel. I do have a couple of questions. Ms. Zuckerstein, I just want you to know that as far as the task force that we had previously discussed, the agency indicated that they are moving on that. So I think that helps us both because we felt very strongly last year that this was something that would make these wellness centers a reality, so to speak.
Yes.
I say it like that, ladies and gentlemen, those that are listening, because for the last 6 years, we've been slowly but surely getting to this point where I was able to get money in the budget for this opportunity. And so we're ready to take advantage of it. And I'm so happy for it. 6 years ago, it was pointed out through data prior to the most recent census that Ward 3, in fact, had the largest senior population. But I think that we're growing in senior population across the city. So I'm not sure that Ward 3 still can hold on to that number. It could very well be Ward 4 now, or my ward, Ward 5. But we know that seniors, we're here to stay. And we want to make sure that we have the resources that can accommodate our needs. So thank you again for that. Ms. Gentle, I'm so sorry I missed part of what you mentioned. I know you said you wanted to restore recreational transportation. Am I correct?
No, so restore the group transportation, when a couple years ago, well, pre-pandemic, when Seabury operated the group transportation before we made the transition to the connector program.
Yes, okay, so group, all right, my mistake. I call it the recreation because the buses pick people up.
Oh, okay.
So that's where that came from, okay. And then continue the SNAP at the current rate, is that correct? No.
So I was using it, well, actually, we're supporting the Give SNAP a Raise legislation, but I was using that point just to talk about the need for more food assistance and coordination.
Okay, the
But
coordination.
we're advocating for an increase in SNAP. I know this probably isn't the proper hearing to talk about that, but this.
Well, yes, that's true, but it is okay because many of our seniors take advantage of SNAP.
Yeah,
as they should. So, all right, the coordination. Okay, I just want to make sure. I just missed some of your testimony, and I just wanted to make sure I had it all because I want to query the agency on these points when they come on. So, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Jefferson, I think we chatted and we'll be investigating how we might get to this point. Yes, definitely. And Ms. Gaskins, thank you so very much for what your organization does. You mentioned that I believe 70% of the residents in the 584 units are 62 years and older. Am I?
It was 20%, ma'am.
Oh, 20. Oh my goodness, I'm really elevating it. Okay, only 20%. Okay, all right. Just want to make sure. Thank you. And yes, all right. Well, thank you all very, very much. We are going to move to our final public witness who is here to talk more so about age-friendly DC, but it's right in the vein. Are they here yet?
Yeah, so we actually have one last panel from Esmeralda Marshall, who's a public witness from panel 7, Barbara Baylor, who's a public witness from panel 8, and John Lee, who's a public witness from panel 9. And they're all actually on the same, they're going to be testifying from the same account. So I can promote them.
All right, and so we have Esmeralda Marshall. And who else do we have?
Barbara Baylor from panel 8.
Okay. All right. Just those two?
And John Lee from panel 9.
All right, okay. All right, well, we do have, looks like another, okay, full, okay. All right, we'll start with Miss Marshall when she is in the room.
Yes. Oh, I didn't do that.
Welcome, Miss Marshall. We see you.
Oh, thank you, Councilmember Barnes and members of the committee. I'm Esmeralda Marshall, and I'm 90 years old. I've lived in DC since 55. I currently live in Ward 7. I was married for 37 years to 2 different husbands, both are deceased. I had a daughter who died in 2019, and her children are in Tennessee, so I'm all alone. And I did, have a church family when, we were going to church, but most of them passed away. And I found myself in a deep depression. So I went to the doctor and he gave me anti-anxiety medication, which didn't seem to heal or help my depression. And I lost my appetite and couldn't sleep. That was around the beginning of the pandemic. I lost around 60 pounds. So one day I was reading the paper and came across an article about the Iona Washington Home Center. And when I read it, I saw the 2 participants and recognized one of them was an old girlfriend of mine. So I called our owner and scheduled an appointment and started coming and been coming here for 2 years, 5 days a week, because I received daily transportation and go on field trips and people here that I socialize with. I'm testifying today because there are a lot of seniors like me in Ward 7 and close here who don't know about our owner and will be so helpful. And I really wish that this could be advertised more. And they need to get out, and there's some of them so close they could walk here. And so I'm just suggesting that more advertisement about this center, maybe flyers on the buses in the churches, the grocery stores, and libraries around here would really help. And I thank the council members for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you consider my recommendation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Marshall, when you said that some of your girlfriends could walk to the location, where is the location you're speaking of?
3030 Stanton Road, right off Alabama.
All right. Thank you very much. I've actually visited. It's a very nice facility.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So that tells me that you are the recipient of one of the tablets. You have a tablet?
Yes, I do.
So you're on the internet, traveling to Greece and Ghana and all around, right?
That virtual makes me think I'm on vacation.
All right. Well, that's part of it, and we want you to continue vacationing as you see fit.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sure. And now we'll hear from Ms. Baylor, I believe it is. Yeah. And I apologize to the audience because when you're out of my list, I have to find you again. So, Ms. Baylor, we're happy to have you.
Good afternoon, Councilman Barnes and members of the committee. I am Barbara Baylor. I am 79 years old. I'm a native of Washington, D.C., and I currently reside in Ward 7. In 1995, I moved to Martinsburg, West Virginia, to join my husband, who had been employed there since 1992. In 2014, my husband's health began to fail, and by 2018, due to his continuously health issues, we decided to relocate back to the DMV. On December the 21st, 2019, my husband passed away. At the time, my family was my only daughter, who also passed away June 19, 2021. I became depressed, lonely, weary, and sad. And while other family members I had for support, they could not take the place of my husband and my child. I was watching television and saw Miss Cade, who was the director of Iona Washington Home Center at that time, advertising the center's program. After watching that advertisement, I decided to contact the number she provided on television, and I spoke with Miss Ann Dean, who was the senior manager of Iona Home Center. I was given an appointment to come to tour the center. At the tour, she provided me medical documents to be completed and signed by my physician and given me a date to start. I have been a participant at Iona for 2 years. Since coming to Iona, it has been great. I'm whole, I'm busy. Being at the center has given me a purpose. It makes me get out of my bed, which helps me and allow me to help those that can't help themselves. I come to the center to help and socialize and now get great joy helping my participants. I came to the center due to grief, loss, and depression. Since coming to the center, I don't feel bad any longer. At the center, I help the participants, those who need assistance in daily activities and other needs. The staff is great. They make me feel like I'm one of the participants. I feel the need to testify to let the council member know that our Iona Home Center is a great place to be. Having this opportunity to testify, it allows me to let everyone know how grateful I am to be enrolled in Iona Home Health Center. Also, I'm testifying to inform all who are listening that there's no senior should be at home and not be isolated and alone when there is a great program such as Iona in the DMV. I discovered Iona by watching television. I believe that more advertisements through the television and radio is needed. Most seniors sit at home watching TV all day. What better way to put the word out about Iona, but through television and radio? I say this because seniors don't have access to technology or know how to operate a computer. I ask that my recommendation be considered, and I thank the council members for all this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Baylor. We appreciate it. Now we'll hear from, I believe it's a Mr. Lee, Mr. John Lee.
Good morning.
How are you, Mr. Lee? Welcome.
I'm doing well, ma'am. Council member Bonds and members of the committee. I am John Lee. I am 73 years old, and I have lived in Washington, D.C. since 1992. I currently reside in Ward 8. I came to Washington, D.C. seeking employment. I lived with my sister, who is now deceased. In 1993, I became ill. Therefore, I was not able to gain full-time employment. I was diagnosed in 1995 with a blood disorder, which prevented me from working full-time. Since my diagnosis, I have been on permanent disability and was awarded Social Security disability. I was at home doing nothing, watching TV or TV watching me, looking for something to do, looking for someone to converse and socialize with. And in January of 2021, I found out about the Iona Washington Hospital, Iona Washington Center online. I called the center, spoke with the receptionist. She told me to come in for a visit. While at the center, I spoke with whilst at the center, I spoke with staff who made me feel comfortable. I completed the paperwork and I have been attending since. This was about 2 years ago. Washington Home Center has given me purpose, a reason to get up out of the bed. Now I have a routine, a schedule. It's only 3 days a week, but it benefits me. Staff is great. They are very accommodating, and they are very attentive to my needs. The activities are great. I have family among the participants coming to the center. Has given me a gift, given me something to do, and a sense of belonging. I agreed to testify to let the council members know there is a need for adult day programs in the DMV. A lot of people with disabilities sit in their homes daily, like I had just watched, as I had just watching TV, being isolated and alone. I think we need to let people know that programs like the Washington Home Center exist. I believe knocking on doors, doing home visits, putting flyers in public places, will get the word out that there is a place to go socialize with activities and hot lunches. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and hope you will consider my ideas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your testimony. And I'm happy that you're happy at your Iona home, and sounds like you do some volunteer work there as well as you're willing participant. Am I correct?
I do what I do. I do the best I can do.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for that. We're going to also take the age-friendly DC public. Do we have that? Okay. That public witness, Ms. Deborah DACL. That okay, Ms. DACL. Yes. There, okay. We're looking for Ms. DACL.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm so sorry you caught me off guard. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer. I apologize. I would like to comment on the age. I'm really not set. Is there any way? I'm up next.
Would you want us to come back to you? We're going to take a break, and we can come back to you in about 15 minutes.
Oh, that would be perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, thanks.
But we will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Audience, as we indicated, we're going to take a break. It is now almost 2:40. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and we'll be back. I see Councilmember Lewis George. Councilwoman, I really must take a break if you don't mind. And all right, and we'll put you on as soon as we get back.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here. I know the seniors from Ward 4 are important to you. I know that.
That's right. I had to be here. Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye. Okay. See if she's ready. All right, then we are ready to resume our important hearing on senior citizen services and programs for our aging community. And we're going to bring into the room Ms. Eckel, Deborah Eckel,
Hello.
public witness. All right, she's ready. All right, Ms. Eckel.
And thank you so much. Thank you for accommodating me. I'm going to try to keep to my time limit here. I watched the Age Friendly DC Task Force meeting. It's online on their website. Lots of slides and maps and statistics, but I don't feel any of it actually trickling down into my lived experience here in DC. I have time today to single out only 4 of the areas of this age-friendly DC plan that I feel could be improved. So I'll just run right through these 4 points. Number 1 is social participation. I have to admit that DC is the most age-segregated city I have ever experienced, whether it's living or visiting. As I began to age here, I felt my world shrinking. I found very few places I could go where I didn't feel out of place. I don't want only seniors only activities. I want intergenerational activities because I believe this is the key to breaking down harmful stereotypes and increasing tolerance and appreciation. I would like to see a multi-office, multi-agency, intergenerational campaign. And I have ideas about what that could look like. And I don't think it would cost a lot of money, but I really think this is something worth pursuing. Marketing, for example, just like we use a racial equity lens, I think we should use an anti-ageism lens because ageism is a form of discrimination. DC government should, wherever possible, use intergenerational images in their marketing, communications, and social media posts. If you look at Age Friendly DC's Facebook page, its cover photo is of the mayor standing between 2 young-looking women, and there isn't a single senior in sight. And sometimes, you know, this is insidious, but it's as you age, you start to notice these things and you start to feel more and more excluded from the mainstream. So I think a more effort could be put there. Secondly, built environment. We have a lack of public seating, benches on sidewalks and bus shelters downtown. We need more public seating. Sidewalks have become dangerous for seniors because bikes, which I'm all in favor of multimodal transport, I think it's wonderful. But when you share a sidewalk with bikes or motorized scooters, sometimes they come up from behind you, you can't see them, and you might want to waver over to put something in a trash can and boom. There have been many near collisions. I've had them and other people I know have had them. So let's create safe sidewalks, pedestrian paths so people can walk. We should be designing public spaces that encourage intergenerational activities, similar to European-style piazzas or public squares. The only one I can think of offhand is DuPont Circle because they have board games set up at the perimeter. You see people of all ages engaging there, and I think we need to incorporate more of that in our urban designs. 3, respect and inclusion in civic and political participation. Civic and political participation by the elderly in DC triggers ageism at its worst. One example, the publication Greater Washington recently wrote an article where it maligned older residents, calling them cranks and NIMBYs. And they are not alone. This attitude is ubiquitous in our civic discourse, and age-friendly DC should call it out. See something, say something. That should not be tolerated. And lastly, lifelong learning, which is one of the goals in the plan. We should try to find a way to create free tuition for our seniors, not just to audit courses, but to actually earn degrees and graduate degrees. University of Maryland has a Golden ID program that allows seniors to get graduate degrees. And I would be thrilled if we could emulate that program somehow. So in conclusion, age-friendly DC has its work cut out for it. I hope it can grow more teeth to really take a bite out of ageism and make DC more of an intergenerational place to live and to thrive. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much for your very robust comments, and we will entertain your thoughts when we have age-friendly on and a little bit. But thank you very much for that, and hope to hear from you again soon. We are now ready to hear from the Department on Aging and Community Living. And let's see, are they ready? Okay, we don't need a timer for that.
Councilmember Bonds and committee staff, is one of you able to elevate Director Hines, please?
All right, we want to welcome Acting Director Sharon Hines of the Department on Aging and Community Living. Ms. Hines, I see you in the room, and if you will raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. All right, do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
Yes.
All right. And you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Housing and Executive Administration, and committee staff. My name is Sharon P.W. Hines, and I am the Acting Director for the Department of Aging and Community Living, DACL. Today, I am honored to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on the department's performance during fiscal years 2022 and 2023 to date. Here with me today is Garrett King, DACL's Chief of Staff, and Jacob Wong, DACL's Chief Operating Officer. I want to begin by first expressing my gratitude to Mayor Bowser for this appointment. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership, tireless work to ensure the district continues to thrive, and for entrusting me to serve our city's oldest and most respected residents. I also want to acknowledge my predecessors who have come before me at the agency. The late E. Veronica Pace, Geraldine Williams, Dr. Clarence Brown, Donna Dunstan, Dr. John Thompson, Brenda Donald, Laura Newland, and most recently, Jessica Smith. I am incredibly grateful for the strong advocacy and leadership of the previous directors, and I look forward to building upon their important work. I want to acknowledge and thank the incredible staff at DACL. The team's commitment to our older adults, adults with disabilities, and caregivers is paramount to the agency's success and our ability to ensure district seniors can live boldly. While I am new to the agency, I am no stranger to DC or DC government. As a third-generation Washingtonian, the most important role I've held to date outside of being a new mommy is community servant. For the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of serving our city's youngest residents as the senior advisor to the DC Public Schools Chancellor, Dr. Louis D. Farabee. Before that, I served the more than 700,000 residents, including our seniors, as the director of the Mayor's Office on Community Affairs, affectionately known as MOCA. I have always strived to serve the very communities who have made me the woman I am today. And that same effort will continue as I take on the critical role of DACL's director. As the daughter of a disabled Gulf War veteran, I have been able to experience the programs and services DACL provides to residents through the lens of my father and maternal grandmother. I know firsthand the importance of social services, including senior services, and the impact they have on those who use them. As the acting director of DACL, I am committed to ensuring that our city's oldest residents are getting the highest level of care and service they need and deserve. The mission of DACL is to advocate, plan, implement, and monitor programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, to promote longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents with disabilities regardless of age, and caregivers, to ensure the rights of older adults and their families and prevent their abuse, neglect, and exploitation, to uphold the core values of service excellence, respect, compassion, integrity, and accountability, and to lead efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to effectively leverage resources. Madam Chair, while I have been in this role for less than 30 days, I know that the team at DACL has been laser focused on 3 core areas that are necessary in supporting older residents: socialization, transportation, and nutrition. Socialization is a crucial component of healthy aging, and combating senior isolation is one of the mayor's top priorities for older adults. As a part of the mayor's DC is Open initiative, DACL has been hyper-focused on bringing seniors back to our wellness centers and our citywide events. During the past year, DACL has hosted several events that kept seniors connected, engaged, and informed, including Senior Fest, the Miss Senior DC pageant, which is coming up in June, the Mayor's Senior Symposium, Brain Games, Centenarian Salute, the oh-so fabulous Mayor's Senior Holiday Celebration, and the Mayor's Senior Budget Engagement Forum. These events, including the community outreach events we host, have allowed us to connect with more than 10,000 seniors from all 8 wards of the city. During my first week, I visited our 6 senior wellness centers and our Ward 3 satellite center on Valentine's Day. As part of our 7th annual Cupid's Kids initiative, we distributed over 3,500 handmade Valentine's Day cards to our home delivered meal program recipients and at our wellness centers, which were created by DC public and charter school students throughout the district. I also visited 2 of our community dining sites, Lamont Recreation Center and Plymouth at North Capitol, and the new So Others Might Eat Some Caring House at Walter Reed's Complex. In addition to my visits, I met with our senior service network, the senior villages, our external partners at AARP DC, and our LGBTQ advisory committee. Over the next 60 days, I plan to visit more of our community dining sites, meet with more members of our senior service network, and engage with more of our city's oldest residents at their places of residence, work, and leisure throughout the district. Transportation is another important issue for seniors in the district. Many seniors struggle with transportation access, which can lead to social isolation and other issues. At DACL, we have been committed to developing innovative solutions to help seniors get around the city. One of our most significant accomplishments is the Connector Card program. This program provides senior access to a variety of transportation options, including Uber, Lyft, and WMATA Bus and Rail. And because of the mayor's FY23 $1 million investment in transportation access for seniors, we've been able to expand the Connector Card program, which now helps more than 2,250 seniors get where they need to go, providing them with up to $100 a month in travel funds. Madam Chair, alongside transportation and socialization, senior food insecurity is a critical concern in the district. As we have navigated through the health, social, and economic challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic, these past 2 years have only exacerbated this complex issue among older adults. However, as the mayor continues to remind us, we know we can do better. To address this issue, we partnered with the National Foundation to End Senior Hunger, NFESH, to analyze DC-specific data, compare to national trends, and review how our senior wellness centers and community dining sites are improving the health of participants. This partnership focuses on addressing nutrition and health gaps and developing new strategies and programs to ensure all sites help seniors live healthier lives. The research has already shown us that participants in our nutrition programs show high rates of food security, and the food insecurity rate in the district compared to the national rate is actually driven by financial and housing insecurities rather than simply a deficit in food and nutrition programming. Our work with NFESH is ongoing, and we look forward to providing a full report towards the end of September. In addition to our partnership with NFESH, the mayor has invested $750,000 in combating senior food insecurity by launching the Food for Choice Grocery Gift Card Pilot Program in November of FY22. This pilot helps 450 qualifying seniors receive grocery cards with $125, which will be reloaded each month for the next 10 months. Seniors can use the food funds at any grocery store in the district to purchase food of their choosing, giving seniors the autonomy to make their own nutritional decisions. While the program has reached maximum capacity, our team will track the data and hopes to expand this program in the future. And for our seniors who are homebound, the mayor invested $2.6 million to expand our senior technology program, which in part allowed DACL to further diversify our home delivered meals program. Through this investment, we ensure our seniors are receiving not just a home delivered meal, but also a social connection with others, providing a direct connection to a DACL nutritionist, as well as the opportunity to participate in a virtual dining site and wellness center, which features virtual programming specifically designed for older adults with limited mobility. All of these features are available through our DACL app, which can be found in the App Store on mobile devices. And to take a step further in moving the needle forward, DACL has been working with the lab at DC and the Age-Friendly DC Nutrition Task Force to create a food access tool that will foster coordination and collaboration among the several organizations across the district that work to meet residents' nutritional needs. With this tool, we are getting seniors on the right nutrition programs, maximizing the way seniors and other residents are benefiting from all the nutrition services our city has to offer. This level of collaboration will allow us to combat food insecurity head on. In addition to these enhancements and new initiatives, we are currently serving 2,643 seniors in our home delivered meals program, and 1,595 seniors are served per day at our 40 community dining sites across the city. Madam Chair, while socialization, transportation, and nutrition have been the priorities of the agency, we know that in order for seniors to have access to safe spaces, reliable transportation, and healthy foods, it is imperative for them to feel safe in the very homes and communities they know and love. That's why I am proud to highlight the mayor's investment in her signature program, Safe at Home, which provides safety adaptations in and around the homes of qualifying seniors and adults with disabilities. In FY22, 941 projects were completed and 432 projects have been completed to date in FY23. Through a follow-up survey conducted by American University to evaluate the program's efficacy, we learned that 99% of past Safe at Home participants were satisfied with the program, and 80% of those participants had not fallen since their adaptations were complete. While this initiative has helped more than 5,500 households safer since its inception through the installation of safety adaptation, such as grab bars, hand railings, stair lifts, and bathtub cutouts, we wanted to push ourselves to further alleviate the risk of falls for older adults in the district. Thanks to the mayor's investment, we are able to work with our partners, Home Care Partners and American University, to offer seniors more options to reduce the risk of falls and support them as they age the way they want and choose. With Safe at Home 2.0, we will focus on all 4 of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's categories of falls risk: environment, medical medication, vision screenings, and balance and strength training. Since the beginning of January 2023, Safe at Home 2.0 clients have been participating in vision screenings, medication management, and evidence-based balance and strength training classes offered by Home Care Partners and American University. Before I close, Madam Chair, I want to highlight the work of our Future of Aging initiative, which started last fiscal year. This past summer, our Future of Aging team spoke to more than 400 community members, including seniors from every ward, adults with disabilities, and caregivers at library workshops, our senior wellness centers, grocery stores, phone conversations, and during virtual listening sessions. Through these unique interactions, we have learned that we are serving a very diverse senior community, one that desires to connect with DACL in ways we haven't seen before, like through text messaging and other tech-savvy applications, and we are actively working to meet those requests. Through the activities of our Future of Aging initiative, 79% of the participants identified as Black, and 75% of the participants had low incomes, which are both critical demographics of population which DACL aims to serve. Additionally, we held workshops in Spanish and Mandarin. Through this initiative, we heard over and over that transportation is the lifeline connecting older adults to medical care, food, the community, and social events that help them thrive. And we need to invest in it. We heard that older adults want opportunities to continue learning and leading in their communities, and we heard their fears of growing isolation. The district already offers some of the best senior services in the country, and with this feedback, we can continue meeting the needs of seniors as they have determined and prioritized as most important to live and grow older in our city. In conclusion, Madam Chair and the committee, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And I want to thank the public witnesses for their testimony and feedback. I look forward to following up with them in the coming weeks. I am incredibly proud of the progress we have made at the Department of Aging and Community Living over the past 2 years. We have made great strides in our nutrition, transportation, and socialization initiatives, and we are committed to continuing this important work. We will continue to listen to and engage with seniors, prioritize innovation and equity, and hold ourselves and our partners accountable for delivering high-quality services. Thank you for your support of our agency and for your dedication to the well-being of our older residents, adults with disabilities, and those who care for them. I look forward to answering any questions from you and the committee.
Thank you very, very much for your testimony today. And of course, we do have some questions. I did want to start with some of the points that were made by our public witnesses and to acknowledge that you have indicated you will be following up on all of what you heard today. But I wanted to start with talking about an area that we constantly are getting concerns on, and that's our long-term care and those opportunities for assisting those who are in assisted living, the mental health facilities and what have you. And what I wanted to ask about is how involved is DACL in assuring that any concerns about these facilities that are brought to your attention are addressed?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. As you know, we take feedback and concerns from our seniors seriously. Whether a senior resides in their own home in an assisted living facility, we consider them a DACL constituent. However, we partner with the Department of Healthcare Finance oftentimes when we are engaging with our residents in our assisted living facilities, because they are our lead sister agency that works heavily on the referral program. We also receive referrals through our IRNA, which is our Information Referral and Assistance Center, and through the Ombudsman.
All right, and when you receive the referrals, let's say that come into your office, how do you follow up? What is the coordination that you do between the Department of Healthcare Finance on these matters?
So our seniors who reach us through our IRNA center, we have a call taker who will listen to their concern and identify, in many cases, it could be case management that will assign them to a case manager to help find a solution to their issue or problem that they have. We have constant touch points with the Department of Healthcare Finance, particularly with our seniors who are going through the EDP waiver process that may want to get into a long-term care facility. But we definitely have a time to returning our calls and following up with our seniors with 24 to 48 hours.
All right, and let's say, for instance, that you are receiving complaints from family members based on what they believe they have learned about a assisted living facility or one of the facilities that are supported through the waiver process. What is your role? What is your engagement? Do you have a role in that, or is it just bumped onto healthcare finance? I want us to be able to inform the public in some sort of seamless manner as to what happens when you receive that kind of complaint or concern.
Yeah, so if we receive complaints or concerns, we have a few agencies that are involved. Primarily DC Health would be the lead agency, and we would work with the ombudsman for the respective agency and or facility, because one, DC Health oversees the licensing of the facilities. And of course, as I indicated before, DC Healthcare Finance is one of our sister agencies that we work with on a regular basis.
All right, well, thank you, because every now and then, it seems to be occurring even more frequently. We get inquiries and want to make sure that we are referring these inquiries to the right agency. So it is your agency as a starting point, but then from there, your team will take over and refer the individual to the right agency that can answer their questions.
Yes, and Councilmember, I would just like to add, to put on the record, any seniors who are listening or caregivers or loved ones of seniors who are experiencing, challenges, issues, and concerns overall, please reach out to our Information and Referral Assistance Center. That number is 202-724-5626. Again, that's 202-724-5626.
All right, thank you so much for that. And I hope that there are some that were listening and that they will make use of that. That's very important as we try to connect everyone with this interest to the right resources. I'll now go to some of the other things that we wanted to put on record. Your top 5 priorities for the agency. Have you set goals for the coming year? I know you've been there less than 30 days, but just wondered, if you have, we want to have it on record. And I'll tell you, we want to make sure that in budget time that those goals are appropriately protected and supported.
Councilmember, thank you for your grace. As you know, I am concluding week 3 in the acting director role, but have been lock in step with the team and looking at our past, our present, and our future. And what is consistent is that we look forward to continuing to provide the programs and services that are currently budgeted. I am not going to get ahead of Mayor Bowser with FY24, but we're going to continue combating senior hunger, combating senior isolation, creating more streamlined access to services across our senior service network, bridging the technology divide, completing the state plan on aging, creating more awareness of DACL's programs and services for our seniors. I think that kind of gives you a snapshot of where we're going and continuing to elevate, engage, and increase our participation of seniors across DC.
All right, yeah, it definitely does. And you answered a number of questions with that response. So I'll just move right on. When you think about the programming that the staff has shared with you, and of course, through your experiences with your dad and your grandmother, can you tell us the programs and activities that you know have been successful in the past year, during the past year, FY22?
Thank you for that question. You know, I love to tell stories about my family because without their love and support, I wouldn't be here today. And so one common program that my father and my grandmother are both participants in is our home delivered meals program through Mom's Meals. I know my grandmother has been receiving Mom's Meals for about, I'm going to say, at least 15 years. My aunt who passed away, my Aunt Jackie, and she was a retired DC public schools teacher. She made sure as she was going into retirement that she wanted to make sure that, you know, my grandparents had a healthy, nutritious meal. Because as we mostly know, seniors, when you get to a certain point in your life, you cook for all of your children, your spouse, your grandchildren, the neighborhood, and extended family. And so there's some days you want to say, let me get a meal for myself. And so that's the type of nutrition and wellness that Mom's Meals has provided for my grandparents and now my grandmother, now that she's a widow. For my father, who is a newer, more recent Mom's Meals client, for him, after suffering 2 strokes, you know, relearning how to just do simple things, walking, occupational related daily activities, you know, how to, you know, holding his fork and knife to cut up his food again, how to prepare his cup of coffee. Having a Mom's Meals was an easy lift for him, just to be able to, you know, put it in the refrigerator, take it out of the refrigerator, warm it up in the stove or the microwave. And so those are just some personal testimonies about the benefits of a home delivered meal program, making sure that, you know, my aging father, my aging grandmother are able to have a nutritious hot meal, whether it's for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And then I'll tell you another cute moment with this is when we get invited over for dinner or for visiting, and, you know, me and my sisters, you know, we get to taste test and have a Mom's Meal. So that's also a benefit of having a family meal experience as a result of this DACL and Mayor's initiative.
Are there any other programs that come to mind that you have heard have been very, very successful through DACL?
Yes, Safe at Home. I am very, very active in my neighborhood. I'm a Ward 4 resident in Riggs Park. I've been a 3-term consecutive president for Lamont Riggs Citizens Association. And so as a result of that leadership experience and then being the MOCA director. During that time, I was still in service on the executive board. So oftentimes I wore 2 hats at the meeting alongside the MOCAs. And so we would promote the Safe at Home program with the flyers. And so oftentimes neighbors would call me and say, I heard you talking about this program the mayor started. And, you know, I had knee replacement surgery and I can't get up the steps like I used to. And so as a result, I was able to promote that to promote the Safe at Home program to a lot of the seniors in Ward 4 and Ward 5 that were members and neighbors of Lamont Riggs Citizens Association. So I can think of one of my church members who lives in the neighborhood, Miss Nickens. She, has a stair lift now. She also has what I call is like a kitchen stove walker, but it's basically a walker device that you can have at the stove when you're cooking meals. I also know my grandmother, and this is right when the program came out, she also has mobility issues. And so particularly what a lot of seniors also like about Safe at Home is the grab bars in the bathroom. So when you're in the shower, in bathtub, you can use the rail to climb in and out of the tub. And sometimes seniors will get I'm calling them curb cuts. Here's my sidewalk DDOT brain coming in, but bathtub cuts to help them again with entering and exiting. Another investment and area that I participate in prior to this role at DACL that I'm familiar with is the DC Caregivers Institute through Home Care Partners. I'm actually a member. And so having a support system and having the opportunity to hear from other caregivers experiencing the day-to-day challenges of being in the sandwich generation like I am, where I'm now caring for an aging parent. My father has had, as I said, he had 2 strokes during the pandemic. Nobody expected that because we were already in the pandemic. And so learning how to navigate a new way of life of providing support systems alongside my sisters has been critical to his rehabilitation, but mine as well. So learning how to be a better caregiver in my role as a daughter. I would also say that I've heard from seniors who participate in the iPad program. They get excited. Seniors get excited when they become tech savvy, and in many cases, like, their grandchildren. So, grandchildren come around, and I'm starting to feel that now with my godchildren and my nieces and nephews. If I can't figure something out on my phone, because it happens sometimes, you hand it off to a much younger person who's tech savvy, they can show you what to do. So what I like about this iPad program we have through DACL is Octo. We have an agreement with Octo. They do training for the seniors on the iPad. So I've had the opportunity, I'll get pictures from the Octo trainer because he used to be one of the MOCAs when I was the MOCA director. And so he'll send me feedback and tell me how much he's enjoying the time and who are the star students in his iPad class.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Can you talk a little bit about the level of collaboration and relationship between DACL, Age Friendly DC, and the Commission on Aging?
Yes, I have had touch points with all of the above. I attended the Commission on Aging meeting last week. And I had a call this week with Gail Cohn, who is affiliated with the Age Friendly DC program. In my prior role as the MOCA director, I actually was a mayoral appointee to the Age Friendly DC Task Force and had the opportunity to work on the first Age Friendly DC plan that we put out. And I think that was between 2017 and 2022. And so I will be attending the monthly meetings of the Commission on Aging. They gave me lots of homework last week that I'm still completing. I had an opportunity to see Commissioner Bobo and Commissioner Matthews today. I watched all of the public witness testimony and I've seen them out in the community since. Gail Cohn and I will also have a monthly touch point, and we've already started planning some engagement around the next Age Friendly DC plan.
All right. Well, thank you for that. You're correct in that Mr. Bobo and Ms. Matthews gave us a laundry list of items. I must say, in my time with the government and hearing from the commission, I was so very pleasantly surprised that they are now becoming strong advocates for the aging community. And as you said, they're asking for follow-up on many, many issues. So I won't go into great detail, but there were a couple of things that sort of stood out, and I think that they are going to continue to advocate as they have over the years. And that is the need for wellness centers in wards 2 and 3. And they added today, Madam Director, Ward 1. They want another one in Ward 1. And we always think of Ward 1 as being so tiny, and it is, but it's high concentration of people power is what I call it. So you might want to give consideration to that as we move forward. But certainly Ward 3 has been without longstanding. Ward 2 has, because it's downtown, it has had some programming, but not nearly enough to meet apparently the demand. So I'm looking forward to those items moving forward. As you know, I have money in the budget to begin the planning for the Ward 3 Wellness Center and want to make sure that the advisory group gets off the ground. So I'm hoping that you'll be moving expeditiously to get that done.
Yes, most definitely.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Another area which concerned me from their report, from the commission report, was the strong need to survey or review the living conditions of our seniors in some of the buildings, and not just the DC Housing Authority, but primarily the feeling is that the privately owned buildings. And so I would certainly like to work with you and see how we can get some of that work done. Previously, I had thought by working with the ANCs, we could identify, large populations of aging residents and go at it from that perspective and try to check on those properties. But I would love to get with you and let's come up with a strategy, because I think it will improve not just the issue of this isolation, but I think it will improve the health of many of our residents. And I think it also will help us have a more accurate count on the number of seniors. See, I'm a senior, so I'm very determined that we are growing in great numbers, of course, every day as birthdays materialize. But I really think we have to be a little more vigilant about meeting seniors' needs and identifying them first and getting them connected to the many program opportunities that we have in the cities. I hope that will be something that we can work on.
Definitely, council member, and we can talk further and make this a standing agenda item for our monthly check-ins that we will have. What I would also like to share with you is, I've been spending time, in addition to being out in the community meeting seniors, I have been reaching out to my cabinet colleagues that have touch points within DACL, definitely knowing that DHCD, based on this conversation we're having right now, DHCD is definitely important to bring into the conversation. Department of Housing Authority, as you indicated, and also, talking to DMPID, our Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development's office, because they'll know about future development that's coming online that will include senior housing. This also brings to mind my touch point with our director at DGS, Keith Anderson. We already had a strong relationship because of my prior role at DC Public Schools. And so he's already started sending out staff to the Senior Wellness Center at my request, just to start listening to some of those issues and concerns that have been raised. But I think a definite strength of ours is collaboration. We work with Department of Human Services. Director Zollinger and I have worked together since my MOCA director days. So that's definitely one of the benefits for the longevity of seeing me transition from acting director to director. I have established relationships across government and our agencies, and I'm just able to reactivate in many cases those relationships so that we can be responsive to our seniors at all times. Working alongside the Commission of Aging is going to be key, as well as our senior ambassadors that we have in place throughout the city, whether they are in, designated DCHA properties or private properties. And we're looking to grow our senior ambassador program.
All right. And would you please add to your list Department of Energy, the Environment and Energy, because as you know, they do the weatherization program, and my understanding it's a little expanded. You can even get roofs replaced as needed. So there's a lot of effort in that program that can benefit our seniors. And when you're talking with the Department on Housing and Community Development, please work with them on the senior family rehab program. And I call it senior family, but it's really the single family household program. So many of our seniors have applied for it over the years. And as I say to the housing department, our seniors, they need action when they request it as opposed to sometime later. And we know what we mean when we say that. So I just want to make sure that we are more diligent at reaching out to them and getting the work done, that they can move it along a little faster.
Duly noted.
Right. Transportation, that was a big issue today, as you heard.
Yeah.
The connector card, the fact that the connector card is sometimes not so easy to apply for. And then when you get it, $100 doesn't seem to go far enough. And when you are in some of the vehicles, they decide they don't want to take the card as payment and they want cash. And so have any of these issues been brought front and center to the agency, to your knowledge, to Mr. King's knowledge recently, or is this something new?
I would actually defer, since you have acknowledged Mr. King, the Chief of Staff, I'm going to defer this question to him.
Hi, Council Member. Yes,
How are you doing?
These issues have come up in the Commission on Aging, and we have been working with our partners over Department for Hired Vehicles. But what's definitely on our agenda, and it's going to be on the priorities for Acting Director Hines to meet with the new director at the Department for Hired Vehicles on these issues.
All right, so that will be happening prior to finalizing the budget, or
certainly.
What's your timeline on that?
We will put that on the first thing on our to-do list.
Okay, I think that's important. I mean, I still take seriously this role that we have at the council. We will be very happy to get the mayor's budget plan. And then, of course, as you know, at the council, we will put the finishing touches on it. And so in putting the finishing touches on it, I want to make sure that whatever we need in order to make this program work, that we have it in place. It's such a valuable program for our seniors. And short of apparently having money to give everyone free access to our buses, many seniors are talking about, or told us today, about the taxi system that is connected to the connector card. And I want to make sure that that works better for them.
Just a small note, council member, we do ask if there are complaints that seniors either reach out to us or the Department for Hired Vehicles. And I just want to drop that number in. So if you do have an issue with a taxi driver, please call 202-645-7300 or 855-484-4966, or you can again call our agency, and we'll make sure that we follow through on investigating the complaint with Department for Hired Vehicles.
I appreciate you giving those numbers out. Would you repeat them, please? It was a little quick.
Yeah, sorry about that. So it's 855-484-4966 or 202-645-7300.
Okay, and I'm sure that will be on the sort of on the wire, or people will be able to pick that up. But you and I know that seniors are going to call their ward offices. So they'll be reaching out to their ward council members, and of course, they certainly call my office. So we'll relay the information to you, but the bottom line is we've got to fix that system so that it really works. And then I wanted to talk, if we can, Madam Director, let's talk a little bit about this senior hunger and the whole nutrition program as it relates to the current meals process, the conjugate meals locations and how they're working. And then you mentioned, of course, the mom's meals. Those are the home delivered nutritional meals. And then if you could inform us from your perspective, how do you see working on to implement the bill called No Senior Hungry, which is now law?
Thank you for that question, council members. So first, I want to talk about the visits to the community dining sites. I've designated Tuesdays and Thursdays as Tasty Tuesday and Tasty Thursday. And so during those 2 days out of the week, I'll be visiting our community dining sites to do, they'll be announced and unannounced Tasty Tuesday and Tasty Thursday, so that I can talk to seniors, get their feedback about the food quality. Do they like it? Do they have any input to the menu selections that they're being offered? And it's also to have a touch point with our lead agencies and grant partners that are managing these sites, as well as our vendors. So it's a check-in around accountability and quality assurance. And to make sure, of course, that this investment, that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck when we think about it, and senior satisfaction is the priority at these community dining sites. In FY23, the mayor invested $750,000 in nutrition programming, and DACL launched a new pilot program called Food for Choice. So through this program, seniors receive $125 monthly in grocery funds. So when we think about all of the ways that we are providing nutrition options to seniors, we just don't focus on one of our programs that we have, but all of the programs that we have to offer. We recognize the urgency of this bill and support its intention to improve the implementation of nutrition and well-being programming, checking on seniors' health and safety, distributing mailers, expanding our engagement with seniors, and providing training to professionals and community members. And so when I think about overall how we're doing on the nutrition front, we're doing pretty well thus far from what I've seen in these first 3 weeks. I always know there's room for improvement, which is why Tasty Tuesday and Tasty Thursday will give me some more data to be able to speak to you when we have our next check-in. For the Food for Choice program, and that's the grocery cards, we encourage seniors to make their own nutritional decisions, because some of the feedback that we do hear is, well, nobody ever asked me what I like to eat. We realize that in some cases, seniors have to be on a specific diet based on their medication management. But oftentimes, and I heard this when I was at Lamont, they were happy to see some of their menu options included on their upcoming meal calendar. So that was just some immediate feedback that they gave me. I know we talked, had a call this week regarding Mom's Meals. Our team is working closely with the Mom's Meals team to get reshipments out to seniors who missed deliveries. Mom's Meals had a computer issue this week where they suspected some suspicious activity, and so they made the decision to halt service. We've had daily calls with them over the last 3 days to identify the problem, the solution, and prioritize when our seniors were going to be able to receive their deliveries. So we have been working with other grantees and partners within our networks alongside Mom's Meals to make sure that seniors will start getting deliveries. In some cases, they received deliveries yesterday, and then next week, Mom's Meals has communicated that they will be back on track with their deliveries.
All right, so with regards to the Mom's Meals, is there some way that, or some solution you're working on that would be an alternative in the event that this situation may occur again? Because usually when something happens once, it has the propensity to come again. And I just want to make sure that we don't miss a beat. And I know you do too. You want to make sure that everything is in place. So I just wondered, are you developing, or have you developed a plan that might be the alternative in the event you have to use this alternative system as you were using it before?
Thank you for that question, comment, council member. So yes, as a result of this rapid response fire drill this week, we have definitely been reaching out to other vendors that we will be able to rely on in the event this happens. What I will say is I'm very grateful to the team here at DACL because we all went into an AHOD mode as far as reaching out to seniors throughout our database that we know received the home delivered meals alongside Mom's Meals, so that seniors alerted us first. So that's another conversation for not today, but several seniors alerted us first that they had missed delivery. So for us, that allowed us to say, what additional internal controls do we need to put in place to monitor the situation? The great thing is, because my father and grandmother received Mom's Meals, I called them. Once we heard from a few seniors, I called them and they let me know they had not received their Mom's Meals. And interesting enough, it made me realize, since I'm my father's point of contact for Mom's Meals, I hadn't received the text message the day before that says, Mr. Wood, your delivery is scheduled for tomorrow. This is your window, your stop number, X out of Y. And he said, well, this is where we get candid. He's like, Shorty, I've been calling them this week and something's wrong with the phone line. I didn't bother you because you're in the new job. I was trying to figure it out. I said, I appreciate that, Dad. This is what's going on. And so we're working through this Mom's issue. Mom's is going to absorb any additional costs involved with getting out reshipments to our seniors. And again, we are working with additional vendors that we already use to have them teed up in the event we have this type of emergency in the future. So thank you.
And thank you very much for putting that information on the record. Wanted to make sure we had that. I just wanted to query a little bit about your time frame for convening the supplemental food organizations. And if you recall, that's a part of making sure that we implement one of the new laws that relates to nutrition, the senior hungry bill.
If you could repeat that question again for me, council member, I want to make sure I respond appropriately.
A component of the new law that speaks to the coordination of nutritional services for seniors. There is a opportunity to convene the organizations that currently provide supplemental food resources. And I wondered if you have set a date or have a timeline yet as to when you would be doing that.
Thank you for repeating the question. So at this time, no Senior Hungry, it was not funded, but we can look into bringing an advisory group together around food. There has been discussion about that as I've been out in the community talking to seniors. So we can put that on our agenda for our check-in for March.
All right, I would greatly appreciate that because although we don't have we don't have the funding at this point, I think the concept of all of the entities coming together periodically with you and really being coordinated by DACL is a very good concept and one that will help us to understand perhaps what the real need is for nutritional services throughout the city. When I think about the households that you currently serve through conjugate meals, or you say, I think you call it the dining locations and the home delivered meals, we're nowhere near what has been identified in numbers of persons who might need nutritional supplement. And so wanted to make sure that we began to look at that a little more closely and thought that, convening a advisory team or pulling together a task group could maybe move us in the right direction as we began to look for the funding for the total bill.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I see my colleague, Councilwoman Lewis George has returned, and I certainly want to give her an opportunity to ask questions, but I wanted her to know that you came on just after we had just ended the last panel that was had great discussion about DACL. I'm sure you and your staff are aware. And so I want to give you your ample time to discuss whatever matter before this agency. So please go ahead, and thank you for joining us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds, and it is good to see you, Director Hines, and thank you for your team for being at the Hattie Homes Valentine's Day and looking at the quilts with our seniors there. I first want to thank your Department of Aging Community Living team. They have been great community partners in Ward 4 particularly. So I want to thank the entire team. We've done our community access resource days, which we call Care Days. And the DACL team has come out, knocked doors with us, and directly service our seniors in a great way. So I wanted to take a moment to say, to thank them and hope for that we can continue to work together, not only on our care days, but on all other activities. I only have a few things just to flag for you. First is we have a transportation issue that I have been testifying about for about 2 years regarding the Walter Reed campus. And so what we have is we've now added more housing there, but what happened, Director, is that we have seniors at the Walter Reed campus who are living at the Abrams Hall, the main senior center, and then Abrams Hall Assisted Living. And then we have Karen House run by So Others Might Eat. And then we have the Help USA building, which is our veterans, formerly unhoused veterans. And so about all together, we have approximately over 175 seniors currently living at Walter Reed in that section. But they have some limitations regarding transportation. They're sort of isolated on the campus. And so I've been trying to get some form of a senior shuttle or some other special transit services at the complex to help residents get around. And we've yet to sort of find a solution. So I wanted to just explore possibilities under your leadership for addressing the transit needs for the neighbors at all of our senior complexes over there. Many of them have limited mobility. And so even trying to walk down that hill in Walter Reed up the hill to Georgia Avenue is just impossible. And they need to get to the grocery stores and to, the pharmacies, et cetera. So I wanted to first just ask you sort of, do you know of any sort of DACL resources that we can sort of get together for the seniors specifically who are isolated at Walter Reed?
So first, good afternoon, council member. As you know, and for the public watching, I'm a Ward 4 resident as well. So to have your home council member present at your hearing always is a good look. And it was great seeing you at Hattie Homes on Valentine's Day as well, which is our home shared senior wellness center. You brought up some really good points about the senior housing up at Walter Reed. It is quite the complex. My father being a Gulf War veteran, he's Army. And so, we didn't spend really any time, because I'm not a military kid. We didn't spend any time at Walter Reed. Growing up in Northeast off of H Street, it seemed like, Walter Reed, that was like uptown, right? I'm a Northeast.
That's right.
I'm a Northeast groover. But to your point, around transportation, we are in discussions with our lead agencies to talk about transportation options for the campus, knowing that when we have senior housing in place, when we have veterans housing in place, and thinking about their connections to DACL, one of our top priorities and concerns in addressing for seniors is around the transportation piece. So we can work with your team to keep them, to keep you and the team updated about where we are on this.
Okay. And I had explored the Neighborhood Connect program, but what I found out that it didn't service the area where Walter Reed is. And so I'm not sure if you all can do anything there, sort of talking to the Neighborhood Connect program about like just expanding the Ward 4 boundary of the Neighborhood Connect program to 16th Street instead of just Georgia Avenue. I think that would allow the seniors to better serve the Walter Reed seniors as well as the seniors in our senior public housing resident, which is also just west of Georgia Avenue as well. So if you could reach out to the DC Connect as well and see if that's an option, if they could expand the boundaries for Ward 4, that could possibly help. And then I know there's transportation service providers that DACL's aware of that they've used throughout the years, like Terrific Inc., et cetera. If we need to do some type of setup with them to run a shuttle like twice a week, something like that. I'm just asking for you to sort of reach out and see what we can do to expand there.
Definitely. And I look forward to us getting a check-in scheduled. I left you a message this week.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, will do. Let's definitely do that. The other one I want to talk about is some of our seniors who live in a Brightwood neighborhood, I guess, and even in other neighborhoods have said that they used to be able to get drop-off food services, but now they have to go to actually walk to Fort Stevens or to be able to pick up their food. And I think it was one more other senior center who went from food delivery to having to pick up their food. I just want to know if you could speak to sort of any of the changes that happened with food delivery versus food pickup. It was Lamont, that was the other recreation center. Was the other DPR center and neighborhood that said they used to be able to pick up from, they used to get dropped off and now they have to all go to Lamont and pick up food.
Okay, so if I understood your question correctly, seniors have reached out to you about changes in how their meals are delivered, whether they get home delivered meals or it may have stopped and then they have to go to a community dining site.
That's correct.
Of course, during the pandemic, we did have a pivot where there were more opportunities to kind of do grab and go meals. But we have over 40 community dining sites across the city. And so we don't have the grab and go anymore. We have reopened the community dining sites. And so we had in Ward 4, I know we definitely have Lamont because I was there, what was that, like 2 weeks ago? That was during week 1 at Lamont. But what I will do is make sure we check in for the Brightwood neighborhood and see what our locations are. The home delivered meal program is still available to homebound seniors, which is Mom's Meals. So again, if you have specific seniors that we need to do some direct outreach to, please let me know so we can address it that way. But in addition, I'll make sure we check in with the Fort Stevens seniors.
Okay, perfect. Because I think it was pandemic related and some of them were getting home delivered meals and then they heard that then they didn't switch from getting home delivered to having to go in person to a dining spot. So I don't know, what's the qualifications for home delivered meals? Do you have to have a certain qualification to get those?
So several of the meals programs, of course, they can reach out to a DACL nutrition team member if they feel they need an assessment. So there is an assessment for the home delivered meals. And I will say it's not just as simple as picking up and saying, I want a home delivered meal. So there is some criteria, we do an intake form. It's not very complicated. It can be completed over the phone in a few minutes. So any seniors who are interested in participating in our home delivered meals program can reach out to us at 202-724-5626. And we are happy, to do the assessment over the phone. You don't have to leave the house and, come downtown as soon as I say, I got to come downtown. No, we're just call us on the phone. Let us know you're interested in signing up for a home delivered meal. And one of our nutritionist staff will complete your intake over the phone.
Okay. One thing that has come up in recent years, Ward 4 seniors in the Petworth community have been requesting a senior village be established. Is this something that the agency has explored or would be willing to explore, and sort of what criteria needs to be satisfied to make a Petworth senior village happen?
So we currently have 13 senior villages. And when I think about the one for Ward 4, the late great Ethel Delaney Lee turned me on to senior villages with East Rock Creek. And so that's been our Ward 4 senior village that I've been most familiar with. And so what I would say is, thank you for this feedback and this interest. We're happy to help those particular neighbors in Petworth who are interested in a village, explore what that process is like. So duly noted from Team DACL.
Okay. And should they just reach out to somebody on the team to just sort of walk them through the application process?
Yes, they can reach out directly to me.
Okay.
Now I know I'm getting ready to get really popular. They can send an email to me at Charon, CHARON.Hines, HINES @dc.gov. So again, this is now the shout out to all the seniors and the caregivers. You can send me an email at Charon, CHARON.Hines, HINES dc.gov, but you could also reach me if you want to call the IRNA Center, and they'll shoot me a message at 202-724-5626.
Okay. Thank you. I know my time is up for this round. I have like 2 more questions, but hopefully Chair Bonds will give me one more round.
I most definitely will. And if you need to follow through right now, you can go ahead. It's okay. All right.
Okay, great. Because then I can go over to education. So I appreciate you very much.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
As you know, Department of Aging Community Living is co-located with the Department of Disability Services. And as the new chair of the committee with oversight over Department of Disability Services, I'm curious to hear from your perspective how DACL and DDS work together to serve seniors with disabilities, and what some of your sort of joint accomplishments were over the past year, and sort of where is there room for improvement?
So first, this is good learning, because as I applied for this position and went through my interview rounds to be able to have a seat at this table, I always knew DACL to just be housed here at the Hayes Center. And so going through my research for applying and prepping for my interview, we have a second office, and that's housed at DDS, which is at 250 East Street Southwest.
Right.
I visited our team DACL at our East Street campus. I've had about 3 visits there so far. So there's a lot of collaboration that takes place. DDS is an excellent partner. We've been able to collate and work on a lot of cases together. So oftentimes you think about, oh, you know, if you have to have a meeting, you may have to go to a completely different building. With DACL and DDS being present, in most cases, it's a cubicle or office space apart. But mainly we do soft transfers to them because DACL, of course, has case management in-house, but we are oftentimes in collaboration and coordination to make sure that our older adults with disabilities are getting the services that they need.
Okay. Well, yeah, I found this out when I was touring as a part of my new role at the same time as you as chair of disability services. And I was like, oh, okay, they're housed together. So let's look at what that nexus. I also am chair of the facility side of things, which is DGS. So I wanted to ask you all, do you, as you know, work orders for senior wellness facilities are not tracked publicly in DGS's dashboard. And so I wanted to ask you if you are there any open work orders for repairs at any of our senior wellness centers that I should be aware of? And do you know if there are any work orders or outstanding maintenance issues that has been persisting for more than 6 months that we can work together on with DGS and Department of Aging and Living to address as soon as possible?
First, DGS is a strong partner with us here at DACL. We have 6 senior wellness centers. Actually, if you think about our satellite senior wellness center at St. Albans, we have a total of 7, but that's a private space. I have found DGS to be responsive. I've reached out to them after meeting with the Commission on Aging. I am not certain about the number of work orders, if we have work orders. When I have toured the facilities, the excitement and general conversation I've received from seniors, particularly when I was at Ward 5 for Model Cities, working at Congress Heights, because they're going through expansions. They were excited. I know that there's some low-hanging fruit pieces that I've reached out to DGS about that they've addressed, particularly at our Ward 1 Senior Wellness Center at Bernice Fontenot. And so, you know, I look forward to having a monthly touch point with Director Anderson. Again, we worked well together on my DCPS and MOCA side. And so as you hear about any facility concerns at the Senior Wellness Center, just flag them over to me, because we'll raise it up to DGS and figure out a timeline to get it done. But overall, what I will say is the buildings that I have visited in all of our senior wellness centers, I haven't had safety concerns.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that, and I want to make sure that any of our any issues that come up, that these are high priorities, because obviously our seniors are high priorities. And if there's anything that needs to happen with their facilities, I want us to make sure all of us are doing our due diligence for them as well. And the last person I want to know if you have a conversation with was DDOT. A lot of our seniors, the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, a lot of our seniors have applied for residential parking permits. And some of them had permits, but then now when they tried to renew, they were denied again. So I just wanted to see if you could reach out to DDOT. A lot of our seniors are sort of raising the alarm in Ward 4 about this issue, and to just get an understanding if they had it before and they're being denied now. I think they feel like they want to know why that happened, and so I think that might be something that has to be not only just communicated from DDOT, but because you all are the credible messengers, because you're with them every day, it might need to be something that comes from Department of Aging Community Living, because you've actually built those relationships. If there's a change in policy, and so that the seniors know that and can deal with that there.
Thank you for flagging that concern. DDOT is on my homework list from the Commission on Aging, and I'll be following up with Director Lott and team next week. That I have like a week at a glance outreach to the directors, and I've been mindful of all of us being in performance oversight hearings and budget hearings.
That's right. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Director, and thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds, for allowing me another round. Have a good weekend.
All right, thank you very much. And I won't get to the education hearing, so fill in for me.
Will do.
Thank you so much. Madam Director, I wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of things that relate to the distribution of funds to the grantees. And when I say grantees, I'm thinking specifically about, we'll start with the lead agencies. There have been a few complaints, as always, some concerns about it's not enough money to service all of the folk. It's not enough money to do the required outreach. Can you give us an update on the amount of resources that are distributed to our lead agencies?
Thank
and
you.
That's collectively, yes.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Chairwoman Bonds. All DACL lead agencies are providing in-person programming and services. The lead agencies have been able to integrate some virtual programming into their day-to-day operations, as well to meet the needs of seniors that prefer virtual services. In FY23, lead agencies received $9.2 million, so roughly $9 million.
Okay. And is there, do you have your numbers for 22?
I'm going to call my COO, Jacob Wong, forward, and he can provide those numbers for FY22.
All right.
Thanks, Director. Councilmember, we'll pull the FY22 numbers and share those with you shortly. FY23 funding would be slightly above FY22 funding, but we'll get you and the committee those numbers shortly.
All right. And so in that vein, are we thinking as we move to FY24 that the volume of service needs has been maintained so that we're at the FY23 level, or are we back to maybe FY22 level? Since I can't get in front of the mayor with the budget, I have to try and come at this a different way to so that we can go ahead and be prepared here at the council.
So first, I would say, council member, I continue to follow the lead of the mayor and deputy mayor as it concerns the district's budget. As you know, we are going to continue to the best of our ability, even looking into the future, to maintain programs and services that we have in place.
Thank you, and that's a great answer. Thank you very much. I note that DACL has additional grant recipients, such as the villages. Is that the same are you going to exercise the same concept in dealing with the requests or the needs from the villages, or is there some indication in the data you received that would lead you to think that you might need more financial resources? Yes.
So in FY23, the villages were funded at $850,000, and that was based on 13 villages. And I'm going to go back to, as you are, exhibiting grace and wanting me to project FY24, I'm going to continue to follow the lead of the mayor and the deputy mayor as it concerns the district's budget. Once we receive, of course, our FY24 figures, we'll be able to see how our programs and services will continue to be provided to all seniors across the district.
All right. And so let me ask you, do you have numbers that would inform us as to the number of seniors, individuals, not numbers of times in which they signed in for a meeting or an event, but actual numbers of seniors that have participated in DACL programming citywide during FY22?
So approximately 1,600 seniors per day are served. This afternoon, we've had an opportunity to provide an overview of how we engage and provide outreach services. So when we think about our senior programming and events through our senior wellness centers, our community dining sites, our virtual programming that we have in place, our events and activities that we have with our agency partners, with our lead agencies and with our grantee partners. We've been proud of the fact that seniors have started to come back to these events, and we look forward to having more come out and participate as the weather warms up.
And thank you for that response. But what I'm really trying to understand is the number of actual households, the number of actual senior participants that we have in all of the programming that the agency is responsible for or conducts. And I ask that because in previous years, I've been given several numbers. Once the number was as high as 70,000 participants. I think in recent years, it's been more like 39,000 participants. And so I'm looking at whatever that generated the 39,000 number to understand if we are still talking 39,000, and keeping in mind that each day we gain more seniors. I don't know that they are joining or participating in the programming of the agency, but they could very well be. And so I'm trying to understand, are we growing the participation of individuals, or are we stagnant, or have we not yet recovered from the pandemic?
So council member, I'm going to lean on my wrapping up week 3. But what I will say is oftentimes we are tracking this data of touch points to our IRNA, which is our Information and Referral Assistance Team. And so we are monitoring our calls. We're monitoring the number of seniors who are coming out to different events. But I would request that I can follow up with you with our monthly touch point this month with this question, because that will allow me and the team time to pull the previous fiscal year data that you are referencing regarding the number of seniors that have been participating in events and activities connected to the agency.
I really appreciate your response because I having worked with a few nonprofits that were required to count their participation. I know how difficult it is to do just that, but I also know that it is important that when we talk about the service scope of a agency, we want to know or need to have a sense of who are we reaching and how many are we reaching. And so I'm very pleased to hear that you're going to attack this in a more systemic manner. And I look forward to getting that feedback from you a little later, giving you a little more time to get your feet not just wet, but totally submersed in the atmosphere. We'll leave it at that. So thank you very much for that. Have the 1,000 tablets allocated in during FY22 been fully distributed?
Yes, to date, we've distributed over 1,500 iPads.
All right. So are the iPads the same as the tablet, or is it two different? Well, it's two different devices. This is the tablet. You had 1,000 tablets, and then you also had iPads, I believe.
Same, it's just interchanging words. Tablet and iPad in this case is the same thing.
All right. Okay, great. So it's 1,500 instead of 1,000.
To date, yes.
All right. So what does the agency do to bridge the technological gap for seniors that do not have technology or internet connectivity so that they can participate in activities?
I've been waiting for this question, Chairwoman Bonds, because I realize that not all of our seniors are willing and ready to dive into the technology world. But as you know, one of the old school traditional ways of reaching out to seniors is word of mouth. We utilize our senior ambassadors. We utilize our staff here at DACL, who are part of our external affairs community outreach teams, where they do pop-ups at senior housing events. They'll go to various community events. We also have paid media. We have a monthly column in the Beacon. We have a radio spot on the Senior Zone. We're oftentimes on our local news channels. So those are just some of the ways that we leverage. We also leverage our lead agencies to promote services in the wards. We utilize our senior villages. We put flyers up in our government agencies that are oftentimes frequented by seniors, whether that's our DPR sites, our public libraries. And of course, seniors can call us at 202-724-5626. You can always call us to say, I need to know what's going on in my neighborhood today, or what's going on in another neighborhood. We always want to be able to have multiple ways to reach our seniors so that they can stay connected and engaged.
All right, well, you've given that number out and I'm almost learning it by heart, and we'll be able to give it out as well. Are we assured that if we call that number, it will be answered? And how many rings does it take before that number is answered? You're right, seniors love the telephone more than anything else, and so as a way of communication. So they're going to call that number. So will there be individuals who will answer it, and are they there 24/7 to answer it, or just give us some parameters for using that phone number?
So for the number that I've been referencing for IRNA, which is our Information Referral and Assistance Call Center, so the 202-724 5626. That phone number, you will get a DACL staff person answering Monday through Friday between the hours of 9:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. If a call is made after hours to the IRNA number, it will be returned the next day. So the reason why we open the calls at 9:30 a.m. is so that when staff arrive in the morning, they're pulling that overnight data, and so they can triage the calls that need to be made right away. Another number that I want to provide is our Adult Protective Services number, and that is 202-541-3950. That number is available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and that's the Adult Protective Services. So when a senior or caregiver feels that there may be a safety concern issue that's happening in their residence or where they live, they can call that Adult Protective Services number. But for all general inquiry information about programs and services offered through the agency of Department of Aging and Community Living, it's the 202-724-5626. And I will just close with saying, when we are in the communities during our outreach events, we have flyers with this information that we're passing out. But you're giving me some helpful feedback in increasing our communication to seniors. So thank you, Chairwoman Bonds.
Thank you very much. Can we just go back, return to the issue of the grantees? I wanted to know if you have received any new requests for grants as an example, maybe for during this FY year 23.
We are currently still within our FY 23 grant cycle, and we do not have any new requests.
All right. And so how do you track the performance of your grantees?
We have a grants management monitoring team. They go out and conduct site visits to the grantees to, look at the scope of services that are listed in their actual proposals to make sure that quality programs and services are taking place. If there are any issues or concerns that are found, we're constantly meeting with our grantees to hold them accountable as the agency providing the funding. So we have site visits twice a year, and we meet monthly with grantees.
All right, well, now does that include also your village? Not that that's a huge grant, but the villages as well?
Yes, we meet with the villages monthly as well.
Okay. I'm asking very basic questions because I want my new team to be on board with they're not familiar with many of the conversations that we've had in the past. And of course, you're not either because you're brand new. So I hope this is somewhat helpful. And once we get past this, we'll be able to move a little much faster. So bear with us, please. What steps does the agency take when it discovers irregularities with a contractor?
Thank you for that question. The first thing that we do is loop in OCP, our Office of Contract Procurement, and they take the lead, but we're in collaboration. We meet with them regularly. Although this is the end of week 3, we've had a meeting with our contracting officer from OCP for an introduction and for me, of course, to get onboarded with the process, the relationship that DACL has with OCP.
All right. One of the contracts that we have received concerns with is regarding the food contractors naturally. And so if you would provide us with some detailed update on the status of the food contracts as you're proceeding through the fiscal year of 23 would be helpful.
Chairwoman Bonds, I'm going to pass that question on to my COO, Jacob Wong.
All right.
Thanks, Director. Council member, we're committed to keeping you updated on our key food service contracts throughout the year. I'll ensure that Director Hines has updates for you when she meets with you on a monthly basis.
Thank you very much. And until we get this connector card, or until I'm able to get free transportation on any service provider for our seniors, can we make sure that transportation is also on the monthly meeting agenda?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much. I think we have actually covered most of our nutrition questions. Can you discuss the findings of a report titled Accounting for the Rise in Senior Food Insecurity in the District of Columbia? I want to know a little bit about the purpose of this report, and do you plan on utilizing the report, given that many studies are done on behalf of agencies and they end up on shelves? And I wondered just what your thought is about this. Maybe, are you familiar with it?
I have had a small briefing on it, but NFESH is the National Foundation to End Senior Hunger. Their report says that food insecurity is a real issue in the district as it relates to other like-sized cities. However, the drivers of food insecurity in the district are the larger issues of poverty and access to housing. We commissioned the report through NFESH, and this is informing our larger nutrition work. So I think we'll add that to our monthly checkpoint too.
Yes, I think that would help us to get a handle on this whole issue that is discussed, by the food or the nutrition supplemental organizations, as well as from time to time by those who are in, senior housing. I've heard that, concern, how do we really break this cycle of poverty? And it's even more concerning today, as we know, the cost of living continues to escalate. And so what can we really do? I just told Mr. Wong, your COO, that I would be concerned about transportation. Well, I guess we also have to be concerned greatly about nutrition and what can we really do about that? And are we going to, will we have the wherewithal to provide seniors of need with free commodities? I'm not sure, but it is an issue.
Duly noted, Councilmember Bonds. And what I want to let you know is that we do have several FY23 budget investments related to meal programs to address food insecurity amongst our seniors across the district. So of course, I've talked heavily about our community dining sites. I've talked about our home delivered meals. We have nutrition supplement programs. We have Hungry Harvest. We have Eat Well, Live Better. We have Food for Choice. These meal programs, in many cases, our partnerships with our lead agencies and grantees. And so we do have significant investments, about $7.4 million for our dining sites and another $4.1 million for home delivered meals. So when I think about coming in new to this role, seeing that we have quality investments for our seniors and hearing the feedback from our seniors being positive and appreciative that they have these nutrition options provided by DACL, I believe we're on the right track in meeting those needs.
Thank you so much. Does the agency track the number of seniors who reach out for information or referral for employment?
Through our external affairs communications and outreach team, we have a sign-in sheet. And so when seniors are signing in, we also capture any needs or requests for programs and services that we have. Actually, last week, when I was at the Commission on Aging, we had one of the topics was around employment. And so we work with the Department of Employment Services. Director, Dr. Unique Morris Hughes. We share a professional background in education. And so we talk pretty regularly, more so on the school and now the employment side, now that I've been at DACL.
All right, that's very important. One of the issues that we discussed with Dr. Morris Hughes yesterday was senior employment opportunities. And while we were in our discussion, we received a couple of anonymous, comments about the fact that the program it seems to be more defunct than actuality. So we're very concerned. We know that that's one of the having a job, having a stipend. Can lift a number of our seniors from poverty, and it certainly can be a lifeline to break the cycle of isolation. We want as many engaged as possible. And so I'm very concerned about what we're doing about senior employment. So let's put that on your list as well. Okay.
Duly noted.
All right. Thank you so much. But currently, does your office make referrals to DOES or any of the programs that DOES maintains for seniors?
Yes, we do. And also of note, Chairwoman Bonds, our new Ward 8 Senior Wellness Center that will come online next year will have senior employment opportunities. We do make referrals to DOES. One thing I want to note, not everyone likes to share their age, but what the team has let me know, in preparation for today is that, and yes, we do have seniors who work within our agency at DACL, as well as at our senior wellness centers.
Thank you for putting that fact on the record. I think one of our public witnesses today was very concerned that it seems to be a plethora of non-seniors that are trying to service seniors, and want to make sure that some of us are servicing our own as well. So thank you for that. Does the agency track the number of veterans that call in for services by category veteran?
During the intake process, when seniors contact our IR&A center, that generally is a part of intake if a resident is a veteran. So I think back, with my father being a veteran, when we initially made contact to DACL, it was around veteran services. So in addition to him working with the DC Mayor's Office of Veteran Affairs, we always, when we're reaching out to agencies, ask about any, special programming for veterans. So in addition, We here at the agency do work closely with MOVA, our Mayor's Office on Veterans Affairs, on referrals as well.
And is that also the case as it relates to our reentry community?
Yes, we also have referrals, established through our Mayor's Office on Returning Citizens Affairs. Director Carey was eager to meet with me within my first week, but he realized that I was hitting the ground running. And so we have a meeting scheduled up within the next week to talk further about our partnership.
All right, thank you. One of the things we noted about the Safe at Home program is that there's always a large discrepancy between the number of applicants who complete the intake and the number who actually enroll. We know that if you can get enrolled, you usually can get the service. And so I wondered if you would look at that program to see if there's some little glitch or something between those who want to enroll in it, but they just don't complete the application process. I know at one time when we were looking at the single family housing repair program, we discovered that there was more than 10 pages of documentation that was required to participate. And that certainly can be a deterrent from having an opportunity to take advantage of the services that we provide. So if you would take a look at, in fact, if you would, take a look at any of the programming that provides seniors with an opportunity to get out of poverty, to take care of themselves, to age in their homes, to make sure that we are not being excessive in the request, excuse me, for documentation. That would be very helpful.
Will do.
Now, tell us a little bit about, and because I don't think everyone knows about the Safe at Home 2.0. Tell us what's going on with that and how successful is that?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Bonds, because Safe at Home is one of my favorite investments. Safe at Home 2.0 is an expansion of the Safe at Home home modification program designed to further reduce the risk of falls by providing fall prevention intervention for seniors in 3 areas: medication management, vision screening, and balance and strength training. I must say, although I haven't hit the DACL age eligibility number, I could benefit from the balance and strength training piece because I'm approaching 50 really, really fast. And you know how they say, once you turn 50 and you get your AARP card, you feel like you need all the services.
All right. Well, I chuckle at that because I remember when my mom got hers, and I immediately kind of fudged on my age so that I could have my card as well. And so I do understand what you're saying. It's a glorious life. Okay, so we will welcome you. Okay.
Thank you.
Most definitely. But tell us about this medication part, because we've also learned that there is a requirement for certification to administer medication or to even help a senior take their medicine. So explain what this means when you talk about the expansion of the Safe at Home 2.0.
For Safe at Home 2.0 medication management component, pharmacists go into senior homes to provide medication management. So that may mean making sure, your prescriptions are accurate and up to date, medication is not expired. If you have a medication case, that your medication is, set up appropriately. If you have AM medication, PM medication, also gives the pharmacist an opportunity to discuss the medication. If there are any side effects, any changes that seniors have noticed as a result of taking the medication, and pharmacists also get a chance to discuss falls risk. That's a really key area of focus when we talk about Safe at Home 2.0 is falls risk and preventing falls risk.
All right, so is this the 2.0, is it a process where home care aides are included in the arrangement for Safe at Home, I guess 1.0, so that the 1.2 provisions are sort of managed by having a home care aide to visit with the senior or some other personnel in order to help with what you just described? Make sure that the medications are updated and what have you. I'm trying to understand how 2.0 is a strong benefit for our seniors. I recognize that strength building, yes, okay, we all need that and what have you. I'm just trying to figure out this, trying to understand better the medication part and how that, and who does that. Is it the caregiver or is it, how do we get that done? Because I'm sure we are talking dollars and cents now.
Yes. So thank you for that question and for asking for more clarity. So with Safe at Home 2.0, seniors that received home modifications in Safe at Home, they receive an occupational therapist who comes out for an assessment. And so in 2.0, those occupational therapists then may come in to provide that strength and balance training. Safe at Home 2.0 delivers a more holistic approach because we realize oftentimes seniors may not be as mobile yet. The goal is to get them to become more mobile, of course. But I see it as a definite win-win situation to have the pharmacist come to the home, because my experience in working with caregivers for my father and for my grandmother, generally the caregivers, depending on their level of certification, they're not allowed to do medication management. They're allowed and authorized to do medication reminders. So they would say, for example, Mr. Wood, did you take your morning medicine? But they're not allowed, via their company to actually, have any contact with the medicine. So that's where Safe at Home 2.0 is an asset and benefit for seniors, because oftentimes you think about it. If you're in the doctor's office, you get a new prescription, sometimes you may feel rushed or the doctor may be going on to the next patient. You get home, you read your prescription, you have questions. And so that's where Safe at Home 2.0 comes in, because that pharmacist is there, can take some more one-on-one time to talk about the new medication that a patient, in our case, our DACL seniors, are now taking, or it could be a prior prescription that they may have some questions about. I look forward to talking a little bit more further. It'll probably be good for me to get you some additional literature about Safe at Home 2.0, so it will help build both of our capacities a little bit more about this great investment.
Yes, I think that would be very helpful. And I want the public to understand, the value of this program. And so that's why I'm probing a little bit, not extensive, but probing enough so that we understand that there is this additional program that may be helpful to you. And I just want to make sure that we have a sense of what it involves. You mentioned the occupational therapist, you mentioned the pharmacist. So yes, we should talk more about this program and how it really works. Thank you. So how many clients or how many seniors are participating in the 2.0 to date?
So Safe at Home 2.0 is one of our newer investments. The Safe at Home program has been around for a few of our fiscal years. So Safe at Home 2.0 started just in January of 2023. Right now, we have about 30 seniors that are participating.
All right, and of the 30, are they just randomly or did we try and to create a pilot group?
They're actually seniors who were a part of Safe at Home 1.0.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And how many seniors have you referred to the DHCD single family rehab program? That's the one that I was mentioning earlier. It's a little more difficult or has been difficult in the past.
Councilmember, let me follow up with you on that number because as you said, it is a referral to DHCD. So let me follow up with you on that number.
All right. There has been an increase in the interest in, there is a program called the Shallow Subsidy Program. Are you familiar with that? It's the Department of, it's really the Housing Authority that runs the program. And it gives a senior who lives in private housing up to $600 a month stipend to assist with their rent, particularly those that are extremely low income. And I wondered if you are familiar with that program.
I am not familiar with the program, but I'm going to ask my Chief of Staff, Garrett King, to talk to you a little bit more about it.
All right, Garrett, thank you.
Hi, council member. DACL and DCHA, we work together to refer and put seniors into the eligible shallow subsidy program. We know seniors 62 years of age and older can be awarded up to $600 monthly for rental assistance if their rent expenses exceeds 30% of their income. Right now, it looks like in FY22, we had 24 people that were referred, and in FY23 to date, we had 16 people that were referred over to DCHA.
All right, so for the of the 24 that were referred in 2022, are any of those part of the 16 that have been referred thus far this year?
They should be separate. The 24 are separate of the 16.
Okay, great. And I think the budget for the program allowed for, I believe, for maybe 300. So where are we in what we spent in FY22? Did we spend for 300 or?
I'm not sure about that, but I can ask my partners over at DCHA.
All right, please get me that information as to where we are with the expenditures and how well we did in FY22 with this program.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, there is some discussion that we need to increase the payout, the monthly payout, because rents are continuing to accelerate to some degree. So this would be, getting the information from you would be very helpful. Thank you very much. We'll talk, Madam Director, we'll talk in our monthly session And we'll talk about the types of housing that seniors say they need the most. We heard a little today, we heard several times, in fact, one, the interest in having intergenerational housing, one that is specific to grandparents' housing, such as one of the buildings that was recently erected. I know that there are some plans underway to create a senior village type living in Ward 7 off of Benning Road, Southeast. So that's another option, aside from what has been the custom, and that is to erect senior low-income housing. And then today we also heard that let's not place all seniors in all these buildings that are exclusively senior. We want to try and put seniors where they can be with the rest of the population. And, you know, that's been one of my concerns. In fact, I'm working to see if we can't allocate a few vouchers that would be voucher units in market rate housing that could be conducive for seniors. So I hope that we can have a very fruitful discussion about senior housing when we come together this month.
Looking forward to it, Councilmember. I've been in touch with DMPED, so I look forward to sharing some info with you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Please tell me how the lead agencies are operating, and what I'm asking, are things percolating? Are things working with the lead agencies? I know that traditionally they were the point that was organized to do not only intake, but they were actually servicing individuals, and they were operating as the extended arm of DACL. Now we have them in a situation where they are recruiting issues or individuals with issues and bringing them to the attention of the headquarters. So tell me what's going on, because we heard a little today that said, return to the old system. So help me understand where we are.
So first, I want you to know that I had the opportunity to meet with all of our lead agencies just last week. It was a wonderful time. We actually extended the length of our meeting because the executive directors were very excited to share with me about the partnerships that they have with DACL. So we have directed lead agencies with creating new ways to tackle social isolation and food insecurity this fiscal year. And each lead agency has created unique ways to meet these needs. For example, in wards 1, 2, and 4, Terrific Inc. is the lead agency, and they have more than 1,000 seniors served to date in FY23. In Ward 3, we have Iona, and I know we heard a lot from seniors who are Iona partners. They've served more than 650 seniors this year. They are, our lead agencies have also been instructed to do community outreach and find, additional resources and support beyond what we have as an agency. They do major pop-up events throughout the city. In wards 5 and 6, Seabury has served 1,200 seniors to date, and in wards 7 and 8, East River has served more than 1,000 seniors. So if there's one thing I really want to leave you with today about our lead agencies, is that we see them as, some of our strongest partners alongside our villages and our senior wellness centers. We operate as one team on behalf of providing programs and services to our seniors. We know there is more work to do, but I have their commitment and they have my commitment to do more on behalf of our seniors. So I'm excited about the future.
All right. Did you indicate who is servicing Ward 1?
Yes, I did. Terrific, Inc.
Terrific is Wards 4 and 1.
Ward 4, Iona is Ward 3. Wards 5 and 6 is Seabury. Ward 7 and 8 is East River.
All right. And Ward 2 is part of Iona?
Terrific.
Terrific. That's so.
Yes.
Terrific has Wards 1, 2, and 4.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what has been the level of intake for your in-house case management system? What are your numbers thus far for FY 23?
Councilmember, we will get that to you. As you know, that was a recent shift, bringing case management in-house to DACL during the pandemic, which was way prior to my arrival here, but we'll follow up with you with numbers during my check-in with you.
All right. In DACL's FY 22 performance plan, it was reported a sharp decline in the percent of non-emergency referrals where the Adult Protective Services makes initial client contact and begins an investigation within 10 working days. It was 95% in 2020, 100% in 2021, but only 85% in 2022. How do you account for the decrease in response time?
Councilmember, I'm going to pitch that one over to my Chief of Staff, Garrett King.
Hi, Councilmember. I actually have to follow back up with you on that. I do know that our referrals have stabilized and our investigations have increased in FY 23 into a little bit in 22.
Okay, you're saying that they stabilized at some point in 2022, or they're stabilized now in 23, FY 23?
The referrals that we got are back to pre-pandemic levels. The APS report, you should be receiving our FY 22 APS report in a couple of weeks. And then as soon as we'll forward that on to you, but I know your team has the FY 21 APS report, but the FY 22 APS report is going to be submitted.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
The Adult Protective Services employees are the only unionized organization within DACL. Where are you working and how hard are you working to ratify a new compensation agreement with them? Are you have any involvement in that?
I actually have a meeting next week with their president, so I can follow up with you when we have our check-in.
All right, that would be very helpful. As you know, collective bargaining is a part of our committee, and we want to make sure that we stay on top of these situations. We do not want any of our unionized employees to be in a situation such as where we found our teachers union, where they took 3 years to negotiate a contract that was just approved, and it was just approved, meaning a few weeks ago, and to become law. And it ends on September 30th of 2023. And so technically they have to begin the process all over again. They're back at the drawing board, so to speak. So want to make sure that we stay on top of these situations and we don't have such a terrific delay. So that's why I'm querying on this particular issue.
Understood.
Language accessibility, we have to talk to you about that. You have a program called Future of Aging. And this is where community listening sessions across the city, including workshops in Spanish and Mandarin. And I think you spoke to this a little in your statement. How many participants attended these workshops that were held in English, and how many were actually held in Spanish?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Bonds, on our study we conducted, The Future of Aging. We had over 400 seniors participate during that time. We talked to over 30 people that spoke Spanish in the study. And I look forward to talking to you a little more deeper about that when we meet. Just some of the findings were very helpful. We were able to get demographic information, of course, around our seniors, and it also gave us an opportunity to see where we have program alignment with the needs and concerns that our seniors raised. The project was designed to utilize human-centered design principles to listen to community members and respond to the rapid changes within senior services through direct community feedback. So it was listening sessions, conversations, very informal, so that we could have some candid discussions with residents.
All right, so does the agency track the number of seniors, senior calls by language barrier that they may be experiencing? And what I'm asking, if I call in and I speak Mandarin, am I going to be tracked as a Mandarin speaker, or is there, how would I be handled, and would you keep a record of that call?
Yeah, so we provide info to language access, and in our language access report, so seniors who contact our RRNA system, they will be able to be connected to someone who speaks their language. We do not turn away any seniors who reach out to us. We also leverage the supports of our agency partners when we need additional supports with providing language access. And we record all of our calls.
All right, thank you. Okay. Just one last question regarding the adult protective services. You indicated that sometimes a caller is, or the service is described as another support. Can you explain what that means, or is that something that we need to discuss? I mean, I'm given the fact that you're brand new to this, so it may be that you, okay, all right, we'll hold on that. We'll put a pin in that and we will discuss it. And I want the public to know we will get back to you on that. That was a question that we got, and give you time, unless of course your very capable chief of staff has a ready answer for that.
I mean, you can give me time because I'll be meeting with the APS team next week, so that will be appropriate.
Okay, other support is the issue. What does that mean, and how is other support handled in their records? Okay, thank you very much. So I want to thank you very much for your time and your attention that you've given to this. And I'm so pleased with your enthusiasm. And as a senior, you're not there yet, so I can say this, but as a senior, I'm just excited to know that there are younger folk who are excited about us, the seniors of the District of Columbia. And we're going to hold your feet to the fire to deliver for us, because at some point there'll be a younger group that will be delivering for you. So just keep that in mind. You know, this process continues. It doesn't end with one group and one time frame. It continues. So thank you very much, you and your capable staff, and look forward to meeting with you soon. And congratulations on your appointment, and let's get the work done. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Bonds, and to the committee for the time today, for the entire staff on the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. I really appreciate this opportunity today to talk about the outstanding progress we make on a day-to-day basis at the Department of Aging and Community Living for our senior community and our older adults with disabilities and our caregivers. I want to thank my wonderful staff who has just shown me the utmost respect and has continuously poured resources and institutional knowledge into me and upon me all of these days leading up until today. I've been very excited about being here, meeting seniors, being out in the community. Those who know me across DC and beyond know that I serve others and I love being of service to others. It started as a child growing up in Northeast DC, going to Block Association meetings with my parents, through my upbringing, through my church, throughout my parochial years, high school, undergrad, 2 graduate degrees, and career experiences. So I wouldn't be remiss if again I didn't thank Mayor Bowser for this opportunity and trusting me with our oldest residents in DC. So you've seen nothing yet. Wait till I get to that final stretch as the director, and we continue to provide outstanding services for all of our seniors in DC. Have a wonderful weekend, and I look forward to chatting with you about the budget for fiscal year 24.
Thank you very much, Director Hines. Finally, we will hear testimony regarding the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. And do we have Gail on? Oh, all right. Gail is in the panelist room. All right. All right. Ms. Cohn, we're going to get right to you. I'm just going to read a quick statement about your organization and move right into it. And thank you for joining us today. In 2006, the World Health Organization launched the Age-Friendly Communities Global Initiative to inspire cities to focus on improving access to the physical and social environments in which seniors currently live. As part of the age-friendly movement in the US, age-friendly communities implemented programs and infrastructure features that help older adults thrive and return socially active as they age. In the fall of 2018, Mayor Bowser and the Age-Friendly Task Force released the 2023 Age-Friendly Strategic Plan, which built on city improvements and the shortfalls noted by residents. It also set forth a new 5-year plan organizing the areas of focus around 3 pillars: building environment, changing attitudes about growing older, and lifelong health and security. And today we're looking forward to hearing from our government witness. We've already heard from our one public witness, Ms. Eckel. And so we're going to now hear from Gail Cohen, who heads the project. And so again, welcome. And if you'll raise your right hand, I'll swear you in and we'll receive your testimony. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? All right, we're not hearing you. I think you're.
I do.
Now, all right, okay, good. Please go ahead and welcome again.
I thank you so much. Now, I am one of those people who is on the tech journey. That would be all of us. So bear with me because I would like to put some slides on the screen and I need to be able to do that. And I am going to rely upon others who can be helpful here. May I get some help to put the slides up? I'm asking now if you can see the slides.
Yes, we are trying to process it now for you.
Oh goodness, that's so.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna work through it.
Yeah, if you send it to my email, I can.
All right, we're sending it from one email to the other so that the new instrument or device can feature it.
You're making my day.
Well, that's the intention, to always make your day. Believe it or not, Gail, our government system is so slow. Oh my goodness.
You know,
we think we have it now. We think we have it.
Do you really?
It came through. Yes.
I'm so excited that it's you know, it's more fun to have a visual.
It is. That's all right. I mean, you can't make the system work faster than it works. Yes, there's always a delay with emails. Yeah. Okay. It is on the screen. All right.
All right. Very good. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Gail Cohn, and I am the Age-Friendly DC Coordinator Thank you for the invitation to testify on behalf of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force appointed by Mayor Muriel Bowser in today's hearing to discuss the aims, goals, and strategies in the Age-Friendly DC Task Force 2018 to 2023 strategic plan. The overall aim of the Age-Friendly DC initiative is to transform the district into an easier community in which to grow older, not just to make life easier for residents who are now experiencing the second half of our lives, but to appreciate the importance of lifelong actions that lead to greater engagement throughout our lives. Can you move to slide 2? You know that Age-Friendly DC is not an agency. We've just heard from the Department of Aging and Community Living, which is one of 26 agencies with which we are involved. My work is accomplished through the work of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force members with the support of the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, where my colleagues are ever willing to be helpful. The Mayor's Age-Friendly DC Task Force Establishment Order, which created the second Age-Friendly DC Task Force, includes an equal number of community organizations appointed by the Mayor, as well as DC agency leaders. So there are private sector people in the same stature, if you will, on this committee as the DC agencies that we're working with. Move on to slide 3. Age-Friendly DCs is the largest task force appointed by the Mayor. Move on to slide 4. The full Age-Friendly DC task force meets twice each year. Before each meeting, task force members update their progress implementing aims, goals, and strategies domain by domain. Task force members provided updates in preparation for the most recent full task force meeting held November 15th, 2022. A recording of that meeting is posted at the Age-Friendly DC website. I have that link at the end of my presentation, so you'll be able to use that to get to the website. In 2023, we will be collecting survey responses and listening to residents to evaluate whether our actions have changed life experiences. If you are interested in facilitating, and I'm talking to all of you who might possibly be listening to this presentation, if you are interested in facilitating or participating in one of those meetings, please contact me. There is a pre-survey that we are asking that you take that will give us an opportunity to compare the opinions of individuals who in the last task force gave us information about the livability of the District of Columbia. There were more than 900 people who completed that survey, and we're hoping to have as many or more this time. But we want all the participants who are part of the meetings that we're going to have with individuals across the city to have completed the pre-survey first, which will give them, of course, a very clear notion of what Age-Friendly is trying to accomplish. You may recall that Age-Friendly Communities is a global initiative started by the World Health Organization to inspire cities to improve accessibility for all in the physical environment, foster lifelong mutual respect for all residents, and support healthy and safe aging throughout life. While we are responsible for our own healthy aging, we know we must rely on one another, our government, and community organizations for information and resources. That is why the Mayor followed the guidance of the World Health Organization when writing the establishment order for the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. This guidance called for appointing leaders of district agencies and community partners to help implement the age-friendly DC 2018 to 2023 plan. Here are highlights of the work of the task force through fiscal year 22 and in early fiscal year 23. This is all going to sound like I've been listening all day to the testimony that you received, and I must say these topics are going to resonate with everything that you've heard already, and I'm really proud of that because we have reached a point where the items that I'm going to talk about here are consistent with what we're accomplishing, which is great. Virtual meetings created opportunities for participants to attend as we became increasingly aware that technology was essential. Yes, we're still leaving people behind, but my goodness, have we shifted very, very quickly to where we are now. We welcomed more participants at each meeting since May 2020, and as a result of the safety and convenience of virtual meetings. I have to tell you that we should never drop having virtual meetings, never drop the option of having virtual meetings. Those with disabilities or difficulty getting to meetings are able to attend, and that's a wonderful thing. We have spoken to groups and individuals living across the city, including many organizations that you've heard from today, including Iona, by the way, which I was keeping track of how many times people were speaking, and I have to say Iona received a lot of praise. The focus at gatherings is always on equity, the backbone of the age-friendly initiative worldwide. Thanks to our partnering organizations and the increasing prevalence of smartphones, virtual meetings draw participants from all areas of the city because travel to gatherings was an obstacle, and it's just going to continue to remain an impediment. I have to say, just on a personal level, I haven't had a cold in 3 years. I think that's an amazing thing to be able to say, but it's because I haven't been around people as much as I have been in the past. To achieve greater equity moving forward, virtual options for attending meetings must be preserved even in the absence of a pandemic. The second point I want to make, academics are increasingly supporting the work of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force. Academics are interested in age-friendly actions in DC. Part of this, I have to give credit to our co-chair, James Appleby, who is the CEO of the Gerontological Society of America, was appointed co-chair of the Age-Friendly DC Task Force in 2021. George Washington University's Center for Aging, Health, and Humanities has continued to host age-friendly task force meetings and some of our task force committee meetings. Howard University gerontologist, Dr. Robert Cosby, has agreed to join as the Abuse, Neglect, and Undue Influence Task Force Committee partner. George Washington University's School of Public Health and Georgetown University's Graduate School, Program for Health and Aging help by engaging graduate students in our activities. In 2022 and 2023, an intern from the Howard University School of Social Work has joined us. The University of the District of Columbia and Trinity College faculty have been part of the gatherings to discuss long-term care career motivations for workers in long-term care. We would love to see more people employed part-time in long-term care careers. There is no one who's had more experience with people as they become frail than the people who are 50 and over in our population. My next point, emphasis on the importance of technological competency for all ages, including adults past 50. Sooner than later, Internet connectivity and tech savvy will be necessary for all of us to communicate, learn, and share experiences. COVID-19 made technology competency even more crucial for individuals, and the district has answered the call with federal and local resources. The Office of the Chief Technology Officer, the DC Public Library, the Department of Aging and Community Living, the Mayor's Office of Community Relations, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, DC's adult charter schools, DC's wellness centers, DC neighborhood villages, our faith-based partners, Comcast, and willing individuals of all ages are part of the Tech Together initiative launched in 2021 by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, with training continuing into fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 2023. Students of all ages, parents, grandparents, great-parents, great-grandparents are all on a speedy, ever-changing tech learning curve. One never stops learning about technology. It's not something one does and that's done. It's got to be a continuous learning curve. Age-Friendly DC is working with partners to underscore the value of intergenerational as well as peer-to-peer support. I'm going to repeat that, the value of intergenerational as well as peer-to-peer support. My most valued partners in tech learning are my grandchildren who never, ever faced life without a smartphone in their hands or something that they could use that had tech involved with it. We know scientists have demonstrated that isolation is a greater risk than ever, even as we have continued to keep ourselves apart for health. Hearing the voices and seeing on the screen the faces of the growing number of participants who attended task force meetings reinforce the importance of inclusion when implementing the goals and strategies of the Age-Friendly 2023 strategic plan. I want to move on to food access. We've talked a lot today about food access, and I will tell you at the end of this little squib I'm going to read to you, we have a ways to go to get things organized. DC Health reported that in fiscal year 2022, the DC Health Produce Plus program helped 6,000 residents compared to 1,200 older residents in fiscal year 21 with fresh vegetables and fruit. Meanwhile, Food and Friends website notes that 100,000 medically tailored home-delivered meals and shelf-stable groceries were delivered to thousands of district residents with serious medical conditions, a substantial increase from the previous year. Additionally, Capital Area Food Bank, I cannot but resist to say Capital Area Food Bank, our hero, distributed more than 4 million meals in the district region in 2022. In the fall of 2022, the Department of Aging and Community Living, which has nutrition sites and its own meal delivery programs, met with the Age-Friendly DC Nutrition Subcommittee. We have a subcommittee on nutrition within Age-Friendly, which includes DC government and community organization participants, most of whom are also part of the Food Policy Council, and questioned whether coordination among food and meal sources was sufficient to distribute while not wasting food and meals. During fiscal year 23, Age-Friendly DC will pursue a response to that question with agencies and organizations focused on food access. I hope we can get somewhere this year. The Department of Aging and Community Living is certainly showing the leadership that we need as we move forward. I'd like to move next to adult education and training. Age-Friendly DC task force members include the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and DC Adult Charter Schools, which offer residents a network of schools with classes for adults, virtual when necessary. Enrollment has increased despite, or perhaps because of, COVID. The Department of Employment Services implemented apprenticeship programs in fiscal year 21 that continued into fiscal year 22, hoping for recruitment and retention in hard-to-fill roles. The Workforce Investment Council has supported lifelong work opportunities, including for residents 50 and over, which I am going to repeat are wanted, needed, and should be including jobs divided so that they're part-time or shared, or however you want to describe a smaller job rather than the bigger jobs that the individuals may have held in the past. By connecting open work opportunities to training sources to fill open positions. Residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 have been targeted for education and training. Let's move on to addressing abuse, neglect, and undue influence. The Department of Insurance, Securities, and Banking, along with other partners, are emphasizing education regarding lifelong financial planning, as well as thwarting abuse, neglect, and scams resulting in undue influence on trusting adults. Virtual Department of Insurance, Security, and Banking programs to educate and provide financial protection to older residents continued in 2022. We discussed earlier today the money management program offered by by Iona Senior Services. That's going to be very, very helpful. Person-to-person contact by DC's, and I'm going to note to you that the Washington Area Village Exchange lists 17 villages if you include the ones that are in development. 2 villages are located in Ward 7. 2 villages are located in Ward 8. This includes now the villages that are under development. In fiscal 2023, budget continued to support those neighbor-to-neighbor grassroots support organizations, recognizing the volunteers who kept in regular telephone contact with neighbors, arranged transportation for vaccinations and supplies, and upped fun and information contacts among residents identifying as LGBTQ. Let me move on to home construction and adaptations. The Department of Housing and Community Development has used the Housing Protection Trust funds to build new low-income residences. There's a list that I have connected to my testimony that I would certainly share with any one who's listening who is not won't have access to this testimony. Easy enough to do. The Department of Aging and Community Living Safe at Home program, which we've discussed and praised, offered to residents to increase home safety, has been enduringly popular. We look forward to the results. Please listen. We look forward to the results of a study, a long-term study, to see if on average, safe at home participants have been able to age in place longer than those whose homes have not been modified with stair risers, grab bars, and bathrooms and other safe at home modifications. The study will occur by examining the calls to 911 from safe at home recipients compared to eligible residents whose homes have not been equipped for safety. Could we move on to slide 5? In closing, your oversight of the age-friendly DC task force work is appreciated. As always, we strive to operate with complete transparency and will ensure that the communication channels with your staff remain open and productive. We look forward to working with you in the future. I am happy to answer any questions you may have at this point. Could you move on to slide 6?
Well, thank you very much, Gail, for that presentation. And that last slide is informative to the public in the event they want to reach out to you. I hope that they will. And I hope that many, like myself, will be reaching out to you. Those of us who are still engaged in the commerce of our community, and who are not yet acknowledging that we're part of the age-friendly community. In other words, I think it's important that all of us in the District of Columbia have an opportunity to contribute to the planning as we move forward. So thank you very much for that. I do have just a very few questions, but can you state for the record how many committees or subcommittees fall under the age-friendly task force?
Let's go, if we go back to the slide can we go back on slides? Is that going to be complicated? It'll
take just a hot minute. He's doing it now.
This is the slide with the tall building with the wonderful wonderful drawing on it. Go down another. There it is. That's the slide that I wanted you to have up. The reason I wanted you to see this is because of the fact that here are listed the various domains that Age Friendly is involved with, pillar by pillar. And let's just start with the built environment. Outdoor spaces and buildings, transportation and housing, all wonderful partners having to do with discussing what's going on. There are always meetings in preparation for task force meetings that are necessary with those committees in order to refresh their minds or bring their attention to their strategies that are under goals, that are under aims, that are part of the domain. Outdoor spaces and buildings is a very, very focused on one of the topics that came up today. Where are the benches? Where are the bathrooms? We have people who are 4 years old who want to go to the bathroom and they can't go to the bathroom while they're downtown. We need to have bathrooms available for them as well as for people who are older who have, oh my goodness, I gotta go. We've got to change that situation with having public bathrooms more available. There is a model coming up in DuPont Circle, but that's our first. Meanwhile, there is a company called Throne that is attempting to work with the business improvement districts to install bathrooms in various locations. Transportation, our poster child committee is transportation. They are very much involved. WMATA is on the committee. We work with the for-hire vehicles. That whole group is very in concert and really spends time thinking about how they can improve things. I have to note to you that walking is transportation. We want people to walk, don't we? We need people to move, and walking is a great way to get the kind of exercise that can be useful. So we want our sidewalks safe, and for goodness sake, I, who ride my bike in the District of Columbia, as well as two-wheeled vehicles that are scooters, never ride on the sidewalk, never, always in the bike lanes. And I think my behavior should be everyone's behavior. Housing, we have got to change ourselves into thinking shared housing is a grand idea. It doesn't cost us to build anything. We've got a great supply of extra vacant bedrooms in the community, and it's an opportunity to get to know. I had two people living with us. I have a spouse. Last summer, we shared our house, no problem. We got together and understood one another well enough to know how we could work together. Sharing is fun. It's an interesting way and it's a way to earn money. And that's an important thing among a population, which by and large have told us they don't have enough money for the rest of their lives. Changing attitudes about growing older, social participation. We've heard about social participation today. We've heard about resources that we didn't know, or I didn't know about, which amazes me because I think we spend a lot of energy working on social participation. That those opportunities, especially for people who are not English speakers. We heard about the Latino population in the District of Columbia is our fastest growing demographic. We've got to pay attention to social opportunities that integrate those populations. Respect and social inclusion is any special population we have in the district that we want to feel that they are welcome in any kind of setting and can be accommodated for whatever special needs they have. Civic participation in employment. I've talked enough about the employment. We have more than half of the people who are appointed by the mayor to be on task forces and commissions are 50 and over. And the reason why is their experience is amazing. And you're absolutely right. They should be involved in what's going on with regard to the city. Communication and information, I would say we always struggle with communication, but that comes down to, once again, this business of we've all got to be techie and capable of finding what we want to find by using the internet. Lifelong health and security, really important to us. We were talking about falls earlier today. Falls is really an important thing for Safe at Home to be focused on. I do believe the data are going to show that Safe at Home participants are falling less frequently than people who are equally eligible but haven't done what they need to do with their homes, are going to be less likely to have fallen and therefore taking to the emergency room. One more thing about falls, 70% of the calls to 911 are to pick up people off the floor. We have an issue in the District of Columbia that needs to be addressed, having to do with people falling because they need whatever interventions are necessary, and that's a Safe at Home opportunity, but people have other directions that they can go as well. Emergency preparedness and resilience. Our villages are the center of gravity here. We have what we need if we continue to grow more villages. I loved hearing that there were new neighborhoods that were interested in proceeding with having a village. The financial security issue I've already discussed when I was talking about shared housing, but we've got to make sure that people get involved at a young age so that there's not this later in life problem that we have of not having the resources. DC government did the right thing. I'm so proud of us. You are enrolled. You get a new job with the District of Columbia, you're already enrolled in your retirement program. And going through the bureaucracy to disconnect from that is not what people do. Public safety, we know that a lot of this is about feelings and what has happened before, much before, rather than what's happening now. So it's really important, another opportunity for us to put the generations together to try to address these issues. And there are programs that we've been encouraging to be used. Lifelong learning, we've talked about. I think there's a real opportunity, and boy, are we well prepared to help with people with education. We can address the 70,000 people in the District of Columbia who are functionally illiterate and cannot read books to their grandchildren. That's important. We've got to get that done. Caregiving, we've talked about a good bit today. I like the term care partnering better than caregiving, but caregiving is the term of art that we are now using. And we need to support those individuals. We know that their major request is an opportunity to get respite. So that's what's going on with the task force. They're working on all the issues that I have just talked about. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, that was perfectly fine. I know that you do a video recording of your meetings, but I wondered if I could get from you in writing some of the alliteration that you just shared with us so that I'm very clear as to the current mission or goals that each of the subcommittees are interested in and focused on now.
We can do that, but I will tell you that it's pretty easy. Just looking at the task force 2018 to 2023 plan and the report that they have provided for fiscal year 22. And that's what I'm relying upon as I talk to you about what's happening in each domain. But I can do that for you. I can do a narrative if that's helpful.
All right. And so you're suggesting that I just go and look at the report from the various meetings in order to glean the information that we're asking about?
I think you're going to find that it's a very shortcut way, just looking at the slides that each of the domains prepare in advance of the task force meetings to see what they're doing, what they're saying they're doing in accordance with the strategies that are going on.
All right. And when is your next meeting?
May 15th.
May 15th. Would you make sure to let me know, send me a note so that I can come in and participate, be there?
Just come would be get to your computer. It's going to be virtual.
Okay.
Because that's how we get people together.
All right. Well, that's fine. But if I can get the link so that
I'll make
I can
sure.
participate. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Do you feel that the age-friendly project has a role in reaching out or attempting to discover isolated communities or parts of isolation in our community?
I would say to you, we have an opportunity with the listening that we're going to be doing this summer to use a vulnerability index. This is something Councilmember Barnes, you're going to, I'm taking you back in time when you and I went to Ohio to attend a village-to-village network meeting. And it was at that meeting that I learned that Ohio State was creating a vulnerability index based on the 2010 census. We need that to be updated because it identifies hotspots in the District of Columbia where people with disabilities, that would be, as you know, most people with disabilities are older adults anyway, people who are single, living alone, women, and low income, living at poverty. And there are parts of the city, little hotspots all over the city that are show where those individuals live. And what we're going to be doing is talking to the ANCs in those particular areas to make sure that those individuals are brought forward and part of our listening plan.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you'll be working with the ANCs because I also am hoping I can get the ANCs to take a look at the housing within their single member district to identify where we might have senior residents so that we can have a better inventory of who actually lives in the city that are seniors. And then we would have a way of outreaching to them so that we can offer services and really just an opportunity to come out and be a part of all of what we're attempting to do.
And I'd love to have a little advertisement that puts into this the opportunity that home sharing will offer those individuals.
All right.
We can talk them through it. It's
Okay.
going to be possible.
All right. Thank you. What challenges did you face in pulling together the plan, the 2018 through 23 task force? And do you anticipate you're going to encounter those same difficulties as you possibly move forward creating a new plan?
So, you know, the age friendly is not handing out money. We're not a money source. You're involved in age friendly because the mayor said so. That's why you're involved in age friendly. So our issue is we're not a money source. You're doing this because it would be right for the city, because we need to go where we're going. And I would just say that that causes unevenness. There are some domains that have leadership where people are ready and willing to get things done. And then in other areas, not so much. So it's an uneven thing when you don't have the incentive of resources available. I would say that's the biggest thing. The other thing is we have a communication problem, and that communication problem is easily solved if everybody were as techie as my grandchildren, because they then can find the resources that are necessary that we've been talking about all day. As it is, we've got to continue to bring people along who don't even have a clue how to go about doing that kind of research. And that requires that intergenerational interaction that we were talking about earlier. Those are the two issues: communication and getting people to move forward with work that isn't associated with the budget.
What is the level of interest from seniors that are seeking work? Are you, since you have the title age friendly, are you hearing from a preponderance of seniors saying, I want to work, or is it translated to you through the subcommittee information, or how do we know that seniors really want to work?
I'd like to answer that by saying to be continued. I'd love to come back to you after we have collected the data. The data are going to be collected between March and July. So after July, I'm going to have a better answer for you, because we're going to be asking questions about just that. In the meantime, what do I hear? I hear that people want purpose, and not everyone can indulge in volunteering. Although, frankly, we have a lot of volunteering that if we were to complete the state of volunteerism for the District of Columbia, we would discover how many people of all ages, including those who are 50 and over, are giving their time away. We heard about this from Lem Bechtel earlier today, having to do with Southwest Neighbors Village, how much time and value there is to the volunteering that's going on in the District of Columbia. But in addition to that, I think that purpose translation also goes to wanting to continue to stay in the workforce, but having to face jobs that are not suitable for people who are less active than they used to be, want to do this part-time, and we need to make that part-timeness something that's available to people. And I think it can happen. I really do. I think it's going to be there for us.
Oh, definitely. Most of the retirees that I speak with are very interested in having a part-time, like, just Anita, I need something to do. I don't want to be a vegetable. Help me. And I hear that a lot.
And the data on this, I mean, we don't want to develop Alzheimer's or another form of dementia. And that the data on this show that if you're active and employed, you're less likely to find yourself in the situation of developing dementias.
That's right. This study the way you're collecting data in March through July, will it inform you as to what are some of the job thoughts that seniors are expressing an interest in?
We don't have a specific question about what jobs people want, but we can make that a question. We're going to have facilitators, and we can make that a question that we add to the text that we're asking people to ask. We're trying not to direct people too much, but I think that's an important question when we get to the question about work.
That would be very helpful. And when I say jobs, not to say I want to be a receptionist or I want to be a doctor, a lawyer, Indian chief, but really to say that, well, I'm a customer service skills. That's my bag. Or I really like working in the stacks in a library and making sure everything is orderly, you know.
I would add, of course, that I'm very, very interested in having the workforce associated with the healthcare system to grow. And the healthcare system has a hard time thinking about work as part-time when they should be able to split jobs up based on how people function. And if we could get that kind of thinking going, I think we'd have an easier time filling the positions that are going to be plentiful in the new hospitals that we are going to be having, as well as in long-term care, working with individuals who have disabilities.
Well, Gail, would you also, in that vein, explore how there could be part-time assistance in the hospital setting where those individuals that have been trained to identify certain instruments would know how to serve as almost like a nurse or a nursing aide or something, so that, because one of the things that we are faced with is a shortage of nurses in the healthcare industry. And I would think that not all of the work requires the degree and the understanding of the anatomy and what have you, but some of like taking the tray out and what have you, moving, getting tray number 63 and bringing it to maybe something that some of our part-time older re-entering the work world individuals can perform.
We would love to, Community College Preparatory Academy is working on the third stool of their preparation of adults for continuing to be involved in work activities. Their three stools are training for tech positions, hospitality positions, and then their third is going to be involved entirely with exactly what you're talking about, which are technical jobs that are well paid, can be done part-time, and that are valued by the hospitals. And we need the hospital people to identify what those positions are so that they can get the training and education to go together with where we need roles.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. Do you have data that indicates the number of seniors that are renting versus homeowners in the district currently?
My data are old, but it's 40-60. 60% own their homes, 40% rent. If you break that down by ward, you know where this conversation is going. Those whose incomes are lower, those of color, are less likely to own and more likely to rent.
All right, that's very interesting because citywide, I know the data indicates that we have about, I think it's about 65% of our residents are in rentals. So that's pretty interesting.
That is. Now that's intriguing because my data must be older, because my impression is that 60% own across the city.
Yes, and that may be, but mine is of the data I'm citing is data for the entire population.
I get it.
So, you see, so
Yeah.
when you start looking at those subsets, you get a interesting picture of our seniors. That's
Yeah, that's right.
So when you think about the work that has been done or done in FY through September 30th of 2022.
Yep.
What do you consider the top accomplishments?
I am totally impressed in spite of the fact that I whined and complained about communication. I think we're better off than we were before. I'm still whining. I don't want to make this sound too, but I think we're doing better with communication. And that has to do with the fact that we have more people, more residents of all ages, including those who are older, who are able to use the web. And for that reason, they are more likely to be able to acquire the information that they're needing. So I think that's a big deal. I will say that I think we are, in spite of the fact that it looks like we're still hurting people on the streets. Our Vision Zero program is not showing promise yet for having reduced the number of deaths and injuries we have. I think that with the new speed cameras, we're going to see a big drop next year. I really think the difference here is getting the speeders to slow down. That is not what the data are showing from fiscal year 22. So that's still a problem. Housing, which is when you ask DC residents who are 50 and over what issues trouble them, housing is always the first thing that comes up, and it's a problem that we've got to deal with, I think, in new ways. That's why I was bringing up home sharing and accessory dwelling unit construction, which gives people the opportunity to live separately but on their property. But home sharing can be done by people who are renting. That's all it has to be, is that the lease allows for that. The other issue that people bring up regularly is concern about care coordination when something goes wrong. So if they're hit by a school bus, God forbid, how is that recovery going to be coordinated? And that I mean, you heard the Department of Aging and Community Living. There's going to be more involvement with people, and that continuity has to be, it can't just be touch them once and give them a plan. It's got to be keep following through time. And that's going to make a big difference.
And I think as you were stating, it means that we have to put more emphasis on our healthcare system and how. And what do we call healthcare? I mean, we talked a lot today about caregivers and their role. You know, we really need to think about every step of the way from fall or injury through the process of recovery in an institution, in your home, and how do you make it from there, because you may have some disability. And what kind of assistance are we going to provide or can provide based on the occupations that we've created?
Well, let's go to one more thing that I think is really important to say. I have been so impressed with the fact that when I've been involved in falls training and ask people to get on the floor and then get back up, most people who are 50 and over have problems getting up off the floor. We've got to keep on exercising so that we can get up.
Yeah. Yes, I've heard from some young folk about their knees cracking and what have you. I hear you. And I certainly am hoping I will not be on the floor. So at my age. So thank you for that. It's a good reminder.
It is. It is for all of us. It's just a given.
So to understand the task force measurable goals, do I look through the key performance indicators? Is that where we would find that information? Do you participate in that? Or is there some other document?
We really worked hard at integrating key performance indicators in the government agency reports to the city administrator. And I will tell you that it's there, but it's just not identified as age friendly. So you really have to dig a bit in order to get there. We also crosswalked every plan, and I was so proud of you for bringing up the Department of Environment and Energy, because there's not a person among us that's 60 and over who wants to leave the city in the kind of shape that it is now for the next generation. We've got to get involved in reducing our energy use. So, I mean, it's really important to crosswalk those plans, and we did that to pick off additional ways to measure progress. But by and large, how we have to measure progress is by using qualitative data, that is talking to residents to say, is it or isn't it easier? It's much the best way for us to collect what we need to know. When you look at the questions that the strategies that we put in place, they mostly depend on the opinions of people who are living in the city.
All right. And so do you mind making sure that I get a copy of this survey that you're conducting with the questions? Because I think that could inform me as to what to look for in which agency that gives us some metrics to follow.
It would make me so proud if you and the committee would fill out the pre-survey.
All right.
And that's available. It's going to be available next week to send out to people, because we're going to be having the sessions, and everyone who participates in the session has to complete the survey before they can come to the sessions.
All right, great. Well, I believe my colleague, Councilmember Fruman, I know he and we've been talking about various services for our seniors. So I'm pretty sure he will want to do that. Of course, most of my colleagues on the council don't necessarily fall in this category of over 50. So,
but they've got to get ready. And you pointed out today so well, they're the ones who are going to be older next.
That is correct. That is correct. All right. Well said. That's what I will encourage that. I'll even encourage the chairman to complete his survey.
Yes, good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. We look forward to talking with you again very soon, and certainly filling out the survey and just being in touch.
And facilitate, if you would. That would be so wonderful.
All right. Thank you very much. So thanks to everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contribution. We certainly learned a great deal, and I hope those who watched have a better understanding of the work that these agencies have undertaken during the past year. I believe our city is better for their work, and I am hopeful that our future is much brighter. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of these agencies, please email it to CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL, and it will be included in the hearing record. The hearing record will close on Monday, the 13th of March, 2023 at 5 p.m. This is our last performance oversight hearing. And I would like to once again thank all of the agencies in our committee and the members of the organizations and the public who participated in the hearings. And of course, I would like to thank my staff that has been more than diligent. As I mentioned earlier today, most of my staff is brand new to the council. And so I'm very proud of their diligence. And now let's see what kind of work they do in order to prepare us, the public, as well as myself, for the budget oversight once we receive the budget from Mayor Bowser a little later this month. Let me just close by saying that the time is now 6:40 p.m. on the same day in which we started. And I can happily say, and I know people probably are happy to hear it, but this meeting is adjourned, and thank you.